to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
Round one. Fight. Let's go. After it.
Fear my strength.
Have a taste of this. Don't take this personal.
I'll show no mercy.
This is for my fellow hunters.
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
Lock and loaded, it's time for war.
Can't start a show without the star.
This is the path of my destiny.
Come on. Let's turn up the heat. About time to finish this.
See what I'm really made of.
I'll show you.
How do you like this?
It's time for war.
That is the truth of what you must see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hollywood Rob TV, and I have the pleasure, the honor of welcoming you to the official Capcom Pro Tour season final pre-show. And of course, this is the first time ever that we have had no neutral in person.
Go, baby.
You already see who's sitting right here next to me. My partner in crime, the one and only, the top influencer in the FGC today,
Hype it up.
Brian Neff. What's up
Let's
with you,
go.
bro?
I just gotta say, a year ago,
Yeah.
did you think we'd be sitting here today?
Could not imagine.
2020 season finals.
Could
Now
not
we
imagine.
we have our own logo here. We got
Yes.
the whole studio. We're here to talk about some Street Fighter action, but of course, it's not just us today. It's a very special episode, not because we're offline,
Yes.
but because we're joined by the infamous, the legendary Vicious, and Ultra David. How you guys doing today?
Legendary is quite the honor, actually. I never thought I'd be called that, but I'll tell you what, it's been quite an honor to be even a part of No Neutral. I've been watching you, of course, every single CPT, and I'm finally glad that I get to talk to you and pick both of your brains in regards to the hottest topics in the FTC, which we're about to do in a little bit. David, how you feeling over there, man?
Woo! It's Hollywood, Ultra David. Very literally, that's where I live, and I'm happy to finally be with Hollywood Rob TV. I guess I'll give you the Hollywood this time. I don't know. I'm happy to be here too. I'm really proud of you guys for the last year. All the stuff that you've been doing,
Killing it.
Really, really great. Absolutely right. And I'm really excited to tell you in person when your opinions are wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
What we need to hear. We need to hear it sometime.
Brian, before we actually get to the topics of today, we have no choice. The first in-person episode of No Neutral.
Oh, wave check.
This is the secret unveiling that we were waiting for all weekend, right?
Oh, it's my time? Here we go, here we go. We pull it from the front here. What are you doing?
Be careful.
What, the reveal, the reveal.
Woo! Just to make sure, you got to tell it to the people at home with the microphone on.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, but I couldn't stay covered up the whole time, you know what I'm saying? But I'm very excited to be here with you guys.
Well, now that Rob's unleashed,
Yeah.
let's get into the show here, because I'm pretty excited about this first topic. I might have a little bit of a personal stake into this, because we're going to take a look back at, a wonderful 5v5 event we just had yesterday, the No Neutral 5v5. And I don't know, I guess we're just here to hype up Team Brian F. Is that the plan here?
I don't think there's any reason to hype them up. Like, what do you think really happened with that? In my opinion, we really won when you look at the skill. Like the way that we played.
Cap.
Nephew did all left-right mix-ups.
Cap.
Art cheated, but we don't got to get straight into that part.
Cap.
Though, you know what
I personally would like to get into that, honestly. One of my main questions about the 5v5, as Tasty Steve and I were watching it, we were also playing, we're like, what was going on with the strategy and the decision-making? What I wanted to know was why you chose the order that you did to face off against Brian's team.
Well, listen.
All right, look, here's what happened. It was 5-1 in favor of Team Brian F.
It was free.
Chris CCH won, and then after that, everything was a victory for Brian F. It was Saban, it was Nephew, it was Brian F, it was IDOM, and then it was IDOM again to close.
And it was IDOM again.
Little recap, yeah, that's right.
It was a beautiful thing to behold. But yeah, the strategy, I mean, let's be honest, that coin toss, it kind of determined a lot. The 50-50s, they happen in and out of the game sometimes.
Because everyone, like as you brought up at the end, everyone was like, yo, Rob's team is so much stronger.
Everyone?
Like, Twitter was ablaze.
Everyone besides Ultra David. He did have the Team Brian F.
I
He saw it.
I did see the tweet underneath a certain UK brethren.
I said it on the air, man.
That's
I
the
said it
problem.
live.
That's the problem. People don't see the long-term strategy. So I got the first pick. So of course I had to go with my man IDOM. Now, to be honest, that was a 55% IDOM, 45% Punk to God. Because to me, it's whoever wins between those two. But once I had the first pick, I know it was in the bag because then we had young Art in the wing there, because that's the one guy who's maybe the counter at IDOM on a good day. He had a whole month where he was actually kind of smoking IDOM in a few NLBCs, a few online events. But beyond that, once you get the two zoners, like we had the Poison, we had the Sim, those are like the wrench in any kind of matchup you're looking at. Beyond that, it was just from there, it didn't matter. You had Chris CCH, that was the only other pick I was considering. But beyond that, whoever you picked, I got the counter, and it was free from that.
I feel like the main thing, to be honest with you guys, is that my team did not really hold their weight. You know what I mean?
What?
But you did. But you did.
I'm trying to let other people shine.
I see.
No, my team did not. Now, this is the thing. The way Nephew played against me was clearly like, oh my goodness, I'm getting a chance to play Rob TV in front of everyone. So he's just, the nine-tailed fox or whatever, the final count, all of that amazing stuff started playing in his head, and he played the best Street Fighter that he's ever played.
Hey, what was the score?
What was the score?
It was 3-1.
Yeah.
No, can we address that?
It was.
Can we address that?
You were getting momentum. You were getting momentum.
You at the end you said it was free and it was not.
The optics of that match was free. There was some. You got a perfect in there. You got a match. You were getting momentum. I could see it.
And the one game, he got a crush counter at the end when he was.
He had the nooch. He had the mix, as we're seeing.
Are they
right
showing
here.
this on camera?
He had the nooch and the mix. I mean, what can I say, Nephew? And the thing about this is, you called him out. We're talking about the strategy for the order. I mean, we won. We lost the first match. Just a Kid went down to shine. Beyond that, we had to put up our first opponent blind pick, right? And you got the chance to counter. So at that point, you guys had the chance to counter us each time, but it was the hubris.
Who did you send up first?
We sent up Just a Kid, right?
No, after that.
After that, it was Arturo. Because who are you going to counter him with, right? At that point, we still had him in the bag.
Yeah, that's rough, man. But honestly, I would say, Chris ECH, he had Luke, right?
He was the guy we were worried about.
See?
He was the
when
guy.
you have Luke, you're supposed to beat everyone, And I'm not throwing my teammates under the bus. I'm trying to make them stronger. That's the thing. I'm trying to actually make them stronger. So, I have to be honest. If they played to the level that I played that day, I think that we would have won.
Which one of you guys gets bragging rights?
I would say me.
You?
What?
I won my set 3-0. I had a team.
Okay, Brian.
I had a strategy. I was the coach, and I carried my own.
Come on.
Brian, you're such a tryhard, bro.
I am. I love it.
I think that was the name of the game, though. I think it was
no shame.
Who would be the
I
better
represent all the
player,
tryhards.
right?
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like when Brian was talking about the fact that like the coaching is what mattered so much, I feel like Brian may have been a little bit better of a coach. Like my whole just me mindset may not be championship winning in team sports.
It might not be. It might not be ideal.
At least when your teammates were like mine.
That's true. That's true.
Like I think they just weren't good enough there.
Just weren't good enough, huh?
But I feel like we've talked about that enough because obviously we know that it was completely rigged. One last thing I will say is the fact that Art, Art did
You're a winner.
optimize, quote unquote, our setup. I promise you, he optimized only our side before the matches started.
Not how
That's
it
why
works.
we were dropping everything.
Not how it works.
Okay, now for the next topic. What I want to talk about is the fact that, right now we have first to fives, of course, throughout this entire CPT season final. What would you guys say is the optimal set length to actually determine, who's a stronger player? Or what do you prefer playing in, wherever you want to take it?
It depends on what you value. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to kind of separate yourself from the equation when you're a competitor.
Yeah.
That's one thing that's very important. We kind of are on both sides of this. If you're in a tournament format, you play to the format, and you just have to accept the rules for what they are. First to 2, first to 3, first to 5, first to 10. It doesn't matter. You got to have your strategy ready for that set. But if we zoom out a little bit, you remove yourself from the equation. What makes the better player? They're different skill sets, but what do you value? I kind of like the long sets. That's kind of what I value for the long term.
I think I kind of agree with Brian F. here. It really depends on what atmosphere you're playing in, whether it's a tournament format or if it's a long exhibition, right? You could always kind of say, as an example, you have the ongoing thing between Takedo and Kawano, right? They had the Kimono Michi. We saw the kind of plays that happened between Kawano, him taking that L, and it was really heartbreaking, right? But that actually determined Takedo as the better player. We saw what happened in the CPT immediately after, right?
Yeah,
Kawano
that's
ended
true.
up taking it down. So who actually is the better player? It really depends on what the format actually is, whether it's a tournament setting or like a long-term set. But overall, I think ideally, I would love to see first to fives, just in general, to determine who would be the best player, which is what we have this weekend.
Even if,
it's really convenient, but at the same time, it's like I think first to fives gives you enough time to get all the strategies going, to figure out how you're going to adapt to the counter picks, or at least the counter plays going on too. And I would love it if it's not character locked.
Yeah,
personally.
Of course.
Because that's your full strength at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I would say that the better player in the end of the day is who does the best against a wider variety of players, in my opinion. It's not just head to head. A lot of people are like, oh, I beat this guy on this. Well, I do that a lot myself. So yeah, it's me. I'm people. But they like to say that if I beat someone directly at a first to 10 or whatever it may be, then that means I'm stronger. That's not
even when they just won a major or something and you got washed in pools, right? It's the head-to-head of that moment. But
exactly.
It definitely matters more your overall skill set, in my opinion. But we're talking about longer sets. I like the first to 2s. I like the first to 3s.
Longer sets, I would say. You said you like first to 2.
I like as a spectator. Oh
no,
yeah.
don't try to change it
now.
now.
Yeah.
Ball rockers, you try to play random and do crush counter.
I think that this is an important point. I don't think that the answer exists. What set length do you think is most effective at determining the better player? Not the right way to think about it. It's in each rule set, which player comes out on top in that rule set.
Yes.
That's what it's about.
Yes.
So it's oftentimes the case that somebody who wins in a first to 2 isn't the person who wins in a first to 10, and the person who wins in a first to 10 is not the person who wins in a first to 2. And that's because different strategies are more or less available. You can take more or less risks in some kinds. You can set up some strategy for later on in an early game in a first to 10 because you don't really care if you win each individual game in a first to 10. It's just a bunch of different rule sets. I personally am most interested in the tournament. That's what I care about.
Really?
That's
you
what
guys
I
like
care
that
about.
more than like first to 10? I wonder what chat think about
first
that.
to 3, I want to know who wins the tournament.
I feel like first to 10 is the most like excited.
It can be exhausting, though.
No, not to play,
It
but
varies.
to watch.
It varies.
If,
It varies.
I feel like the Daigo first to 10s, bro.
If it's a good first to 10, it's a good first to 10. I feel like there's more of a chance of a first to 10 just being a bunk set that doesn't matter. So listen, we've seen first to 10s that don't pan out very well. We have sets on Capcom Fighters. We've seen a number of 10-0s.
Yeah.
Oh.
And also, if we do the Venn diagram of the people who win the first to 2 but lose the first to 10, there's not that much of an overlap, to be honest. Idom won that first to 10 versus Spaceboy. Sorry to bring it up again, Spaceboy. We had to. It was a 10-0. Generally, Idom wins the first to 2. Spaceboy has a couple sets on him in a few tournaments here and there, but odds are
Spaceboy, my man
usually
just buried you
usually
on the
it's the same
first
player.
ever no neutral offline. Everyone's watching.
Spaceboy's
He just buried you for no
He
reason
can't edit this out.
whatsoever.
He can't edit this out.
The shout-outs keep coming for Spaceboy. But that said, there are definitely different skill sets, but first to 2s are explosive. I like to see it's more storylines going on in a tournament. First to 10s, if it's a good one, if it's a Kawano versus Tokido, if it's a Daigo versus somebody, there's build up to it, there's hype, and you can see the evolution of the strategies as it goes on, and maybe the exhaustion is setting in as you get further on. But yeah, that's great. But tournaments, they always hit, man.
Tournament-wise,
they always hit.
Early in Street Fighter V, this was a huge talking point. People were talking about the fact that they wish that tournaments were first to 3, just because there's so much damage, there's so much stun.
It's pretty volatile, yeah.
Yeah, if it was possible, would you guys prefer that we had, because it's a logistics issue right now.
Right.
But do you think that the results would be even more concrete in your opinion if it was first to 3?
I don't want it. I want first
Really?
to 2s. I mean, look,
It's
What's
not
the
just
top
logistics.
when we get to the end, top 8 is 3 out of 5. That's fine. I like the first to 2 because I think that it, again, creates a lot of opportunities for different strategies than you may otherwise see. It creates a lot of opportunity for players who, maybe they're not the person who would win in a first to 3, but they are the person who wins in the first to 2. That does not mean that they're bad.
Yeah.
It does not mean that they're not as good. It's just that they're better in a first to 2 rather than a first to 3. And I gotta tell you, just having looked at the research that somebody like Glenn has done,
The Game 2K?
the Game 2K
stats.
there actually isn't that much variation in who ends up on top if it's a first to 2 or a first to 3.
Yeah.
No, you can't argue the numbers, but I do have a gripe with those statistics because it doesn't take into account the psychological effect on the players and how that might influence it. So the stats are, if you win the 2-0 in the first to 3, you're winning the set like an overwhelming majority of the time.
Yeah.
The amount of times we see a comeback from 0-2 is so minuscule, but it does happen. It's happened in major events and it has impacted the results, and that's a source of drama and entertainment. But there's something to be said for the security blanket of having that game as a player that you could argue has an impact on the results psychologically with how they're playing. The pressure is on immediately in that first to 2. While it's a little bit delayed onset with the first to 3, you feel like you have more time to collect data, so that can impact your mental game. And Street Fighter V, it's all up here, man.
You know
like,
something
you need to
that,
keep it together.
Well, that always kind of had me flustered since we started doing no neutral is, we talk about all this deep stuff and analytical, and you're such a smart guy, but you play so stupid.
Word.
Like you play so.
Wow.
You don't think. You just dash punch, stand medium punch, anti-air if you really want to call it that. I mean, I've never really seen.
I think
you put
so that I don't have to think. That's the strategy. Why are you trying to go out there and think all the time?
Yeah.
I know Karen is such
That's
a hard-working character. He is so hard-working.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Hey, I'm a Karen player still, Brian. Cool.
Oh my, yeah.
Cool down a little bit.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Get him off the desk.
Yo, Karen no, he can stay because the Karen army does not claim the balls, and that's no disrespect.
Oh
that's
my
no disrespect.
goodness.
That's no disrespect. Karen has long, luscious locks. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna be one with her, you gotta have something going on up there.
Did I get thrown under the bus twice?
The
just now by
BGC
both Brian and
BGC
Rob?
welcomes you.
David,
Never
did I
mind.
just hear that?
I think you did.
I think I just got thrown
Time
under
to
the bus
pick up some
twice.
ball rock
So he
tires.
threw me under there. You're the bus driver is what I'm getting. All right, you know what? That's the last time I'm defending you, Brian. Yeah, Rob and Brian, actually. I think overall, David here is the best player here. He plays a respectable character.
He plays Honda.
That's respectable, man.
Correct.
Honda is a straight first to 2 character.
That is true.
I'm not surprised that you.
That is actually
I
facts.
prefer first
What
to
an
2,
assertion.
So you can just smack the controller all day and win.
I don't know
Is he
what
gonna
you did.
hands or EX butt splash? That's the question there.
No.
Either
not
way,
at
we still
all.
have our character diversity on the table. That's what really matters, right? We're all thinking to a certain degree, right?
Yeah. I don't know about that. At least Karen players. But enough of that topic. We need to bring up the most important thing.
Yes, sir.
Exactly what is going on this weekend. I want to talk about all of these amazing matches that we have lined up. People playing for a good amount of money. And, the first match, day 1, we actually have the region of South Africa.
Yes.
Billy Date going up against Jobby Brian, how are you thinking that one's going to go? You know, backstory, whatever, man. How do you feel about that match?
Well, we've seen the build-up to this, even with the first event that they had. And, you know, Javi M, he was the guy to beat in South Africa for such a long time, winning event after event. And, you know, I even got to talk to him a little bit before he played, and he said, you know, I'm comfortable in this position. He said, it's my time to shine. I've been waiting for this opportunity. If I play my game, I should easily take this tournament. But we even saw, speaking of the set length, they played a first to 10 on sets the week leading up to the CPT event, Billy Date versus Javi M. Javi M won the set, but Billy Date won the first 3 games of the set. And we saw how that can impact the results of the tournament as it played out, because Billy Date, not the favorite, definitely the second contender there. He actually took the tournament and qualified at that event. So now we have the rematch of that coming up, and I'm sure Javi's is hungry to reestablish his place on the throne there.
And it's kind of wild to see statistically, because Billy Date was unstoppable that entire top 16. He's only lost like 1 game going into the top 8, and the only other person he lost to on the way through up until grand finals happened to be Javi M, which is, again, one of the most talented players in South Africa. But again, you have Billy Date, who is the most consistent throughout his entire tournament run.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, there's actually a statistic that David had brought up to me before about Javi actually having a 92% win rate over Billy outside of that tournament right
wild.
There. But it's different when the moment comes. Another statistic that, you know, David actually did not bring up is the fact that looking at that graphic, Billy is actually 33 years old. He is half the age of Ultra David. That is wild to me, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you
That's
think
nice.
about that,
No, I'm happy to see all these youngsters out here, even the 33-year-olds. I think for me, the big thing about that match is which characters we go into with it, because Billy Date tried out a few. Ultimately, Ed was what won it for him. Let's go to the next one, which was Australia. We're gonna have Travis Styles versus Panda.
Most handsome man in the FGC, Travis Styles. It hurts me to say that, and you know it, but come on, look at him. Dude is he look like a JoJo's character. And of course, Panda's Akuma is just ridiculous. If you guys seen him at Intel World Open, one of the sickest Akumas in the world. And you know, Brian, I'm sure you have a whole lot to say about Travis.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's definitely my Balrog brethren, and we've been discussing the Balrog tech for quite some time, and you got to see it in full force with that qualifier that they had for the Australia region, because Travis Styles kind of smoked. I'm not gonna lie, Pando, he was kind of the one of the favorites leading into this for a while. People love the Shoto play, but it didn't pan out that way. But maybe we'll see something else coming up with this exhibition. He definitely have to look at the tapes and think of something new for that. But moving on to the next region, I know, Rob, you have a lot to say about this region. One of the biggest stories coming out of China.
Yes, of course, man. My guy, DCQ, representing UYU and everything. My guy actually used to be a pro in other games as well. So he just understands the psychology that comes behind competition. DCQ is a master of that. But specifically, I want to bring up the China CPT. Remember, my man Xiao Hai had to play up against DCQ, and he says in his pre-match comment, easy cake. DCQ goes and wins the whole tournament, smokes everyone, and tweets out, easy cake. That's a bad man right there. I feel like he's American at heart or something. Just the straight rudeness and brash attitude. I love it.
Competitive spirit, man.
Yeah.
Then you have Joe Young Ho also on the other side, right? Being 35, you're talking about the age being a factor.
Yeah.
Rob,
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't. It really
No,
doesn't.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
As long as you're nice, that's all that
Don't
matters.
take my trolling serious. Don't take my trolling serious.
Moving
Yeah,
on
of
to the
course.
next region, though, Asia Southeast, Oswald versus I Am Chuan. This is the region where we might have expected someone else to qualify initially. Cien, who was qualified for every CPT event leading up to the 2021 season, did not qualify out of this region. Instead, we had 2 new competitors in the grand finals. And Oswald, he's switching to the Balrog, one of the many Balrogs you're going to see today. He also has a Poison
Switching
and
to the Balrog, come on, Brian.
Poison and Laura in the back pocket. Yeah, it's a good strat. I Am Chuan, dedicated Guile main. This was one of the closest grand finals and winners finals sets. It was 3-2 winners finals, 3-2 grand finals, reset 3-2 grand finals in Oswald's favor. So I know Chuan is hungry for the run back. He's going to get his chance today to show off what he can do. But next region, this one was one of my favorites, the surprise region. I think, Jeremy, you might know a little bit about the East Europe and Russia region here.
We talked about it a little bit before we got on. Yeah, Papoy versus Jamie TTM. Jamie has been somebody that I've been looking forward to watching. She has been phenomenal, especially when I first got to see her in the Intel World Open. She has a plethora of characters under her belt, but most impressively, that E-Honda making a big splash into the CPT.
Yeah, and in that grand finals that they played, Jamie was actually up at match point, tournament point, Papoy then won 3 in a row, and then won 3 in a row in the reset after that. So it ended up falling down really fast for Jamie. Then in South America West, you got Nero the Boxer versus Frozen. How are you feeling about that, Rob?
Oh my goodness. I mean, of course, just seeing another Balrog player dominating the CPT.
Warms my heart.
Yeah, I could only imagine the Karen player doing something like that. But of course, Nero, I mean, I feel like when someone has their character in their actual name, you know that they're going to be extra godlike. And of course, Frozen's Nash is just out of this world. The way that he utilizes that V-trigger too, I love the fact that that character has been buffed up nowadays.
Yes.
One of the most exciting. We remember him getting his legs cut off. Now he is walking and talking and running into the CPT season final. So that is going to be a ridiculous match. I would imagine Balrog would do well against Nash.
He would, but he also has a Kage in the back pocket. I'm actually kind of curious what he's going to go with today, because Nero's been giving him the work lately. He's been switching between the characters, so hopefully he comes with something new today to show that Nero, it's not so free.
Yeah, for sure, man. I actually feel like Nash, at this point, I think maybe people will be biased towards Frozen just because we kind of want the low-tier heroes to get the W's at this point.
That's
but
true.
yeah, V-Skill 1 doesn't kind of just make Nash a bit irrelevant?
Kinda. Balrog's kind of good this season. Not gonna front. That's why we have three of them today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, I would say as far as the match that I'm looking forward to the most out of all of these, oh, it's so tough to say.
It's got to be Papoy versus Jamie.
I agree.
Let's go,
agree.
Jamie. Woo, Honda. Woo.
All of
Either
them.
the Papoy or South Africa. But guys, as amazing and as happy as I am about this whole having a in-person no neutral, our first one ever, and I want to first say thank you to all of you guys for joining us here. But guys, this is only the beginning. This is only the pre-show. That means that we're only hyping you up for one of the biggest events that we have seen. This is a celebration of champions. The CPT Capcom Pro Tour season final is here after this break.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
I guess it's time to start warming up.
The wait is over. You have just tuned into the culmination of years of work.
What in the world? The new guard is here.
You've tuned into the energy, the hype, the electricity that has captivated fans from all across the globe.
It's the tale of the tape. We have to tell the stories here.
You see, nights like these, they were built by our legends, built by our OGs, brick by brick, before there was even a stream to tune into. This was built by every message that a fan has ever dropped in Twitch chat. This was built by every single piece of content that has entertained us or leveled up our scene as a whole. You see, we remember so vividly, so clearly, last year when the lights went out. Well, this year, we look forward to a bright and brand new future. Welcome to the Capcom Pro Tour Season Final.
Hey, all right, welcome to the CPT 2021 season final. We have a bunch of the best Street Fighter V players from all around the world who will be taking part in this today, tomorrow, and Sunday as well. We're gonna get a bunch of matches with them. My name is Ultra David, and I'll be guiding you through it. And right here on the desk, joining me, we have Just Kid.
What's good? Bro, I did not know this guy was gonna be here. And, you know, my agent didn't tell me about this. I'm not pleased whatsoever.
This is Rob TV. And Marine.
Hey, guys.
And I'm James, but I feel like we have too many Davids here on this table right now. Got a David over there, David. We're going to call this one
Baby David. It's Baby David.
Baby
then.
David.
Yeah, gotta
the
be.
Star of David. Star of David.
Oh, my goodness. James, that's a bar. That's a bar. And I don't like how you just said, I'm James. No, we know that you are actually one of the GOATs. I don't even know if you should be speaking. It just bad, pretty much. That's what you're on. One of the GOATs, James Shin.
Thank you.
Well, look, let's talk about what we have going on today. Again, lots of great matches that we will see. But to go back to, I guess, a GOAT, James, can you talk about the format?
Absolutely. Look, we are going to be inundated with Street Fighter this entire weekend. It is going to be first to 5. This is not a best of 5, a best of 3. This is a best of 9. We are going to have so many
Nice
matches.
math right there, James.
Thank you. I'm Asian, right? So there. No, but look. I just want to see all the matches go max games, 9 games. I want as much Street Fighter as we can possibly get this weekend.
I am sure that we're going to get a lot of it. But what matches do we have for today? Marine, what do we got?
Yeah, so guys, we got a packed schedule. We are so excited to see these matches. So the first one we have is the South Africa Online between Billy Date and Jabi M. And then for Australia, we have Travis Styles and Panda. And then for China, we have Din Chun Chu and Zhou Yan Ho. And for the last 3, yo, Baby David, what we got down there?
Not even a baby.
Anyways, we got
Just a baby.
Asia South with Oswald and I Am Tron. Then we got East Europe with Papoy and Jamie. And finally, to round out the day, we got South America West with Nero the Boxer versus Frozen.
All right, so we know what we're going to see, and we know who we're going to see, but what are the players playing for? Rob.
Oh my goodness. Well, when it comes to the FGC, you already know you're always playing for the ability to be able to talk trash. You're playing for bragging rights, but that's just not enough when the stakes are this big. Each of these matches, the winner will receive $5,000, 5 big ones. And just so that you guys know, Capcom is taking care of all of us champions because for all the CPT champions throughout the year, there is already a $5,000 guarantee, so you can actually be walking around with 10,000 of them things. Last thing I'll say regarding this is the fact that for the American players, I know that those PPP scam, all that money has run out by this point. You might be needing bail money or something. So the Americans, I know you need to win. And for everyone else in the world, do you know how much money? Do you know how much Arby's that you can get with $5,000?
I do know, because I got that in my house right now. As for the match that we have coming up first, it will be Billy Date versus Jabi M again, players in South Africa. And to call that action, we're going to get Vicious and Tasty Steve. What's going on, guys?
Guys, how's it going out there on the desk? First off, I got to say, it's always a pleasure to be here with my brethren and the bald eagle of commentary. My boy Vicious, is always a pleasure. I know you guys have all been ready, talking about the CPT season a lot, but we're here for the finals. This is a celebration of Street Fighter, and I can't wait to get into it. I know you've been talking about it all season, but talk to me about it right now.
You know, this is what it's all about. This is the celebration of the players. We've had a rough year last year, but these guys came in full swinging this year with some of the most impressive things we've seen. Again, there's an array of really solid players here, as well as a really diverse roster of characters we're about to experience all weekend. And personally, I can't get enough of it. Really excited to see it. And of course, Steve had to be on it for this event. Right? We didn't get to see you on CPT at all, but I'll tell you what, he's been delivering the action in Street Fighter League and throughout all the halls of hype for Street Fighter V. But in the meantime, we are going to throw it back to the analyst. David is going to take us through what to expect for our first match.
Yeah, look, a lot of great stuff, I'm sure. There's a lot of story behind the first match that we have. Again, Billy Date versus Jabi M. There is a very interesting backstory there, including some back and forths and maybe more one-sided than back and forth. I guess we'll talk about that, though, just after this. We're going to head to a break. Don't go anywhere.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast or fly. Time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
All right, welcome back again to the CPT 2021 season final. Again, the first match that we're going to have here is Billy Date versus Jobby M from South Africa. And to help us learn more about that, let's go to F Word with the regional spotlight.
"2021 saw new challengers enter the Capcom Pro Tour battle, but perhaps none more exciting than those hailing from the underrepresented region of South Africa. A region previously overlooked, now ready for its big debut. Two champions quickly emerged, showcasing their abilities in an epic 1st-to-10 on sets.
Match point here. I think Billy's got to stay on the ground.
Jobby and Billy Date would clash, with Jobby getting the best of Billy Date just a week before the Capcom Pro Tour South Africa event.
He was 3-0 down, and then he ran away with this set.
Call it luck, call it fate, but the world will be blessed with the run back between these two fighters at the end of a competitive Capcom Pro Tour bracket.
Billy Date being as hungry as ever with that Holly pick.
Billy Date would make a heroic run through winner's side, winning convincingly 3-0 over Sonny and Crazy Gun Jack.
Jobby M on the Karen, who looked like a monster.
While Jobby M fought for his tournament life through losers, with victories over Goba, Ren, and Apollo. These two found themselves in battle once again. Jobby took the first set 3-0, something that you know his opponent must be used to. With the dominance that Jobby has in the region, it looked like everything was going back to normal.
3-0! The lead was erased in an instant.
But after the bracket reset, Billy Date dug deep. This is what he prepared for, and he was ready to show the world exactly what he's capable of. Billy Date found retribution, defeating Jobby M 3-1 in the grand final reset and taking the win at the Capcom Pro Tour South Africa.
Billy Date is your champion all the way from the losers reset. Who would have thought it?
And so we find ourselves at a crossroads. The two best players from their region destined to clash once again at the CPT 2021 season finals. Billy Date, the emerging champion from his region, and Jobby M, the rightful challenger, the former best, the most consistent. Who's gonna take it? This is Billy Date versus Jobby M 3.
Cool, thanks a lot to F Word for providing that. It's gonna be cool to learn more about other regions as well. Look, Billy Date versus Jobby M. As I said before, there is a bunch of history between these two. Let's chat about it. So, on the right there, Baby David. If you had to talk about some statistics here, some background between these two, what would you say?
Look, 10-5 Jobby M in sets. 3-0 grand finals reset. Billy came back in grand finals after that, 3-1. If that doesn't classify as I beat my demon to get the whole thing, I don't know what is. But now we're in the season finals. They're neck and neck. They're trying to go at it. This is the last time they're going to have to face to see who's truly the champion for South Africa.
Listen, David, I feel like you're giving too much credit to Billy up to this point. I think he is an amazing player, but right now they aren't fighting to see who's actually the best, who's dominant in the region, because to me, you need to do it at least 2 times for it to count. Flukes do happen. I'm just saying, I hate to be the bad guy, and I love Billy. But as far as their background in general, first and foremost, I have to say, I absolutely love this region. A brand new addition to the Capcom Pro Tour. And one thing I'll bring up is the fact that because of the region being a smaller one, they actually often have to find their matches via Discord.
Yeah.
So they're actually a very tight-knit community down there. Not, you know, there isn't all the complaining and salt and ranked like Americans, not actually appreciating what we have over here. So amazing region. I'm glad that they're having this spotlight. We're going to see if Billy has actually conquered his demon.
Yeah, you know, now that you put it, you know, just seeing that Jobby M and Billy Date, you know, they were playing in sets, and then Jobby M definitely had the lead in the CPT, but Billy Date was able to pull through and was able to win the whole thing. So maybe we'll see something different from Jobby M, because, you know, he definitely looked at his matches, reflected on it, and be like, okay, you know, I see what my habits were. What can I do better here? So he is definitely going to be able to apply this in this season finals and see if he can take the dub.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just going to say it right now. Jobby M definitely has an advantage coming to this, because in the wise words of Brian F., He's playing a character that does all the neutral for.
Yes, sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
No, seriously though. I mean, like when we saw the grand finals of that event, Jobby M won the first set free. It was like 3-0. It looked like it was just going to be a domination, but you know, obviously Billy Date went through a bunch of different characters, Nikali, Zeku, but then I feel like the Ed kind of caught Jobby M a little off guard. But like you said, that's not going to happen this time. You know, Jobby M's going to come here and completely know how to fight Ed. He's not going to, you know, get caught off guard at this point in time. So if Billy Date can't figure out how to fight that, if he can't figure out how to fight the Karin very well, Billy Date is plumb out of luck and will be raising the white flag.
Was that on purpose, like plum?
Anyway.
Oh, jeez. All right, let's check in what's going on with the lounge. We do, in fact, not only have these folks who are up here with me right now, who are going to be providing analysis and commentary. We have a lot of other folks, thank goodness, as well. There you go. Taking a look at them, hanging out in the back.
Yo, doesn't Saints Afro just kind of work with that, with the aesthetic?
He's a good looking fellow.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the 70s type.
It just works.
Yeah, that's fresh.
I like it a lot. Yeah, look, James, you brought it up. I think that character selection here is a major part of this, and I'm not sure which way that's going to go. I mean, you're certainly right, Marine, that it's not going to be the case that neither one will come in having not game planned based on what happened
It's
before.
harder to game
So, you know, what character choice do you go with in that kind of case? Say that you're somebody, I mean, for example, Just Kid, you are somebody who plays multiple characters in tournament. How do you make that choice of which character to go with when you have already had results versus somebody and now you got to bring something new?
I mean, honestly, prep time, like anyone, is like scary to like almost anyone. Like Rob can for sure vouch for this. If anyone has prep time and they know your characters inside and out, you may not be able to counterpick.
Boy,
you don't even know. I'm just saying.
I ain't scared of no damn body.
But if I was in Billy's shoes, honestly, I would just play the character that I reside my heart with, because this is the finals, meaning that they know what you're gonna do, and if they go deep delve and lab your character and everything, it's like you can't pull secret tricks or anything. They may know them already, so it's like, why not? Why not just go with your heart and soul?
Well, look, we'll find out pretty soon what, in fact, they chose in terms of characters. Let's head over to the commentators again. We got Vicious and Tasty Steve ready to take the call.
I believe it is now Dr. Evil, as Logan Sama has so eloquently put it on Twitter, but I'll tell you what, we're having a very exciting match. You know, I think Just a Kid is a very valid point. When it comes to something like the finals, you would have to go with your heart and your best player, because at this point, there's really no tricks you could hide. But at the same time, I'm kind of curious, how long did it take Billy Date to really come up with an Ed like that? Who's to say he doesn't have another lab character in the rafters, right?
That's what I saw all those guys on the table talking about what character is going to be picked. I feel like that's the most important thing. Billy Data should definitely be his name. It should be Billy Data. It should be Billy Data, because I was watching him play. One of the things that I noticed is that he definitely liked to experiment in these sets. I feel like now it's going to be a lot more solidified coming in. Jabby M, on the other hand, has been the consistent, what my man F-Word say, the former best here. But I think that's the wrong call. I think the fact is that this rivalry, this sets up an even bigger meta for the set that we're about to watch right here for the finals. It can't get any better. I'm happy that we're seeing this kind of celebration of the region. And one of the things that happened this year that Rob pointed out is that things did go kind of slow, but it made the Street Fighter richer in a lot of these regions because of how we got things set up here. But here we go. Jabby M, Billy Data going at it in the first of 5 set here to represent the region. Here we go.
And you already see the biggest change right now. Jabby M going with the Chun-Li pick against Nikali. Billy Date, of course, wrecking people with that Nikali since his top 16. But Jabby M with the Chun-Li, who would have thought it?
You know, it's all about controlling the fundamentals. And this is exactly what I was mentioning before. The fact that we don't know what character we're going to get on either end. And this character controls the neutral a lot better than most. And I'm looking at the spreader characters as well. Oh, nice. Gets the jump out here. And still fighting. Nice stomp. Just the delayed and got the EX legs. And the pickup in the corner. This is not good. It's not over yet, but guess for your life. And that's the first round. And look at how fast Jabby M is playing this game, especially with a character like Chun-Li. Nikali is known for controlling the neutral, and we're not seeing any of that in this first game.
It's just so difficult when you have someone like Chun-Li who controls the neutral better. Billy Date going with a big counter poke from the Fierce and a very immediate tech from Jabby M, knowing the sense of urgency that Billy Date was under. Okay, this is going to be just fine. Does have the side switch from that anti-air. This is where Jabby M gets to control the neutral yet again. A
The
fierce in the
whip
face.
punish,
And
the
the roundhouse. You cannot jump in front of his face like
EX
that.
stomp, EX spinning bird. This is exactly what I was talking about in these sets now. Look at how far ahead they're reading and playing this game. They're about 2 moves ahead on the set right now. Oof.
And look at that. Jabby M is throwing out a lot of normals, but he does get caught with the low forward. Billy Date now on the move with the V-trigger. Currently harassing Jabby. But the fireball deters that offensive momentum. Forward throw now. Here comes all Jabby. Still finding
the stomp
time.
trade.
There
Oh my
it is.
God, go straight to the CA. And this is a bad start to the first day in dent is what we're going to see right here. Jabby M. Jabby M looking so good that first game, and the rebuttal from Billy Date is looking crisp. We're going in the first game, round number 3. Let's go.
That was 100% an expensive date. He spent all the bars
All
to
the
secure
money.
that round, which he had to, right? Chun-Li doesn't look like she's trying to play around. She's trying to get that build, but she has a full critical art herself. That is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the change up in the jump ins, but here comes the throw from Billy Date trying to lock her down. No, just wake up EX legs. Why not? It's not punishable.
Catches the backdash, gets the crush. Here's the throw to start it up again. And they go back to play this very, very important neutral game, and Nikali looking a lot stronger this time around.
We see a little bit of calm before the storm. Billy Date trying to get these strings in, but still Jabby M finding these low forwards most of the time. And speaking of low forward, Jabby M does get a counter in afterwards. The stomps to keep him plus, but now Billy Date in full control. The reversal missing the mark. This is going to be huge.
All right, this mix-up is going to be really important. But there's still plenty of meter on the side of
you're
Jabby
dead!
M. Oh my God! Yo! Okay, okay. Jabby M, you're in trouble. Billy Data bringing it back. Yo!
I get it. When you put the name together up on the screen like that, it looks like Jab him, but we saw
Yeah,
a Fierce
right,
instead. That was
right.
definitely a Fierce confirm into the trigger for the full critical art. Very well done. And either way, that's going to be a lot more pressure afterwards, right?
I was going to say, man, Billy Data, you were looking so, it was looking back and forth right there. But Jabby M, I got to say right now, the explosions are already coming out. But this is what I meant, though. These guys are playing so much further ahead now. I feel like they're taking turns in advance, right? Instead of just waiting for that offensive or that defensive exchange, they're just going straight to the offensive in some of these instances where you typically wait. And that's what you get from these rich matchups because these guys know so much about each other.
And we're going to see how that changes up. I think Billy Date might change it to a different character early just to kind of experiment, which would be kind of optimal. Not optimal per se, but it would be a good idea, right? If, say, you want to keep an opponent on his toes, like, yeah, sure, I have a Nikali, I have a Zeku, I also have an Ed. I kind of want to run the opponent through the ringer. But it's going to be what Just a Kid said earlier. He's going to be playing with his tried and true. It's going to be Nikali for game 2.
All right. Sticking to the Chun-Li as well. Oof. I'm digging the sticking to the same outfit, man, for this Chun-Li. We won't get to see it as much.
Yeah.
Nice fight out here, this corner. And instantly checking
Oh, he
a
still ran
lot of
into it.
these instances.
I was waiting for that. I didn't know if Billy Date had it in him to kind of jump over, but he ran into it anyway.
Oh, the
That is
jump in.
huge.
And so many different entrances. With Nikali to get in, there's the EX command throw. Oh, and once again, just stopping the dash up, checking with the low, using the EX to stop the momentum.
And look at that, just swinging away. Double counter hits. There wasn't a full conversion because he didn't have that meter earlier, but now it's going to be a whole different story. Jabby M just needs one confirm or an EX legs. It would have been better with the confirmed EX uppercut. Billy Date not afraid.
B-shift, gets out of danger. Needs to look for the Seismo here. Right now, Billy Date, once again, these situations where the neutral is to be called out, Jabby M has been in control so much, and it is not working out for this Nikali. Dive kick once again. We've seen a few chances where he's changed up that trajectory coming in on jumps. Ooh.
The roundhouse finding the mark. Jabby M still outside of that range. Back roundhouse to stop the dive kick. Changing it up completely to what the timing Billy Date wants to use when it comes to the airborne approach. The fierce counter pokes. He tried to get a command grab afterwards. It's your time now. Still gets thrown. I can't believe he actually stole his turn.
Good anti-air this time around. Using that back heavy kick. Wake up light punch DP. Wow.
Is that a throw then? Did Jabby M actually try to throw him?
Or
Back
nice
roundhouse
anti-air.
again.
Stays on the same side.
You're actually going to be taking a lot of damage, and more importantly, that corner positioning. Dash up and again, big crush counter.
Oh, yo, Billy Daytop. Back in the game right now, but needs his round. I feel like every round in the first of 5 counts because I feel like the longer it gets, you got a lot of games to bring it back. And if he gets down to that point where you feel like you can't, it's going to be hard. Right? These face cams, man, showing a lot of emotion up here.
Both of these players out for blood. I mean, we see how much is on the line with 5K for both.
I like
Mostly the pride of the region.
just slowing down the pace of this game right here.
Oh, yes. Good interruption there from Javi. The background house again! Billy Date has not been able to get these airborne approaches.
Yo, Jabby M getting a lot more consistent with these anti-airs and still in control of the ground game. The 4-minute punch finds its mark, and once again, Jabby M putting Billy Date on the ropes. This is not looking good so far.
I love how in the players' lounge, they were kind of shaking their heads two times over. Dang, we got double the trouble, huh? I like that. But, no, I mean, you could see the players kind of shaking their head when it came to Chun-Li. They're like, man, I can't believe he actually switched over. You went from Karen to Chun-Li.
Look.
You want to play auto-neutral?
Look, you're a Karen player, so you definitely playing as auto-neutral.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
So you're admitting to this.
Well, other players control the character way better than I do, but I definitely don't use my brain when I play Karen. That's just me speaking personally. Punk does it different. Rob TV does it different. I'm a whole different breed of Karen.
Okay,
I don't like to use
you're a little too wild. Okay, well, I see. Well, the
I like to
Chun-Li...
enjoy my game without thinking too much. It's like sipping a glass of wine and just relaxing with the homies. It's
Oh
just
my
like,
gosh.
I'm going to throw out this low, medium, casually.
First off, we all know Karen does get to play for free, but Chun-Li still has control of this neutral with a lot of good buttons, I feel like, especially when it comes to pacing. Necalli, a character we still don't typically get to see as much, but known to have that seismo for control and really be able to control the pace that way. But we're not really seeing it as strong on that side now.
No, not at all. I think right now Jabi M has been, that transition from Karen to Chun-Li, I think it's not a difficult one, especially with the game strategy or the plays he wants to make, especially with the normals presented. I will say for Billy Date, however, some of his stuff is a little outdated. It looks like he's been downloaded pretty significantly. There wasn't enough of the counter-poking game to help him out. When we talk about risk and reward, I don't think Necalli is the one to really get a big reward off of some of these counter hits as often, right? The damage output, sure. The corner carry, maybe, but it's not as consistent.
And we saw the V skill change right there. And as you can see right now, every time Necalli hits the ground, he's getting checked with a button at this point. And Jabby M really does have the matchup scouted, it seems. Look at how aggressive, how much he's harassing Billy Date and this Necalli right now. Oh, nice check, low forward, gets the activation right here.
And that's going to be huge, right? Pushing to the corner already. But Jabby has done a great job of getting himself right out of there. Case in point, look at the V-trigger activation too. We still have that on deck. Billy Date still stuck in his triggers. Can't even get an opening just yet.
That was an interruption. Push back to the corner. Whoa, there's the whip punish, and that's going to be that with the EX once again. How regularly Chun-Li has been using that to stop the momentum, especially from Necalli in the corner, has been amazing. Going to the second game.
Jabby M. One time, okay, the anti-air not available. Standing light kick, not as effective this patch or this season.
And right now, you can see Necalli switching up that approach. Reset throw right there, gets the crush counter sweep, and just lets it walk out. Maybe afraid of that spinning bird, that EX.
He's been beating that quite a couple of times now, but also getting these throw baits in. Billy Date now changing up the offensive sequences just a little bit. Too much to handle for Jabby in the corner. Again, with the interruption off with a low light.
Spending a lot of meter right there. Oh, wow. Don't know what that was. What a whip punish. Oh, my God. Okay, spins one more EX bar. Wow. And just look, just small pauses. Small pauses.
No.
And that's going to be it. Back at it again. Jabby M. Yo!
How many interruptions did we see from Jabby M when it came to Billy Date not having the meats, right? He did not have any of the meaties ready. Instead, he just let Jabby M get some of these free wake-up decisions.
I mean, we saw, remember I was like, yo, he's waiting to try to call something out. Maybe he's afraid of that spinning, that EX on wake-up, which you should be. You got to be able to successfully bait it out, though. It's a little hard with Necalli, but that's what Necalli does better. He's good at getting up close, forcing you to try to hit a button, getting to those big counter hits, and pushing you to the corner and forcing you to deal with it. If that never happens, if Chun-Li controls the game, you're never even going to see that part of the round.
If we ever see that kind of situation happen, let's say he's trying to bail out the spinning bird kick. Say he does it. He actually applies for the meaty. If you do get hit by the spinning bird kick, it's not even going to lead to that bad of a situation afterwards. Sure, you take damage, but is it better to take that in comparison to a low light into EX legs?
Exactly, yeah.
You gotta really think about it, right? Billy Date needs to sharpen it up, at least in his offense.
And this is exactly what I was talking about with these sets. The further you go down this hole, we're looking at 3-0 right now for Billy Date, and he has to do something drastic if he wants to make a read to get back in the set. Oh, nice. Gets the crumple on the V-scale, too, this time around.
And don't slip on the floor like that. In Las Vegas, you kind of grind.
The wet floor sign.
Oh, no!
Baits gets out the Dragon Punch. The EX at that. So now he's wasted one of his resources, took a lot of damage, and now you're stuck in the corner. Low forward activation.
Are you, though? Are you stuck in this corner? Billy Day does get the opening off of the trigger. A big interruption from Jobby fighting right back. Billy Day has not been able to keep the gaps closed on offense.
And look at the range he's controlling with Chun-Li as well. Oh, the backdash EX legs again. That should be it.
How did he know, Steve? How did he know to backdash in that instance?
Yo, Billy Date is going through it right now, and we're looking at the fourth game is in the bag for Jabby M if he does not make a mistake. Billy Date needs to change it up now. I'm not trying to go to the 5th game potentially having to deal with this. Lots of pokes, just not letting Nikali get anything started.
One of them is late for an appointment. Jabby M is just going through it. He's running the matches against Billy Date in free form. Okay, the anti-air wasn't there in time.
Okay. Man, that B skill too. That walk speed really does cause a problem for this B skill. So the switch over, I'm not sure was the best thing to do.
Yeah, and then what happens if he just walks up and walks?
Exactly. Chun-Li's walk speed, she got great buttons to reach, as you can see with that medium kick. Okay, activate. Discagadas baits out the EX and was not close enough to get it full confirm. Breaks the glass. This is not looking good. 4th game might be in the bag, Jabby M.
Oh boy.
Trade. Have I called it
The
too early
walk
though?
under 2. There was just so much space and time to react. Jabby M taking it against. How did Brian F get there? It was so fast that for Jabby M, even some of the players and the commentators just like, you know, this is not looking like a great deal for Billy Date.
You saw the lounge just kind of sucked all the air out of the room. You got everybody, this is getting kind of greasy. But once again, this is why the 5 set is important. This is why I said those 5 games really are important. You got 1 game to run it back all the way, no more losses, or it's game over.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I would love to see sort of a character switch. I would have loved to see it earlier, but at this point, I feel like it's the point of no return. I think you'd have to stick it out with Nikali.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't see a character switcher either. I mean, just think about the fact that you've already fought this guy enough to get to this. 4 games straight. You're going to change now? That's really not the route.
We've done that in our sets. We're like, yeah, we lost 4 games. I'm going to switch it up this one time.
I'm going to switch it up this one time and hope for a rebuttal. But these guys know each other. They've played each other in tournament and out of tournament. And like they already pointed out, they've been aiming at each other to play. So I'm really curious to see what the switch up is going to be, whether it's just strategy, whether it's a character.
I'll bet you a roast beef and cheddar he's going to switch characters.
Okay, deal. Roast beef and cheddar it is. On the line right now.
Let's go!
God. What the?
Let's go! Pay that man his money.
Oh, man.
In roast beef and cheddar.
Yeah, that was on stream. All right, I got to hold that. All right. Well, the Ed, another character we saw really change up the way the last set these guys played.
Very true.
Really did switch it up. So the character call out was very, very smart. Maybe he was waiting for this. Maybe he was setting it up for the big comeback.
But again, like statistically, I don't know if this is advised. I feel like this is ill-advised. Don't do this. But at the same time, Jabby M has had a lot of downtime to figure out this character. Maybe he picked Chun-Li out the gate specifically for Ed, right?
I mean, look, I'm just saying, if I'm one of the Billy Data shareholders, I'm advising against this. We need to not, I would not told him to switch characters at all. Already in the corner, here's the activation though. Ed definitely has the opportunity to do a lot of big damage though.
No, you're not wrong, right? It could be a big brain play for Head for Ed. You know, who knows? It's been working out since the last time they met. But I mean, as it stands right now, Billy Date, I think we're starting to see him put the pieces together.
All right, these projectiles really are making a difference in this matchup. Oh, gets the cross up and delayed it, but still gets the throw reset. Wait a minute though, Jabby M's still alive. Trigger on the table. Big activate right here. Oh no, this is not good.
He's in line for chip damage.
Yeah, he could just chip him out. And oh my God! With a pixel? With a fingernail on the life bar? This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Fingernail to the jugular.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Choking it up.
Nothing on the life bar. And this is why you don't wait till the last game to switch that character. You got to believe. And we're seeing a little better adjustments here for like the Ed matchup, right? But I feel like this is the character you should have saw a little early on in the set.
To be fair, though, I think Billy Date had it in the bag. He did have one significant drop towards the end of first round, and it had to be, you know, Jobby taking the momentum away from him. But as it stands right now, that's the confidence booster that Jobby needed. You could see Billy Date kind of flustered from that last round, not being able to get as much in neutral as what he did earlier.
checks him with the croucher jab.
He needs to finish his plate. He is getting some of these openings and just not making the most of it.
I feel like that might just be something coming from the character switch, man. It's still pretty early to the character switch. And something you want to build up to, gets to throw. Oh, big crush on the wake up. Okay. But CA on the side of Chun-Li. So you got to be careful and just outranges the low activation.
You know he's going for it too. Billy Date still taking to the skies. The anti-air still in full effect. Jobby M is looking for that one normal to get into trigger. He finds it off of a block either way. The counter hit, but still Jobby M does not convert. The jump out from Billy Date is going to be huge too.
Lots of trigger. You cannot take a hit right now. A confirm will take it for Jabby M. A confirm will seal the set for Jabby M.
I think for both, really, because both are in V-trigger. Billy Date, as soon as he gets an opening, it'll be it. Forward throw.
Oh my God! Finally the wake up EX! One more! Oh, he was not afraid of the EX to wake up with the jumps. Oh my, goes straight for it! Oh, and the raw CA to take it. Jabby M just barely in range. Billy Date almost brought it back, but you're too far and not soon enough. That's going to be the set. 5-0.
I was mad nervous when he came down with the lightning legs from the skies. I thought there wasn't going to be enough recovery. Then I saw the critical art happen. What also happened was that it caught Billy Date mid-dash. There was a recovery on the dash because there is a moment for Billy Date to EX uppercut through it. That was unfortunate, really unfortunate timing, but really smart from Jobby M. He saw Billy Date moving forward. He capitalized on that moment and secured it 5-0.
You know, you calling out that he might have been just prepared for the Ed and the entire time just, I mean.
It just so happens that it covers the
It just, you know, but regardless, look at what it did for your game. Like you said, floating with the legs to get over the projectile really did set up what we saw come from that set. 5-0 will be the result. I would love to hear what the analysts have to say with that. Let's send it back out to Ultra David.
Yeah, how about that? A 5-0 to start things out here as Jobby M takes it over Billy Date, who switches too late. Let's talk about it. Just a Kid, what do you think?
5-0 to start off the day. 5-0. I mean, look, we all thought we could have matches that'll go 5 or 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, all that stuff, but no. 5-0, and then Jaheim picks Chun. Out of all characters, like we've seen him pick Karen all day and win, and then he just says, I got a Chun. What's good? And then Billy goes to Nakali and then switches to Ed, and the Ed wasn't even enough. Bro. And it was like, oh my God, that was, I don't know what to say, wiggity washed.
It was a blow up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who Jaheim is. It sounds like an early 2000s singer, but I'll tell you what, Jobby M and the 5-0, the 5-0, not the 50 piece, not the 50 cent. Use a window shopper, mad at me, not like that. That's cold. But the main thing I don't understand, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, I play Chun. That matchup is trash for Nakali. It's actually horrendous. The normals are just too far. Nakali's normals are extremely stubby. I don't understand the thought process, but I'll tell you what. I feel like, you know, of course, the first match is a blind pick. But something that happens in tournaments sometimes, guys, you already know, is that even if you happen to play a bad matchup, if it ends up being close, remember that first game was actually very tight. So even though it's a bad matchup, that could have gave him some heart, some confidence. Maybe I can do this. But no, remember, you seen Punk's tier list. Nakali was in the pointless category, and I completely agree. It sucks. Much love to both of those champions. Congrats to Jobby M, but I do not like the matchup.
You know, it was not the best match, I gotta say, and to help wash that match out of our mouths, let's take a tasty bite of the replay provided by the Arby's Meaty Moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Yes. So it looks like we have Billy Date and Jobby M, and it was a clean 5-0. We see that he did pick the Nakali, and Rob mentioned that Nakali against Chun, very, very bad matchup. And you see that Chun-Li just wins throughout the whole thing. And man, it was definitely a wash, but hey, good matches to both of these two players.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think that's really important to point out is the mental aspect of this matchup right now, because I feel like Billy Date knows he was kind of the underdog, and he played like it. Because not only did he stick with the Nakali, I feel like longer than he should have. Yeah. The V-skill decision was
that was very dubious.
Like, V-skill 1 is Nakali's way of keeping up with Chun-Li's normals. And
Yep.
shout outs to the production. We've got the face cams up there. You can see how Jabi was just like pumping his fist the entire time. And like I said, I feel like Billy was, almost kind of just dumbfounded most of the time, just wasn't sure where to go.
I was gonna say, like, do you think that maybe like he picked Ed a little too late? Because we did see like changes between the Ed and Chun matchup where Jabi M was kind of playing a little more patient and just trying to like find things and trying to get around Ed, but no, it's scary to get around Ed's vicinity because he could just do like an upper or just kind of mess with you,
Yeah, so like I said, I mean, the thing, all the decisions that he made, going with Nikali, sticking with the Toulon, the weird V-skill, picking Ed at the very end, to me signified a lot of nerves and a lot of indecision. And on this kind of a stage, that can happen for sure.
And, one thing I want to make sure I add from a technical standpoint, when it comes to all characters in fighting games, there's something called win conditions. There's a general way that this character strategically, what you're trying to work to, a situation you're working to try to get most of your wins. With Nikali, you want to have CA. If you look at the way that Billy played his Nikali, he used most of his meter on EX stomps, which just led to either minimal damage off of a shimmy or just straight getting V reversal. So it's not really a great way to use your meter. When you look at optimal Nikali play, I would say that usually it's going to be V trigger, of course, and with that V trigger, you get a power up CA, low forward in the stomp, CA, you get Oki and everything. So not having CA is a rough spot.
Yeah, I agree with James that it seemed like there was a bit of a mental fog there that just didn't quite allow him to move forward. And, if you're somebody who is going outside and it's not foggy, if it's right outside where you're at,
you're not wrong.
And check out Game Gooder. Game Gooder knows that gamers go outside too. Channel your inner Chun-Li and kick some style butt outside while enjoying fun, functional, fashionable, and affordable Gooder Sunnies that offer 100% UV protection and polarized lenses in a lightweight frame that won't slip or bounce.
And of course, Arby's is a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Be sure to visit Arby's.com to order ahead at participating locations. True fact, people think Arby's stands for roast beef. It's actually founded by the Raffle brothers, and that's where Arby comes from.
Oh.
And you know.
And I know.
James
I
and
was there.
I
was there.
We've been talking about Arby's for many years, so it's super awesome to be able to actually talk about it here on stream too. All right. Well, look, Street Fighter Duel, the Capcom authorized mobile game, is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Follow Ryu, Chun-Li, and others to explore the mysterious organization, experience the classic stories with all your fighters, and recall your memories of the original Street Fighter. Counter, stun, combo, super! An impressive array of fighting elements and the innovative multiplayer combos offer you a new battle experience, challenging your strategy and control. A variety of PvP, gameplay, and tournament with in-game rewards will inspire you to fight. The Arcade Legends Reborn on the mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter. All right, well, we've seen one match. We have a lot more left. Coming up next is going to be Travis Styles versus Panda. We'll be back with that in just a little bit.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand after defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
So, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine. Easy mode too much? Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
We are back with the CPT 2021 season final. We've had one match so far. We have a swap. We got a whole bunch of new people out here, as we're going to be talking now about Australia going down and speaking about Travis Styles versus Panda. First, let's go to F-Word, who has a regional spotlight.
Two players who know exactly what it's like to get extremely close, only to just fall short. Heartbreak, disappointment. Feelings our two Capcom Pro Tour Australia competitors shared at the end of their respective CPT 2020 runs.
Insomniac is going to eliminate Travis.
Travis Styles would finish fourth in his region. Panda would finish third, eliminated by a familiar and ever-present foe, Insomniac.
Insomniac eliminates Panda in the run back, moving himself towards grand final.
And so it was written. In 2020, the glory belonged to Somniac and the exciting up-and-comer rumors. No strangers to the CPT Australia Grand Finals and forever immortalized under the lights of the CPT 2020 season finals.
Next rumors, your Capcom Cup qualifier for Australia.
But with true champions, the disappointment of yesterday becomes the motivation for tomorrow. And both Travis Styles and Panda would harness that motivation to go on convincing runs in the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 Australia events. Travis Styles would qualify with vengeance, racking up win after win and making it through top 16 and top 8 to earn his grand final spot, losing just a single game. But that game was to none other than Panda. And despite falling short 3-1 to Travis Styles in winners finals, Panda would make quite the run of his own, fending off several top players, including Shenken twice, to secure a much-desired run back with Travis Styles, but this time in the grand finals. With that momentum, Panda looked poised to finish ahead of Travis Styles once again. Would history repeat itself? But it's one thing to win a Capcom Pro Tour event. It's another thing entirely to win it in style. And that's exactly what Travis came to do. After defeating Panda 3-1 in winners finals, he took the run back in his stride, winning 3-0 and taking home the CPT 2021 Australia crown. Which brings us to today. Two players neck and neck, trading finishes at every CPT stop that comes their way. Will Travis Styles be able to defend his throne and prove that he is the rightful champion? Or will Panda take advantage of the run back and win the set along with the hearts and minds of all of us watching at home? There's only one way to find out.
Thanks to F-Word for chatting it up a little bit there. That was pretty cool. We are going to talk more about this matchup between Travis Styles and Panda, looking it up on fgcombo.com. There's actually 50% to 50% historically between these two.
Wow.
And yet it hasn't always looked like that. Brian, how do you feel about it?
That's actually shocking to hear considering how the CPT qualifier looked, but I'm not shocked too much because, you know, the Australian scene is actually a very established scene. We might not have seen too much of their events over the past couple of years, but I want to talk a bit about Travis Styles. He's actually the highest placing boxer main in the last offline Evo 2019, higher than myself, higher than Smug. So he's not only done work in Australia, but he's done work internationally as well. And Panda, he's the guy I think who represents kind of the new wave, the new blood in the scene, because he's kind of been a little under the radar for people not in tune with the Australian scene, but he was always the guy who people say, hey, look out for him. He's a Shoto master. He's up and coming with Akuma. But Travis Styles, that 50-50 stat, I feel like there's a bit more to the numbers there considering the recent history. He has a mountain to climb in this matchup. I mean, the CPT finals was 3-1 winners finals for Travis and 3-0 grand finals, and even beyond those numbers, it was kind of a wash. So I'd love to see what Panda brings to the table this time, having some new tech with Akuma in the matchup, but it's not going to be easy to say the least.
Yeah, this is definitely the Season 5 version of Boxer, where Rush Punch is pretty safe. So I'm wondering, you know, Kuma's stubby limbs, it's like, how can he get in? It's like Travis seems like the clear favorite here to me, and Panda's going to have his work cut out for him, especially in the neutral game.
I definitely think that's true. You know, just in terms of, again, recent history, the most recent match that's recorded here is actually an online match in a tournament, CW League tournament, that Panda took 2-0.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with that information, you have to think too, because we were talking about being the up-and-coming young blood. You know, you have to learn from your losses. You learn the most from your losses, and I think Panda, you know, kind of took that to heart. Losing, it was a pretty like dismantling experience. A 3-0 in the grand finals after coming all the way from losers, getting double jeopardy by the same guy doesn't feel good. So trying to get that 50% number a little bit closer, and you know, only more time will benefit Panda, but Travis, I feel like still has the advantage in this match coming up, especially with the changes to Akuma, and you know, a lot of the things Rog wants to do is incredibly safe in that matchup, especially with the stubby normal. Same. How do you feel?
Man, everybody out here talking to Rog. Listen, Akuma's still cheap. Don't let the Akuma players tell you anything different. He's still ridiculous. He's the Home Depot of Street Fighter V. Fireballs on aisle 6, Tatsus on aisle 12. He has everything it takes to get the job done. And I feel like if you're an Akuma player that, you know, has dropped on the side, you're mistaken. And someone like Panda, who has kept with the character, will find an answer. I believe that if you're sticking with a character that does take a little bit more work than other characters in some sequences and things like that, you're going to find answers. And I think today might be the day.
Art, you're somebody who has had experience in a matchup that Boxer wins. How do you approach a match like this? If you're Akuma, how do you approach? That is to say, a kind of not very good character, just like yours. How would you approach this match?
I mean, I would think like you have to get in and stay in and really make the offense count and like make Boxer guess, because you know, obviously like the range advantage favors Boxer. You know, he has a safe rush punches. Kuma has those stubby limbs, but if he gets in and stays in and puts Travis on tilt, like, you could give him some trouble.
Definitely. Oh, yeah, I agree with St. Cole here about the narrative about Akuma being super weak this season. I do think we have to speak about that a little bit. Like, people are saying that Ken is the best Shoto these days. There's an argument to be made there, but Akuma has not fallen off that hard. There are definitely better picks that kind of fit the sort of skill set that Akuma favors. So I can understand players moving on to other characters, but Akuma is not weak in Season 5. So he can definitely make the win in this matchup, but I do agree it's kind of all around the offense. Boxer outranges Akuma, but Akuma's plus frames definitely come into advantage here. That said, it's kind of also the damage output. Balrog hits very hard, and so I'll give a little bit of credit to Akuma players when they say, oh, I can't make any mistakes. You can make like 2.
All right. Hey, you're using that's against me, all right? I said that earlier. I was talking to this Balrog main over here. I was just, you know, divulging some of my feelings. It was like, I got hit by a tap by Balrog. 30% of my health's gone, and he's using it against me, all right? Akuma is still incredibly strong. This is going to be a momentum-heavy match that we're going to be looking into. If Akuma gets going, we know how scary this character is in the corner with V-Trigger, but we have to get to that point, because in an instant, if Raw, Akuma has to stay in. That is the narrative here. If Akuma gets zoned out and gets in that like money spot that Travis wants to control, it's lights out. I'm sorry. I don't care how strong Akuma still is. The boxer, he's the king of the ring.
Hold on, before you start downplaying a little bit too much, because you do play Akuma, you do have a lot of momentum, things that you can keep on, a lot of Oki situations and things like that he's got to worry about. Demon Flip, so strong.
It's
You
really
got
good.
EX bar. You can go far, all right? So now I'm going to tell you this. Your character's still good. Let's not downplay. Playing perfect, things like that can still happen. So Akuma, still strong, can still do it. And we still can see some matchup from Panda. I believe in you, Panda. I believe in you.
All right, well, we're getting close to getting that match going. And for the call, let's go over to a couple of folks who are just sitting right here next to me. I guess we took too long. Excuse me.
Wow.
Hello. Hello. It's James, Chen, and Marie.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Capcom season finals here. We are getting some great matches here, of course, and now we are moving on to the Australia region.
Gosh, yeah, this is gonna be so awesome because we did see, or you actually were there commentating it. You did see that we have Travis Styles going
they're
ham
gonna do
with
the whole match
Balrog,
now?
and then
after that,
Panda
it'll come
just
back
playing a
to
very
us.
strong
Okay.
Akuma. But
Yeah, so
if I remember correctly, Travis Styles kept doing all those tap reads and was able to win 3-0 over him, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing, is when we were, like I said, you said that, I was there commentating it. We were just blown away by how many turnaround punches over and over and over and over again.
Right.
And Panda kept trying to test him at that point, and he made it through so many, and we felt like it was almost like 100% tap landing rate. But as David pointed out, Panda did win their last encounter 2-0. So that's actually really important. See, I was wondering about that. I was worried about that. But, hearing that allows me to believe that Panda has made the adjustments here. And so I think we're going to get a much closer match than a 3-0 that we saw in the grand finals of the qualifiers.
Of course. Yeah, definitely. And he will definitely use his previous matches to see what he did wrong against Travis Styles and see how he can apply it. Pretty good assumption that he will probably stick with Akuma here. And there it is, sticking with Akuma.
Yep, again, and we're gonna see. So again, Travis was also going with V-Skill. I think in the winner's bracket, he defeated Panda with V-Skill 1, and then in the grand finals, he switched to V-Skill 2, so I don't know if he was trolling. Oh, I'm sorry, Trigger 1 and Trigger 2.
Yep.
So I'm not sure if he was kind of trolling him or something like that, but we'll see how this plays out here, going with V-Trigger 1 and V-Skill 2.
Yeah, so Panda just going very strong, especially in the corner, keeping Travis Styles in the corner. It's really scary to be in, but this is a really good situation for him to be. Travis trying to inch things out. All right, there we go. There's the opener.
That's one of the classic ways to get out there. Throw out that EX dash punch, plus on block as well. And now back to the neutral here, so this is good, but there we go. Plus frames with that V-Skill charged. And this is the thing, right? So if you're trying to fight against Balrog, the whole dance is to make the jab dash punch either whiff or be too close so that you can punish it. Nice dive kick!
He tried to go for the sway.
Okay, here we go. Opportunity! He tried to throw, I think, and Travis called it out. This should be able to kill.
Oh my gosh, yeah, just that last hit. Just killed it just like that.
Whew, boy, I was almost scared that it was not going to kill at that point. But there you go, round 1 to Travis.
Yeah, and Panda just having a 1-bar resource. Oh, going for the dive kick. All right.
Yeah. And now trying to push Travis back into the corner like Arturo was saying. You really kind of have to take the offense to Balrog if you can knock him down. Same story for a lot of characters in Street Fighter V. Powerful offense, but very weak on defense.
Yep, and there we go with the counter hit coming from Travis. This is going to be really good for him. And of course, inching him into the corner, Panda really close to stun, jumps around to get that depleted.
Yeah, that's kind of an unfortunate situation because there was that side switch, but then Panda went for the back throw and put Travis back into the center instead of trying to keep that corner position. That's usually a sign of kind of a
Okay, so I was actually watching this, and we've seen him do that so many times where he did win the grand set in the CPT Australia online tournaments.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, just seeing it right there, I'm like, okay.
That wasn't even
this
through
guy's
a
memeing
fireball.
or something. Yeah, exactly.
Just like,
He's like, I'm just gonna do it.
Gonna do it. Well, you know what? -2. It's all good. It's all good. Safe on block. So, But there you go, Travis taking game number 1. But, as we mentioned, Panda did win the last time 2-0, and it was a very close match. So, the key here, again, the hardest thing about a first to 5 set is if you start getting too far down, like we saw in the last set, it can get to you and you start making some wrong decisions.
Yeah, it messes with your mental game for sure, but it's sometimes better to just kind of sit there, chill, and see what you can do, because you have a lot of time on the clock. Remember that.
Yeah, so right now, I think this is really important for Panda, and I like this. Come out of the gate strong. Try to win a very solid round and a solid game. Get it to 1-1, and that will up your own confidence there.
Right, and I like how Panda's just not overcommitting, and especially with the life lead.
Okay, and yep, I think Travis was expecting the throw. So again, there's that Street Fighter rock, paper, scissors, the throw, meaty shimmy.
Giant game ball.
And that time, Panda, I don't know what's attack. I guess that's rock, or is that scissors? I don't know. But it's one of the options, and he went for the attack. Travis, I think, suspecting throw. Oh, no.
Ooh, and of course, get a corner carry. And of course, use that bar just to get that opportunity to keep Panda in the corner. And the anti-air with the dive kick.
And there's the plus frames again on the charged up dash punch. Okay, and again, using the EX. So you can see Travis trying really hard to make sure he's keeping his dash punches.
Yep, there we go.
safe
The
as
counter hit
possible.
jab in too.
Yep. Oh, God, wake up buttons. Not scared at all.
And again, like I mentioned, with that life lead, it's okay to be a little risky, to do something that you want to do. But hey, Panda's still alive, going for the grab, slowly putting Travis in the corner. The fireballs, no sway coming from Travis. And here it is to the V-trigger activation.
Yep, and now, okay, not going to go too much pressure, actually. He just backed off a little bit, maybe trying to make sure that Panda's V-trigger meter runs out, and this was something that Travis had on deck the entire time of Grand Finals, was the anti-air medium kick. He was so good at sniping Panda out of the air.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and look at Panda just having all those resources too, and Travis just trying to keep his distance. Don't want to go in too hard, but Panda, whoa, the low forward, but no confirm though.
Yeah, no single hit confirm. Very hard to do. Oh, nice.
Oh!
And yeah, just not giving him a chance to breathe now. Oh, it worked. The B-skill worked out for him.
And it's so risky to be skill in the corner too. You'd think that Travis would definitely punish him for that, but he probably wasn't ready for that. He's ready for that though. He's ready for that.
Oh no, there we go. Number 1, turnaround punch through the fireball. Don't test him, Panda. Don't test him.
All right, V reversal. That's really good just to break the momentum that Panda has.
All right, backs off a little bit, tries to go in there, and again, that demon flip, the Swiss Army knife of special moves, it does everything. Yeah. But Travis, always ready with that standing medium kick. You can't get away with these surprise jumps and demon flips.
Yeah, like, he did the demon flips twice, thinking that, oh, I'll be able to get around him. But Travis, again, was super ready for the anti-air and knew that it was going to come through. I see these guys are enjoying the match, too. Look at them.
Oh, man. Almost kind of wish I could hear what they're talking about here, how their approach, what their thought process on this match is again. But shout outs to all the dudes and all the people in the lounge right now having a good time. Having a good time. I hope everybody at home is having a good time. And I know Travis is having a good time right now. He's up 2-0. And again, if he wins this, he will be another $5,000 richer.
I know. Like, when you think about it, he's like, I don't know, I just been, just punching and swinging my things through, and it works out in the end for him. Yeah. But I know that Panda definitely has a plan formulated in his head. We'll see how it goes here.
Yep. And again, one of the things that Panda has to do right here, really try to be very careful. See, right now, there was just a lot of crouching right there, not a lot of moving. And you have to be very mobile against him. Okay, using the V-skill one parry.
And again, he does it again. He's so prepared for that, but Panda prepared again to return the favor.
Right. This is interesting here because I get it. You don't want to stop doing demon flips.
Travis! Yo, he got jokes. He got jokes. I'm sure he's jesting with all those setups.
Oh, man, that's the second time. He knows that fireball, the cancel into the fireball is not a true block string. I believe he was going through that on a cancel. And here we go, using the EXDP to bust out his Panda. And now there's the single
That
hit.
was a really good confirm right there, especially how spaced out that was too.
Yep. Single hit confirms one of the higher level skills in Street Fighter V these days.
Barging his way through, does not want to stay in the corner. Travis. Oh no! That was a great jump-in opportunity for Panda. Grab in.
Oh no, he missed his
grab out.
Okay. Beat the turnaround punch. No turnaround punches for you.
Oh, that's going to be huge, and that's going to kill.
That wasn't even a combo. He caught the fireball really high up, and I think Travis was thinking that he was going to be plus.
Oh, yeah.
But it's so ambiguous, you're not really sure. I think he touched the button, but Panda actually did have the plus frames and was able to take it.
I feel like in those kind of situations, it's like, oh man, do I want to press a button here? Because I know I'll get hit.
Right. There we go, charges up again. Oh! And oh no, goes for the damage instead of recharging the V-skill.
Oh, tries to go for the whiff punish on the low forward, but doesn't work out in his end. Oh my god.
Okay, there we go. Bust himself out of here. Gonna go for the DP. Now here we go. Meaty, crouching, strong.
Oh, and I like how the fireballs or whatever were too fast for him to anti-air.
Dude, Travis's anti-airs, oh man, he's so good at that.
Oh yes, he is. And Travis, look at his defense too. Doesn't want to overcommit because things can change really quick.
Oh, nice. Okay, here we go. This is the opportunity here, and you don't have to worry about EXDP wake up.
Yo, Travis Styles going 3-0 over Panda. He's really about to take him to Macca's right now. He's about to take him there.
Oh,
get him a Happy Meal. Did you see? See, like we were talking earlier, where like he is so down to just do those taps, do those sways, and just get through it because he's like, what if this hits? What if?
I mean, Travis is probably thinking to himself, yeah, this is gonna hit.
He's like, I have the health lead. I'll be fine.
Yeah, and yeah, so far, I mean, in the grand finals of the qualifiers, the tale was the tap going through the fireballs, even though we've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah.
Now it's just some raw taps all of a sudden out of nowhere. And yeah, this is looking pretty dominant by Travis Styles right now. So even though Panda won the last one, maybe Travis Styles was playing the long con, you know? He's like, let him build up his confidence.
And again, I want to add is that like some of the things that you don't expect that to happen, but again, Travis has been doing that over and over again. You think that Panda would be able to expect that and kind of be ready for it.
All right, gets out of the corner. And Akuma's one of the better ones at punishing people for jumping out of the corner, but I still think Travis would prefer being out of the corner and losing that life. Oh, God, again, the wake-up button. And now, all of a sudden, almost to the corner.
Yep, it has all the V-trigger on deck, too.
Oh, yeah, punish that. There we go. Panda with a chance.
Oh, he tried to do it again, but goes for the V-trigger activation just to be safe, but V-reversal on Panda's end. Awesome, awesome decision.
Yeah, I really like that V-reversal decision. Oh, but it's punishable. That's punishable. Plus frames.
Oh, goes for the grab.
My
That's gotta sting, dude. Oh my god. Now you gotta do that all over again.
Remember how I said Panda can't let himself get into too far of a deficit. That's what's happening here, and then you have a close round like that, and Travis comes back. That's tough on the mental stack right there.
Ooh, low shimmy gets the counter hit off of Travis. Travis building that stun. Oh, and here's the stun.
Okay. And you know, I mean, if you're Travis, you're gonna lose this round, but I mean, you see him right there? He's just like kind of nodding his head. He's like, you know what? No big deal, no big deal.
Or he's like just nodding to do more taps, more taps. And just phase one footsies, and here it goes with the explosive footsies coming from Travis, and a corner carry too, and look this time.
And that's the thing, like I said, if you're fighting against Balrog, you gotta be really hard to read back and forth, but the low EX rush will catch you if you're walking around too much, just like that.
I call that the certified jump scare, because you don't even see that coming. Oh, he gets hit by the fireball.
Dude, that was actually kind of sick.
It was.
All right, to the corner. Oh, here we go, throw. Pressure now.
He's saying very patient. Oh my gosh, I wonder if Travis might have been waiting for V-trigger activation, because I know in that situation, V-trigger activation can get you that comeback factor where it's like, okay, now it's my turn to turn this around and win this. but he definitely could have veered for someone. I guess he didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, but this is, I feel like for a momentum purpose right now, this is good for Panda here. Now, obviously, you know, he's down still 3-1, but I do feel like getting this game in is going to be really important because, you know, we during the start of the show, you know, I know Rob and a bunch of the guys were talking about just like one game at a time, one round at a time, kind of thing like that. But you know, that's how Panda has to approach this now. He's got one game in here, just concentrate one round at a time. And so here we go.
All right, and again, 3-1. Look at that. Good progress. Taking some time. Oh, tried to go for the anti-air, but doesn't work out.
All right. Oh, what? That's a combo? What the heck? I don't know what happened there. Might have been just a little bit too late of a cancel on there.
Doesn't get the check off of him, but backing out. Travis waiting to get him off the air.
Yeah, still has the anti-air on point.
There we go, V-trigger activation ready for Travis. Panda, no.
There's the Tokido, that stand light punch check. One of the most powerful tools that Tokido used to have as a former Akuma player.
I think Tokido just like plays everyone now.
True. Yep. And again, the spacing by Travis has been so good. Making sure these dash punches are all at ranges that Panda hasn't been able to punish a lot of them. Yep, and if you back off, that's going to give him the chance to charge it up and get these plus frames. There it is again.
He's just
plus
waiting.
frames.
Yep. He's just waiting for Panda to just kind of like walk up to him and try to see what he can do. He definitely wanted to activate V-trigger and try to get some things going, but Travis denied all of that. Yep, whip punish on the way down. Counter hits.
Again, more counter hits.
Catches on the EX Fireball. And
Dude,
again, like you said, anti-air's on point.
Dude, people know my anti-airs are awful. I'm so jealous of Travis right now.
It's just that consistency can really get you far in the game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, see, he tried again, but of course, the dive kick has that little bit of a pause, so that can make it hard. But again, even if he dive kicks that standing medium kick, it's so high up in the air that he's not going to be able to combo off of it. Oh, gonna punish the V-break.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's worth it because you're putting yourself in the corner, but misses the grab coming from Panda. We're waiting. Jump, anti-air. Panda got the anti-airs too. No!
Oh, he went for the throw, and on the V-shift, usually if you whiff the throw, you have the recovery time to be able to punish the V-shift, but he was just a little slow, and Travis Styles got through there, and now Travis up 4-1. This is looking dire.
It really is looking dire because, you know, when Panda won that first, or the match for himself, I feel like things were starting to turn around. You know, we did see some adjustments. We did see like what he could do to get through Travis's shenanigans, but he's just going ham, really going ham.
And Travis right now, he's one game away. Again, it looks like when it's a CPT environment, Travis just goes to another level or something, just kicks the gear up a little bit. I mean, look at him right now. He has got serious face right now.
He definitely wanted to turn this over so he could turn it to a 5-1 for sure, but Panda, we can't count him out yet, still alive, could definitely turn things around.
And here's the thing, the interesting part is when you have this kind of a deficit, a 1-4 deficit, the reason why you try to take it one round and one game at a time, because if you win one game and then you win another game, now all of a sudden the nerves start to hit the player who was in the ahead, like, oh my God, is this happening? No, I gotta win this now.
Yep, exactly.
So much of fighting games is mental.
Oh, and there it is! He was waiting for it. He saw it charging.
Yep, the projectile invul. Turnaround punches, coming out and doing the work.
Yeah, he doing a little dance. He's like, hey, man, let me win this real quick, please.
Yeah, dance like a butterfly, sting like a bee, I think it is. Oh!
Eesh. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. And that's gotta hurt, too! Look at that!
Okay. Gets the knockdown here. Little damage, but hopefully, oh boy. Yeah, punish. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be really big for Panda because look at that crazy corner carry. The reversal, nothing on his side. Panda still alive, gets the whip punch off of that. Is that gonna kill? No, Sliver.
Oh no! Oh no! Not like this. Okay.
Oh no,
Here we
backing
go.
away.
Okay, he got in there. No anti-air. Doesn't throw yet. And wow, what a tech by Travis!
11 seconds on the clock. Travis! He is on match points right now.
That was amazing reaction. He saw the dive kick whip and had the wherewithal to punish the landing delay. Oh my goodness. And there we go. And you know what? He'll take that trade. And again. Dude. And here he goes. Gets the counter hit in there. That's punishable. Yep. Side switch with the EX demon flip. Okay, yes.
Oh no. Yep, the whip punish her.
Yeah, Travis was so confident that that was going to hit that he went autopiloted into the V. Oh, whoa. Oh, God, I thought that jump was going to hit him.
Panda dropping all that food and trying to eat it back off of the floor. Let's see what we can get from here.
No.
Panda, he ate his food. He ate his food off the floor. We got it.
No anti-air this time. We had mentioned that Travis has been really good about anti-airing the demon flip, but now Panda actually catching him off guard a couple of times with those demon flips. And that's the thing, it might be a sign, a little bit of nerves for Travis. There we go, there's that turnaround punch again.
Oh, I wonder if he knew that the dive kick was coming and he was ready to charge that anti-air in.
Yeah, but I like that Panda was willing to dive kick at that range to make that the screw upper whiff like that. But again, if he dive kicks at that, we've also seen Travis Styles punish it on landing as well, so it's not necessarily a safe mix-up for Panda. But Travis Styles still on exhibition point. There's that anti-air, okay.
They're just doing a little dance, both players having critical art on deck, but Panda really wanting to activate that speed trigger. But he's scared of the tap though. He's scared of it. I would be scared too.
I think everyone's scared. There's something about the tap that when it hits you, it just feels so scary. Okay. Travis trying to find the one hit in the super perhaps to take it.
Yep, 30 seconds.
Travis! I can't believe. Look, at the grand finals of CPT, Jeremy said he's gonna end it with tap. And you know what?
God.
He was right again. He ended it with tap again. He had to end it in true Travis Styles fashion. I actually don't believe Styles is his real last name. I think he just calls himself that because he likes styling on people.
You know what?
And he did it with
I'm just kidding. like that was too crazy because I feel like that's like his meme finisher where it was so intense. It was getting to 13 seconds on the clock. And all of a sudden he does the
he dashes up into the turnaround punch saying, you know what? Remember what I said before? This gonna hit.
Yeah,
and that
it definitely is gonna hit.
And that is exactly what he did. So Travis Styles is gonna take it over Panda 5-1. He's going to end up with $10,000 total, winning Capcom Cup and now winning this exhibition. Congratulations. I mean, any last thoughts on that match?
Travis, I don't know what to say, but why? But hey, again, you know, Panda, like, you played so well, and especially to get this far too.
Of course.
Seriously, super good on your end, and I hope to see more of your Akuma in the future.
That's right. But let's now throw it back to Ultra David and the analyst desk to see what they have to say about the match.
What a finish right there by Travis Styles, who was charging turnaround punch for so long. I don't think I saw him press the stand roundhouse button. I don't think I saw a roundhouse in the entire set. It was amazing that he prioritized that. Brian, I'm really glad that we're starting off with you here because I want to know your thoughts about that and the rest of the match.
I'm so happy you pointed that out because that means you're clearly paying attention to what's going on. Travis is the textbook Season 5 V-Skill 2 meta Balrog right now. And yeah, you're correct. Not a single heavy kick, not a single heavy punch because he is holding, he's a pad player. He has his left hand on the macro right there, the V-Trigger macro, holding that tap before it even says fight. He's charging it and he's holding it for the right opportunity. What that gives him access to is anti-fire fireball strings. If Akuma cancels to a fireball without paying attention, the tap might come through and blow him up. It gives him spacing traps, and of course, as we saw with the finish, it can potentially just be a ticking time bomb, charging for the final tap for the damage and the plus frames. And look, Japan has been talking about Pugera being the guy with V-Skill 2 and tap, but I gotta say, Travis has been a proponent of tap for a long time, even before the Season 5 with V-Skill 2, and we just saw him put it to textbook usage right there. It was just too powerful. Couldn't handle it.
Bro, tap 5, tap 7, tap final.
Yeah.
And then not only that, it's good you brought that up, but not only that, his anti-airs were on point. You know, he was getting TP into VS2 so much of the time, and it was just steamrolling with the pressure. And like, not only that, when the Akuma got started, he had that anti-throw tap ready. Any gap, boom, 70%, done.
Yeah, it was definitely a situation where we saw Akuma was trying to get the steamroll going, tried to do the red fireball and the V-trigger activation. We saw the roundhouse stack come through and just obliterated every ounce of momentum that Panda wanted to get. And it got to a point where he just started getting hesitant. He started running away from the corner, had its convincing lead, one more touch situation, but just didn't want to take the risk because Travis was mopping the floor with him. And, you know, I don't know how you come back from that. I wouldn't want to play Akuma in that matchup anymore.
That last tap was tasty. Let's turn on that fountain tap again with a look back through the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meats.
And we definitely had a lot of beef up in this match because Travis was wilding, styling, profiling out here with that ball rog. You saw a lot of the anti-Akuma play in play right here, anti-fireball stuff, and as well as was watching out for the activations, denying the sweep off the feet and things like that, staying away from these pain points. Back to Panda's side, though, would have loved to see tighter energy in the corner. We saw him back away, and you would point this out, Jake, a little bit of fear.
Yeah, the fear right there was a crucial part of how Travis was able to run away with this, because when we saw Panda be able to get some momentum, you know, feeling confident about the throw loops here, in the corner, it looks all great for Akuma, but Travis did not let that get him down. That was the one game he was able to win with the stun right here. Continues to fire back, and even though Panda got that pressure and got this round, Travis stayed composed the entire time.
Very true, very true. It really required Panda to lock in and win with that one momentum sequence. If that didn't lead to a KO, that was it. It was back to neutral, and the movement in neutral, I want to point out, Travis was so mobile the entire time, which left Panda insecure about what range to approach at and stand at, which let him just get raw V-Skill 2 in neutral, and that, you know what happens when he has V-Skill 2? It's a done deal neutral at that point.
Yeah, he's doing a great job stopping any forward advancing moves. Even right there in that clip, you know, with punishing that dive kick with the low strong, that's such great space control. You know, love to see it there from Travis. Well played.
Yeah, I felt that towards the end of it, it seemed to me like Panda was a little bit out of it mentally. There were some decisions that he made, as you guys alluded to, that felt to me like they were of desperation almost, you know, kind of going back to the same well a few times, even after they had been really shut down. Something that we saw even towards the beginning when he was maybe jumping a little bit too much, too many demon flips, and towards the end, I felt like that kind of stuff was coming back up too. Maybe it was nerves. I don't know. What do you think?
I think it comes down to a little bit of nerves, and then you want to get a great showing, especially in the run back. It was something that you lose the first time in a pretty convincing fashion on the winner's side, and then it's the same thing in grand finals, and we saw a very similar show here today. So Panda had something to prove, and you know, when you're nervous in that situation against, especially when Travis has the lead, it's really hard to come back from that.
Well, congratulations again to Travis Styles for taking it right there. Very impressive play. Look, as someone who started going to locals in Magic the Gathering way before I was going to locals in fighting games back in the 90s, this next one means a lot to me. Your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards at secretlair.wizards.com. For the first time, Chun-Li, Ryu, Ken, and more iconic characters are transformed into powerful cards perfect for your collection. Watch the Saturday broadcast for the reveal of Secret Lair X Street Fighter's exciting secret card.
And if you want to watch your favorite Street Fighter V characters slug it out in the game, we've got some more action. The Japan Open is a 1v1 tournament held on March 12th and 13th. It's going to be super sick. As you see on the screen, the players are there. There's going to be more in store. And guess what? Your boy going to be on the mic for that. So make sure you catch it on Capcom Fighter's Twitch channel and don't miss it.
We've also got some news about a dream collaboration between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. The collaboration will go live around the end of March with Ryu, Chun, and other popular characters from Street Fighter V joining King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Again, Ryu, Chun, and other characters are being prepped for the collab Additional info will be revealed through the official KOF social media. Check it out. Look forward to it. Also, please look forward to the next match that we're going to have coming up. We're going to head over to China. Stick around for that.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
One. Fight.
Let's go! After it! Fear my strength! Have a taste of this! Don't take this personal! I'll show no mercy! This is for my fellow hunters!
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this!
Lock and loaded, it's time for war.
Can't start a show without the star.
This is the path of my destiny. Come on, let's turn up the heat. About time to finish this. See what I'm really made of.
I'll show you.
It's time for war. How do you like this?
It's time for war.
That is the truth of what you must seek.
So we're going to be swiftly moving on to our next exhibition, which will be from the Chinese region. And I got to tell you what, I'm excited about this one, really excited about this one, because the best player in the region, for me personally, Ding Changqiu, will be going up against Zhou Yanghao.
I'm really excited about this as well because Ding Changqiu has had an incredible rise of success. You think of the last few years, you think of China and you think of players like Xiao Hai, but realistically, the last couple of years in which DCQ transitioned to taking Street Fighter seriously You know, he's really consistently leveled up, and I've been so impressed by that. But getting that win in such an emphatic way as well, I'm so impressed. But Zhou Yang-ho is another player that I didn't really know anything about until I saw the performance in the CPT.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal performance. He came second place, and I mean, he just had to go through that like horde of Urian players from the winner's side to the loser's side to the grand final
love
as well.
them some Urian in China.
I'm telling you, man, that is the region for that Urian gameplay. And then just to give you guys that quick stat, despite coming second place against DCQ, I'm going to shorten his name, against DCQ, he only won the one game against him in winner's final and grand final. So that's how you know Ding Chongqing
3-1-3-0. It's very interesting as well because recently there was an online event in Shanghai. DCQ won that, beating VX Bao in grand finals in the Urian mirror, of course. They love them some Urian. This matchup was quite interesting as well because Chun-Li is very frustrating for Urian. Her long-range normals, specifically her heavies, her fierces and her roundhouses, are very difficult for Urian to interact with.
But even then, you say it's frustrating, but I feel just with just a confliction there. It's with Ding Chongqing's style, the solidity, the efficiency. He can find a way, because I remember when I first watched him, I said, I don't know what's fantastic about your gameplay, but you're amazing.
It's just getting the job done.
Right. So I feel, again, another matchup that could be quote-unquote frustrating, a torrid time psychologically in certain aspects, I feel he'll be able to overcome this one and definitely keep that title as the best in the region.
I think so as well. It's looking like a very exciting matchup. So I know the guys in the studio are ready and waiting, so let's throw it back to them. Next up, it is going to be China representing here at the season final.
Love seeing those guys. Thanks to the UK folks for being part of this as well, of course. Wouldn't be the same without them. Let's talk about this match as they just kind of teed it up. What do you think about how the matchup looks, Chris?
Yeah, so I think this matchup is pretty interesting. You know, Zhou Yang-ho, he has obviously ran through a ton of Urians in the first CPT. Like, I don't remember how many games of Urian. It was over like 20 games or something. So, you know, going into this match, you know, he beat every other Urian in that bracket except for DCQ, so he's probably preparing a lot, not just specifically for the Urian Chun matchup, but preparing specifically for DCQ himself, trying to figure out his habits. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see what he brings to the table in this match.
Chris, the first thing that I want to say, since I have you here on the desk, is that I sincerely apologize for any trash talk because I did not know that you were only 20 years old. I mean, I feel like that's bullying at that point. So I sincerely apologize. Your voice confused me.
I'm sorry. I don't know how you didn't know, though. You met me when I was like 15 or something.
Yeah, I feel like you sound like you look 30.
Hey, for somebody as old as Rob, years just fly by.
Is that a compliment that you said he looked like 30?
Well, I don't think it is.
It's a bad It's a Batman reference. Okay,
all right.
As far as the actual matchup, of course, you brought up the experience that they have at this point, but I'll tell you guys what, in the end of the day, DCQ, Ding Chongqing, I first actually saw his play at the Intel World Open, and that guy is actually my favorite Urian player to watch alongside my boy Rushdown from here in the United States. He's so solid, but the most important thing, I feel like, is his confidence. We can analyze all the gameplay that we want, but there's a specific moment that happened in CPT where he goes up against Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai in his pre-match quote says, "Easy cake," as if he's about to smoke him. DCQ goes on to smoke him and smoke everyone in the tournament to win, and he goes on Twitter, and what does he tweet, David? Easy cake.
Pretty good.
Pretty good, I gotta say.
I think it was actually 21 Urian matches that Zhou Yang-ho played. Literally in the top 16, he fought Urian, and Urian, I think. He did not fight a single other character. And you know what? Guess what he has to do today? He's got to fight another Urian. But again, you know, China, you could almost see, you know, they, the UK boys are saying that China has a lot of Urians. They also have a lot of anti-Urian strategy. We saw a lot of, like, they were some of the most consistent at blowing up the EX chariot tackle, like before the second hit. Like first one whiffs and then
the whiff
blow it up.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Zhou Yang-ho, I mean, he beat every Urian except for the one, but
And he did, right? He did beat every Urian except for the one. But it's all about what makes Ding different, right?
Yes,
As DCQ.
exactly.
And go back to Rob was talking about with the confidence. This man, the way he plays, the way he manipulates his opponent. If you go back to that grand finals and watch up against Zhou Yang-ho, he actually just walk backs constantly and baits him into going with fireball or stand fierce and gets big punishes off of it. Like, for keys to victory, in my mind, is not committing heavily for Zhou, as well as staying aware of that stand heavy punch range. Ding is so good at counter hitting, like counter punching Chun-Li, those big long normals that we talked about that Logan mentioned, right, that are usually so good. Urian can counter hit those with stand medium punch. He just somehow beats him to the punch by a few frames every time.
I have to say, bro, I feel like as another key to victory, I would love to see Jo Young Ho actually save some meter for CA, especially in this matchup. I'm not just talking about as far as general Street Fighter strategies. It's because of the fact that Urian's Aegis is a big part of his win condition. You know that it's coming. It's extremely strong. Not much you can do about it. However, when you have CA as well, Chun-Li is one of the characters that has the easiest time in the entire game as far as actually converting into her CA.
True.
That stand fierce, it changes the whole matchup. So I don't want to see a whole lot of EX legs, combos, and all of that. Save that CA outside of specific situations, in my opinion, and he has a better chance to close out.
And after reviewing the grand finals one more time, I need him to jump an EX tackle. Like, I do not remember him jumping an EX tackle ever.
Or
yeah.
at least back heavy kick or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So hopefully we can see some of that to combat just the raw, overwhelming power of Urian.
All right, well, lots of things to expect in this match here. It's going to come up very shortly, and let's go up to the commentators. As you can see, it looks like, well, I'll let them introduce themselves.
We've been expecting you, chat. Myself and Dr. Evil and Carl are present to watch. What a wonderful match. The best Urian in the business. Easy cake on Ding Chun-Chu versus Jo Young Ho. The Urian Slayer needs one more to get on the board to get that 5,000. Or maybe Ding Chun-Chu is going to get that sweet, sweet 10K after winning both events.
I mean, we're probably going to call him Ding Chu if he manages to eliminate this Chun, right? I mean, that might be the case here because he's been on a tirade, to be quite honest with you. The amount of Urians that Joe had to go through, I feel like doesn't amount to the one that qualified in that first place spot, right?
Yeah, it's definitely all the pieces of the puzzle were there, but you were looking at like a 500-piece puzzle you're making, and the Ding said, I'm the 1,000-piece. Even if you finish this one, I'm bigger and better. And that's exactly what we saw at the end of the CPT because his Urian was calculated. His Urian created space, created opportunities, and we're going to get to see if Jo Young Ho is going to do exactly what Ringe pointed out, go to the sky a little bit more, be a little bit more cognizant of that standing fierce, and already, feeling comfortable in this neutral game.
Doing a great job so far by keeping Ding Chun-Chu away from some of these normals, right? Joe just in the right range for some of these fierces to connect, but DCQ still trying to work his way through against those normals, right? He's slowly kind of hovering around some of the mediums and some of the fierces, now finding these moments to get the jump in. That was huge!
Yes, into
all
the
off of the reaction into that fireball punish.
Yeah, and now in the corner, Ding feels fantastic. A couple of resources already had to be used for Jo Young Ho. No life lead to be had, and this is so scary. You cannot afford to give him another jump in. The dash forward with confidence. Ding is looking just as good as before. The strongest of the Urians, leader of the Illuminati.
You can see how intimidating his neutral was, right? And the jump in, perfect punish. DCQ optimizing the situation, using the EX Chariot tackle to finish off the first round. He's been absolutely intimidating in the neutral when it comes to hovering around Chun-Li's normals, getting his normals in as well.
Wow.
And look at the whiff punish, appropriate. Joe actually overcommitted into trying to get that V-skill punish against Urian, just wasn't in the right spot.
Yeah, and that's something that Joe has been doing. Every time that Ding does something that may be seeming like a little bit of an overextension, Joe just overextends themselves, gets huge.
No!
What is Shimmy Turner, Shimmy Hendrix, get the guitar ready because we need to play a different tune. First game to Ding Chun-Chu, DCQ.
The only shredding I've seen is the shredding of the life bar.
That's
to be quite
true.
honest. Now he's playing a solo.
That's right.
It's all just Urian.
Single player game.
That's what it is, yeah.
Single player game right there. No reflector even needed for that. Not even needing to reflect on their actions. Ding Chun-Chu is just steamrolling through the first game. I want to see the adjustments from Jo Young Ho. We didn't even get to see like many V reversals. There was no defensive options.
Not even a single
Not
V
a single
trigger.
one. Yeah, nothing. There was no resources available to use because the snowball started growing and the hill just was a little bit too steep.
A little bit rough. Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit of a rough start for Joe, but at the same time, it's all information, baby. It is a first to 5. We still have plenty more to go. But Joe, again, missing some of these opportunities to get a little bit of damage, right? He did miss that opportunity to whiff punish the handshake from Urian, from DCQ, right? So
Yeah.
you can see Joe has a little bit of a couple of other things on his mind other than the whiff punish game.
Yeah, definitely. Now going to have to deal with this corner pressure on the mine. Good fireball challenge right there. But in that danger zone, Ding is just not afraid to stay in that range, trying to bait out Joe to go for those buttons. And that trade is huge for Ding because I'm at this life lead. I'll take all the trades in the world. You're going to die first. Ooh, okay.
Joe, yes, slides out of the corner, finds an opening off the low medium kick. A bit of
harassment there from the light normals, but DCQ not having any of it. And at a safe distance, I gotta say, he's so smart when it comes to his placement of the tackles. My God. What just happened?
We're talking about smarts. That was, again, another jump in. Jo Young-ho just being a little bit, uneasy on the ground. The anti-airs we haven't seen on deck consistently. There was one trade, but Ding Chunchu has already smelt blood in the water and gets a huge confirm. And the thing that's great about Ding is he's not afraid to spend the resources. He just goes for the entire super. And Joe now, even though he's got 2 bars, like, Ding's trying to get a 2-0 quick.
I think out of all the Urian players, I haven't seen as many chariot tackles raw as DCQ because he's been doing it at the proper spacing to not get Ding Chunchu! Jesus!
Machine right now. Again, now getting pushed down by Jo Young-ho, but still feeling really confident here. First EX knees that we've seen. Not an answer for Jo Young-ho, and just getting mopped up every single time in the corner. One touch situation. Go for the quick reset.
Not quite stunned yet. Not quite dead, but that's going to be enough. The toe tap to do it. And a back throw. He's trying to optimize. He's going past the life bar. Man, DCQ is running all over. Even St. Cola had to go from one desk to the other.
And he's already laughing. He's out of breath. I don't think he's going to make it back to the other desk next time.
I think he just ran a lap.
He just did.
He's dead. Somebody check his pulse.
He got back thrown. He got back thrown by Yuri, and he got too much meter.
That's what it is. I got to say, there was a lot of optimization in terms of the strategy from DCQ, right? In terms of figuring out what Jo Young-ho wanted to do in neutral, also getting a lot of these tackles to close the gap. One of the things I do want to see also, we did see the knee drop that was pretty significant. There was a ton of damage. You don't want to eat that for free. There is an opportunity for you to V-shift that and punish on landing. I want to see those kind of strategies implemented. Although you're spending that V gauge, I want to see DCQ bleed. I want to know if Joe has what it takes to realize his mistakes early.
And that's something that was a problem with Joe too in the first set that they had during, was really trying to keep the V trigger as a viable option, was not willing to utilize the V gauge in a defensive fashion, and that really made Joe bite off more than he could chew. So now, Chew is going to keep on chewing, but I want it, like you said, I want to see the V shift, I want to see the V reversal, because the V trigger is just not doing it. We haven't even seen it once yet.
We'll see how it plays out. There we go, just one bad chariot tackle. The damage was minuscule though. It wasn't going to be something that deters him from doing it again. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, the risk reward is heavily in Ding's favor, especially if Jo Young-ho isn't getting the most out of that moment, not spending the meter. And now, again, in that danger zone, so confident. And again, the trades on the anti-air, but that's still in Ding's favor.
100%, right? Going for that light kick anti-air is not going to be enough, especially in this season, right? It got nerfed significantly, but either way, Joe does have the advantage here with putting Ding Chunchu in the corner. Slowly walking out, the fireballs, metallic spheres, creating that extra space. Joe navigating past it with the crouching medium. Ding, once again, low medium kicks to test out the ranges against Chun-Li.
Yeah, but now the first time we've seen Joe have this confidence in the corner and the life lead, full resources on deck. On the side of Ding, and it's another jump in! One more sequence will mean the end. The Aegis Reflector, first one we're seeing, put in the sandwich. We do not like this. And just walks away, but another Aegis is there. The throw!
In danger, that could have been it. Oh my.
Why didn't you spend the V-shift? And the raw chariot tackle! Catching Joe, trying to walk forward, trying to fish for maybe the standing heavy punch, and hold this heavy chariot. That's
was like
rough.
A jump scare. Even Ding Chunchu got out of his seat. I don't know if you guys caught the replay, or I hope you guys did, but when the EX chariot tackle came out, he popped out of his seat. Like, he scared himself. He's like, I knew I was going to do it, but I didn't expect it to be this effective.
Definitely got hit by the super effective chariot tackle, all right? It is a critical strike. And now, again, utilizing the EX need to get in once again, feeling comfortable in this neutral. And even though Jo Young-ho had control of that entire match, just fell apart off of 2 great decisions from Ding Chunchu.
Right. Does get the counter hit off of the floor. Oh, boy. There isn't a lot that Joe's been capitalizing on. He did get that counter hit. He could have put the bar. There he goes. He does get it this time. And the confirm, again, does get the confirm into the spinning bird kick this time. Does get Oki. This is a great opportunity for Joe to finish it out.
Oh,
that should be it. Oh, thank God he actually got that punish and building the meter. He already had the full stack. Either way, Joe on the board with a round.
Yeah, that was that round needed to happen right there, especially Joe being conservative with the meter this time. Maybe could have cashed out a little bit earlier, but the throws did come out on top. And now Ding,
too far.
He's gonna have to fight back. Yeah, not close enough. Trying to fight out in this danger zone again, and just slow pokes coming out on the side of Joe. Ooh.
Oh, that could have been deep. Running into the roundhouse instead. Full conversion now from Joe. Again, a very similar situation. If you keep DCQ stuck in this corner, it'd be a great job.
Oh, nice. Again,
very
one more
hard
touch
task to do. The stun is there. And absolutely
capitalizing on the damage. You already know it. Spend that cash. Joe on the board.
Yeah, that was fantastic from Joe, able to continue that pressure in the corner. And it really became a game of, you know, getting the throw pressure, waiting to challenge out Urian's buttons, and getting those nice whiff punishes, because it didn't let Ding Chun-Chu play the game he wanted to. He didn't get to utilize his walk speed. He did not feel comfortable against the stand fierce. He kept getting checked by it, and he's like, this isn't how it works. What do you mean?
Yeah. But either way, Joe has found the missing piece of the puzzle, right?
Yep.
We talked about DCQ being that kind of 500-man or 1,000-piece puzzle.
Yeah.
But it seems as right now, Joe is finally getting into that zone of his where he's understanding, all right, I can't be whiff punishing as much, or I can't be whiffing these normals because I'm going to get whiff punished. So he's slowly starting to move into that uncomfortable range that Urian can't really contest that.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be a little bit closer, but it's at the same time, it's like, okay, well, I think Chun-Li's normals are going to hit me here. I can't really afford to get counter hit or counter poked at this very moment. So Joe is slowly starting to put together the ranges he wants to play at. Just like that, that counter hit has had a lot of success.
Again.
And another one too, perfectly spaced now from Joe Young-Ho.
Yeah, and it's staying at that range where Ding Chun-Chu has to like take a risk, and right there, yeah, utilizing the range. That's what Joe needs to do. Just play this kind of death by a million cuts game instead of trying to like rush in, because that's where the overextensions have not paid off. And now Ding is keeping close, trying to stay in that money space for Urian. Oh, and yes, finally checking the dashes with the fireballs. Oh, big crush, and now we're going to the corner. A little bit closer. No, it doesn't go for the dash.
Yes, those are the fireballs I'd like to see from Joe, and now he's going to keep him contained. First uses the V-reversal, just like that, offensively. One of the things Brian F. talked about. We do like to see offensive V-reversals, but here comes the Aegis. What's the mix afterwards? The side switch instead.
It's party time. Oh, you look at the shimmies are coming out. Wow, checking with EX kicks afterwards. Good hit confirm, one more touch will do it. There is another Aegis on deck. There it comes out, not getting for the throw. Good blocks.
Not bad at all for Joe.
Oh my goodness, he really dashed in there. This is now a one-touch situation. You really
went for the low medium kick. He bet it all on Ding moving back. If Ding had actually hit him with a counter hit full conversion, Joe would have been dead.
Yeah.
100% would have been dead.
And the thing, James has brought this up before, like in that shimmy situation, you can either go for a sweep or the low medium kick because it beats shimmy, and it will beat like the other meaty button if they wait to try to catch you. And that's exactly what we saw right there. But now Ding, I think he's a little upset about that one. He's like, you really mashed in the corner. You checked me.
Low medium kick, not a bad deal.
Yeah, oh, nice slide again. There it is, you brought it up. The V reversals are starting to come out on the knees, and that's the adaptation we want to see. Do you have a microphone in his ear, Dr. Evil?
I want him to use V shift though. Please
That's true.
Be more evil than that. I want you to see you punish it, not just
tap into the blue stuff.
Yeah, give me that blue stuff. Oh my God, instead getting the crush counter stuff going in.
Nice
Forward throw now. Do it
One
again.
more.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna do it again. That was easy. That was actually easy.
No, violence.
I like that a lot.
That was violence right there. And now Jo Young-Ho evening up the score, you know, feeling a lot more comfortable here, doing better than he did at the grand finals before too, so had a lot of time to learn, had a lot of time to adjust, and now Ding is the one who has to kind of rally back because 2 in a row now from the side of Chun after you felt pretty confident. That shakes you up a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. I kind of want to know what the next layer of strategy is going to be from DCQ. I want to know what he's going to do to be either the aggressor or what he's going to do against, or at least on defense, to get himself out of those corner situations and not have to rely on EX knee drop or something like that. But for the most part, it's been a very, very solid adaptation from Jo Young-Ho. So very curious to see how that's going to play out. This is the first 2-2 we've seen thus far today.
So this is the closest set that we've had so far today, and I wouldn't expect anything less, especially from Jo Young-Ho, the Urian Slayer. All right, it was 19-21 straight matches that he had to play against Urian. And then his reward was another Urian. And we're going to see if Ding goes for the easy cake one more time, because I remember, if you're looking for the origin of that, Xiaohai had his comment in the beginning, and I called it out on the CPT, and I said, Ding Chun-Chu, if you're hearing this, and you just saw Xiaohai's comment, I want you to go on Twitter afterwards, if you beat him, and just type easy cake, because that's going to be the best dessert you could ever have. And Ding Chun-Chu did exactly that, and now going to be trying to do it against Jo Young-Ho, and finally, the anti-air paying off because the chase down, wow!
2 back-to-back medium sequences, I don't know about that.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Is Jo Young-Ho the best of all? We're going to find out right now. Trying to hold it. The throw comes in. There's still another Aegis.
You might have just cursed it, right? But still, Joe has a moment outside of the corner. Oh, I spoke too soon. I reverse cursed it.
The reverse curse right now. The reverse arts. One more touch into the critical art is going to be enough off of the tackle. Ding Chun-Chu, not afraid to cash out. Vegas, baby. We got to get this money.
optimization station, as my man Yipes would say, for that very sequence. Ding Chunchu looking so optimal with that finisher in the critical art. And I don't blame him spending it right then and there, because look at the meter that Joe still has. He still has, what, 2.5? He hasn't been able to use it effectively. Sure, he uses the EX Fireball to get it and close the gap, but what does it really lead to afterwards?
Yeah, wow, and exactly what you said. I really like that low profile from Joyang Ho there, just to stop the jump in, which has been so potent from DCQ so far. And this is hard. As Joe, you gotta be scared. He's made a comeback now.
A little bit, yeah.
And you do not want to go down 3-2. Like, again, great check on the
Ah,
dash,
but it was
begins.
too close.
Oh, no.
Even
big
if it
counter.
hit, that was actually pretty rough.
Oh, no.
Jeez.
All right, good. Fights back. Stun is no longer going to be a factor here, at least for the short term. I love that walk forward, so confident.
Still trying to catch his way, or at least catch a counter hit from Joe, using that forward, or at least the directional input and medium punch, because you could use back, you could use forward as well. But he wants to get that counter hit off of that special normal.
There it is again. Show us the V-shift, please.
That's all I want. And the fireball game coming in a little bit more from Ding Chunchu. Back throw, really unfortunate for Joe.
Oh, it begins. It's party time. The mirrors are here, and Joe has one chance to guess, one opportunity. It is your moment. Are you going to be able to survive? No, it's still there. Oh, the shimmy tries to come out. Any side can win the slide into the
God, he low-profiled under the jump-in with the crouching medium punch. Joe Young Ho, what an anti-air choice. That was brilliant.
And that's actually the third time we've seen that shown in the set, but this time had the V-trigger activation to close it out. And Joe Young Ho has showed, if I'm not anti-airing the jump in with the light kick, it's better to do it this way, because now I get this heavy confirm. Please V-shift.
That would have been hit too, right in the corner as well. That would have worked out.
And now, blood in the water. Uh-oh. Again.
That was deep. Oh boy, speaking of deep, right into the temple, the roundhouse coming in hot from Joe Young Ho on pressure, on the offensive now, fully stocked. Nothing to do with the EX knee drop yet again. The reversal coming in from Jim
Oh! One more touch will do it, and the medium kick catches. That was a counter hit, a 3-2 lead for Ding Chunchu. Oh, they're popping off. Look at, oh no! From the top rope, St. Cola is no longer going to be a part of the show. Marine is going into a technical foul as we see UIU wants nothing to do with you. As you can see, she's supporting her teammate right there. Pull him off in a body bag, in a stretcher. We need something for the man. Maybe get this guy some meaties to recover the protein.
She is mad strong.
That's actually really impressive.
She dragged him off screen pretty easily. That was.
Yeah, I'd be worried. Don't get on her wrong side. Dr. Evil, all right?
I'm going to hire her.
You're going to hire her?
As one of my henchwomen.
Henchwomen? That's a good call. That's a good call. I think that's fantastic. She'll take good care of Carl, right?
I wouldn't doubt it. Either way, we're going into the next match very, very shortly. DCQ making the right calls offensively. I think there's just a lot to be said about Joe's offense, but more so his defense, not really understanding certain situations, especially off of the knee drop. That's one of the biggest things I want to highlight, because there's so much damage on the table, and it's not deterring DCQ from using that strategy again. If you haven't punished it, he's going to keep doing it.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to give your opponent a reason to stop doing an option. And right now, Ding Chunchu is instilling his will on Joe Young Ho. That's kind of what we saw in the finals as well, where he just got to be aggressive and utilize his high execution and his high-speed gameplay to have Joe Young Ho not reacting in time. And if you're not going to show your opponent that you have the answer to something, they're going to keep hitting you with that
100%.
question on the test. You're going to get it wrong every
100%.
time. No, he actually didn't get 100%. He got a C right there. He didn't answer any of the knee drop questions right.
Didn't advance to the next class. He had to take summer school courses, even on winter break. No time for extracurricular activities.
Yeah. That's where you get the Street Fighter practice in right now.
100%.
And right now, Ding is getting the practice of feeling good and in the lead, trying to get even more money in the pocket.
Nice. Just swiping away too at the right ranges. Ding Chunchu kind of backing up. How deceptive is that? Just empty jump, crouching, medium punch for the counter hit, knee drop coming in again.
Hey, if it hits, it's mixed right there, and those mids were mixing. And now Ding, DCQ. Oh, walking away just out of the throw range. Nice, gets the quick ride.
So scary.
Anything
So
will do
scary
it.
within that range.
Patience from both ends. Oh, double dash. No! Look at it. He reeled back. Ding said, oh, I sent that with my whole body.
With his chest and everything. He was pouting. He was like, yeah, I did that. That's the second time he's done it, by the way. He's taken down a round with an EX Chariot tackle, and he's actually just kind of showed off on screen a little. He popped off a little bit.
That's where you crack the neck. and they're worried. It's an audible crack because we can see Joe cracking in real time. But now, cracking the back of Yuri. Wow! Again, you know, he has been pretty sparing in the reversals, and that's got to be weighing on Jo Young Ho. It's like, wow, he waited this long to pull it out, even in the lead. Like, that's rough to handle.
A full-on offensive sequence now from Joe as well. We're going to see how much of the fireball game helps him pushing through past the defenses of DCQ. But right now, still back down to neutral. The jump in actually pays off. He's going to get a full conversion off of this, but it's going to be Reset City.
Oh, no.
What is happening? What is actually happening?
I can't see.
Reset again. He dropped. Nothing to do with it. Just the reversal. Sit him down.
Yeah, needed to chase down here. No V-trigger available. And the jab check into the headbutt. One more game to go. DCQ, you know, trying to crush the dreams of Jo Young Ho. Doesn't matter how many Urians you beat, I'm the top dog.
I did like the idea, though. He did manage
Yeah.
to catch a counter hit against DCQ and was trying his luck to press another turn in his favor by dashing up and trying to get that counter hit, but just Ding Chungchu just a little bit faster, knowing full well of what his opponent's trying to do, trying to steal that turn, not letting him have it. And I do like the choice of just using a crouch jab and not flinching too much. Like, if you're going to flinch, crouching jab was the best choice to do it with.
Oh,
So that
100%.
was a really, really smart choice overall. Jo Young Ho just trying to steal a turn, didn't pay off that round, and he's definitely going to regret it, being at the fact that he's, down 2 games?
Yeah, down 2
currently.
games, 4-2. So even though it's the closest match we've had so far, it's now looking DCQ dominant. And like you said, like a very low risk option, you know, high reward at that point too, because a little bit of health left. And if you're a master of your character, you know that headbutt is going to kill afterwards. And having that low commitment option when your opponent has to commit so hard, it's been the story of the tape, because every time DCQ is punishing Jo Young Ho, it's because of his overextensions. It's because I don't know what it is about him, but it's like the spider keeps reeling you into the web, and you wiggle more to try to get out, but it becomes even worse.
And one of the things we kind of emphasize when it comes to the Urian-specific matchup, there isn't really many opportunities for Urian to hit you on wake-up with the EX headbutt, not even just here, but in some of the matches I've seen in SFL Japan, there are so many instances where a lot of the Urians can't even use an EX reversal because of the fact that it just takes so long on startup to actually connect, right, until it gets active. So there is a way to mediate. It's just that Joe hasn't had that opportunity against Ding Chungchu. I think Ding has just done a great job of flustering Joe of what to do on offense, too. Like, towards the end of this set, right? Earlier, Joe's offense, it was kind of phenomenal, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he was keeping him locked
Ding
down.
Chungchu in the corner a good amount of times. But at the same time, right now, the adaptation coming in is just really in Ding Chungchu's favor.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's so great about Ding, one of the strongest players to come out of China, and just consistently delivering the heat. And now, you know, Urian, one of the best in the business. Joe is the one who's going to have to really tighten in that offense once again, because, you know, when it works, it works.
Yeah. Can we talk about how underrated that movement was from Ding? He backdashed all the way through, even though he had the positioning against Joe. Look at that, just resetting the situation and giving yourself time to think about what to do next was super important.
Yeah, and his movement has just been immaculate the entire time, weaving in and out like a true boxer, even though Balrog isn't on the screen. But Joe is hitting us with that consistent offense once again, not afraid to continue moving forward even after getting hit by the EX headbutt. Full bar, any touch will confirm into critical art. Oh, trying to go for the double dash and the trade!
Oh, that's going to be huge for DCQ. Still gets it, no sir! Critical art past the Aegis Reflector. Very smart decision making from Joe. And that's going to be enough for the first round of this game. Now, we see the amount of meter down below on the left. He does have about a bar and what, 2/3? That's not bad, all things considered. Joe spending that critical art to get through the Aegis Reflector, it could have been a lot worse for him if he hadn't done that. So very smart decision making from Jo Young Ho.
Exactly, knowing exactly when to cash out. And I can't believe that he had the awareness to do that off of the trade.
So smart.
So, like, that's lightning fast. And that's Joe, like,
That's
playing.
Chun-Li.
That's amazing. Chun-Li making it happen. Big crush counter, not able to get the full confirm, though.
He had the meter, too. I don't know what the situation was for Joe.
Yeah, not completely sure. That's the first EX Chariot tackle that's been blocked in neutral, so Joe adapting even further past his limits. Oh,
Even
what
going
a
further
punish.
beyond. I like the backdash decision there from Ding. Knowing full well that he didn't have to sit and commit on defense. Very important. Techno counter hit conversion.
Oh, and again, the whip knee is getting punished excellently. Utilizing the meter one more
And
time.
the jump back against the EX Chariot tackle. We were about to see one. I feel like it's the law of numbers, right? The more, or the law of averages eventually.
Yeah.
You know, the more you throw it out there, the more there's going to be that one instance where it gets caught.
Yeah, now 2 for 4, so 50% hit rate on the tackle.
Not bad.
And that's fantastic because now Joe is in this. 3-4, closest set we've seen for the day.
Yes.
And bringing it back. We saw 2 games, and now DCQ got 2 games, and maybe it's Joe's turn to go 2 games. We might go to a 4-4 situation here. Final game, final round, first one of the season finals, potentially. I'm not sure. Hopefully it goes to it, because that's hype.
I would love to see it.
I want the story of Joe. Joe, the rising hero, trying to overcome every Urian in the business.
Yeah. He is the ultimate Urian conqueror if he happens to do it this way. And of course, with a character like Chun-Li. I mean, granted, we talked about it on paper earlier with the analyst desk, but at the same time, it's still very difficult to do, in my opinion. I still think it's very, very difficult to do. But as it stands right now, Joe just 1 game away from tying up the set.
Yeah, and that's, with that that was a convincing game too. That was it. It wasn't like a back and forth. It was that offense that we love to see from Joe, and just consistently punishing the options that we've seen him blocking before. The EX knee completely whiffs because of the spacing from Joe. He was hyper aware, gets a full punish. Same thing with the medium knee drop. It whiffed and got a full punish. So I want to see Joe really control those spaces and put Urian in a place where, oh, this is my option that gives me plus frames.
Yeah.
This is my punish.
Yeah. So we're starting to see a little bit of adaptation from Joe, just in a different light in preparation for those knee drops, right? It hasn't been the option of going for that V shift, but at the same time, he's slowly starting to put it together, right? He's getting some of these punishes, staying within the medium ranges now, and just at the ranges where the fierces would connect for Chun-Li. Except for that one moment. Literally talked about it, hyped them up with the fierce.
You can't get them all.
Yeah.
As more pop up, more get missed.
That's fair.
It's all right. It's a law of averages, all right? It's not our fault. We're sorry, Joe, but going to be trying again to not with the fierce. There you go. Another one connect. The blocks, all right?
Which is great because, he was looking for the fierce. It's like, all right, well, if this whiffs, then the roundhouse is going to be able to connect because he's within that range.
Yep. Exactly.
We'll take that.
Feeling very comfortable keeping Urian in this corner position.
Oh, yes.
Another 3 for 5, baby. 3 out of 5.
Busts out with the EX tackle. Why not? Look at how much space it just brings DCQ towards the midsection.
Yeah, and
of the screen.
That screen real estate is huge here, especially for Ding when he was in that corner position where Joe just dominates. Oh, not able to get the hit confirm. That gives Ding the turn right back. DCQ trying to put the hurt on again. Another blocked EX tackle. Willing to spend the resources, though. I really love that from DCQ.
Yes. Speaking of resources, we do have the full trigger available. Any false swipe from Joe can lead to a very treacherous end, or at least a reset that's going to deal significant damage. We'll see how it plays out. I feel like it's going to come very soon. That trigger is bound to come out off of a punish. Oh, boy.
Yeah, there it is. Aegis is coming in. It's party time. Here's the throw into the extension. Oh, yes! EX kick. That's one of the first reversals we've seen on the side of Joe. There's only 10 seconds left. This has to go quickly for a DCQ. It's dead even, and now he has the lead. He's running away. You can't catch him. Even more.
Oh, he can chip him out. He can chip him out.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Who got it? Wow!
It's going to be DCQ.
Down to the wire, and that was so smart. DCQ chipped away in that corner position where Joe felt comfortable because he did have the light lead, and as soon as he saw he got that lead, he said, I'm out, bye. We're not playing anymore. This is an unengaged game. And DCQ with the right decision, now in set point.
That was actually brilliant.
That was so smart.
The way he covered his options too with the air metallic sphere, that was so smart.
So you can't jump, you can't hide, and now the V reversal.
Oh no!
Here. Oh!
Not the down forward roundhouse. You can't do that here. Spinning burn to death. Call this man Ding Chu because he just took down the Chun. This guy is a madman.
Yeah, the Chun is done, as Saint pointed out. Cut the tape, cut the tape. Zhou Yang-Ho, you may have gotten a couple more games on the board, but this Urian is still the top dog. King of the castle, king of China, and 10K in the pocket from the previous event and this event. That's pretty good.
That is a healthy amount of change
Healthy
for the man.
amount.
Again, from one pro, from one scene to another one in dominant fashion and picking the right choices off the bat. He went with Urian online. This guy is a strategist.
That's good. I mean, Urian, one of the best characters in the game, and one of the best operators is DCQ, so fantastic to see him show up big once again. I want to see another easy cake tweet right there because it wasn't easy cake this time, all right? Zhou Yang-Ho.
He still got a piece of it,
Yeah,
right?
still got a piece of that pie. Still got a piece of that
giant
cake.
piece of that,
Giant
right? He
piece of
just
the
reached
pie.
into his pocket. He's like, this is mine now. You were late on your payment. Don't let that happen again. You know who gave you that coat, Chun-Li? I did.
That's right.
For the most part, yeah, very, very impressive set between the two. Again, Zhou Yang-Ho making vast improvements in that matchup, right? There's just a little bit of subtle nuances he needs to work on. At the same time, he was giving DCQ a good amount of trouble in that mid part of the set.
Yeah, and that's what you like to see too, especially the adaptation, because it was a 2-0 situation, and Joe adapted quickly after playing an immense amount of Urian games before, like coming into the final boss and being able to like show that there are kinks in the armor. That's not easy to do. It is incredibly hard. So I'm excited to hear what the analysts have to say about the match after we saw DCQ with that dominant performance at the end. So let's hear it, guys.
Yeah, I thought that was a really interesting match. There was certainly some back and forth in there. There were some differences in playstyle that we saw, some adaptations as well. Chris, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I just want to start off by giving huge props to DCQ. I mean, first of all, he qualified for Capcom Cup this year, being someone who was relatively unknown until just this year. I think most people outside China did not know his name until 2021. And he came into this set and played like a complete professional, just absolutely amazing, mixing so many different options, different button timings, different strategies. You saw him mixing in dashes sometimes, other times he was just playing patient, using buffers with stand medium punch, mixing in things like EX knees, EX tackle, and you saw things like he would jump at the perfect time. Jo Young-ho was throwing so few fireballs, but just a couple of fireballs he threw,
jumped over.
So many just got jumped over, hit by EX knees. It was really impressive to see. It was kind of breakout performance from him this year. So, just huge props to DCQ.
Yeah, DCQ, I said in the pre-match analysis the fact that I feel like he's actually my favorite Urian player to watch right now outside of my guy Rushdown. And we've seen a lot of reasons why right there. It was just so hard to read him. But I would say that as far as the way that Joe played that, I feel like, for one, the big thing came down to meter management, man. We brought it up beforehand, and I promise you guys, the way his actual neutral game was phenomenal. But those EX fireballs, you're not going to get any damage off of it, even if it does hit, but you're losing your ability to land a CA, which you can use to kill, and with Chun-Li, you can use for a safe jump, which Urian can't even DP, and then he can't DP after because he stands to block it. But I do think that the adjustments that Joe made in that set were phenomenal as far as his button time as he turned up his aggression. So that's actually our first competitive set. It was a really good one.
Yeah, that match was a mouthful. Let's take another bite. The Arby's meaty moment.
I'm not gonna last with David on this desk, bro. I'm not gonna last.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Yeah, before we get into this replay over here, I definitely want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat right now who is, enjoying some CPT action over here. So many people that I've seen here, event after event after event. Shout outs to guys like Arcade Ghost and J Scribe out there.
Hey, JR Scribe.
Yeah, there you go. So, but as you can see here, I mean, it's really interesting because while we were sitting here watching this match, Rob was saying a bunch of stuff, and Ringe was like, Joe's got to do this, Joe's got to do this. And he started to do a lot of it, and that's when he started winning.
Yeah, Joe went off to a rough start, right? It was 2-0 Ding really quickly, and we saw how good Ding is, the strategist, as Vicious put it. He's so good at cycling through all of his offensive options. It's very hard to play reactionary against someone like that, especially when they're staying outside of your normal range and looking to counter hit. So what did Joe do? Much like my man's St. Cola here, started imposing his own will, or I should say Marine. Marine actually RBKO'd this man into the ground, and that's what Joe started doing, right? He just kind of started being more aggressive, and because of that, we saw him make it a very close set, much closer than their previous.
Yeah, Ringe, you actually mid-match came over and showed us your notes. Can you talk about what your notes were and what happened?
Legitimately, I put, verbatim, I put, look to impose his own game plan a bit more rather than to adjust how Ding plays. And that's just how good Ding is, right? He's always cycling through all of his options. It's very hard to read him. And just with the character he is, Urian, very fast dashes, quick normals from long range. It's not an easy thing to do. So I really like the way Joe adjusted his game plan, just try to play more offensively with Chun-Li. Of course, couldn't get the job done, but I see the improvement.
Bro, I feel like in general, I love the point you bring up there, Ringe. Generally speaking, if you want to play if you can play extremely safe, not take risk and win, that just means that the skill gap between you and your opponent is extreme. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Tokido has brought that up before.
Yeah.
I remember years ago. You have to take risk if you're playing against someone that's anywhere near your skill level. So he wasn't, because that means they're just that easy to read. I know this guy's going to jump right now. I know he's about to whip a button. Things like that. So in this situation, he was waiting a whole lot, but I felt like he didn't know exactly what to wait for. And outside of that, something just more surface level, that stand light kick. Yo, Chum players out there, we got to get with the time. Stand light kick is dead. It's over with. RIP. We have to start doing the back heavy kick, man. So especially against those EX knees, but even jump ins, sometimes that's going to get you clipped.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Urian's just one of those characters that in neutral, when he's this far away from you, he's got like 19 options, right? So if you're trying to react to all of them, that's fighting games. You can't react to all of it. That's the mental stack, right?
Yep.
And so if you can't react to all those things, go and use your offense. Impose your plan. Make him react to you. And Joey started doing that. We saw like heavy punch and then immediately heavy kick and lots of back medium punches and such. And it was working for a while. Unfortunately, might have just picked that strategy up just a little too late. Yeah.
Chris, did you have any final thoughts?
You know, I really want to say that, you know, DCQ, once again, I gave him so many props earlier for qualifying, but also Jo Young-ho played really phenomenal. And I think if he just made a few adjustments, like with the meter management, like you were talking about, don't throw those EX fireballs, use super. There was one round in there when he got the third game. He closed it out with the super when he tried to get the Aegis. If he didn't have super there, that might have been a comeback chance for DCQ, but he was able to shut it down with the super. If he just made those small adjustments, you know, the set could have been a lot different.
All right. Yeah, no, I agree. That was a lot of fun to watch. Hey, at home, are you an indoors type of person? You can tell by my tan and my outfit that I am.
Listen to my outfit.
But don't worry if you are. Game Gooder has your back, even in that case. For your indoor digital forays into street fighting, Game Gooder's Blue Mirage Sunnies will protect you from the alleged evils of blue light with their blue light blocking technology. Unfortunately, they can't save you from the likes of the top tiers in Street Fighter V, but useful anyway.
That is unfortunate, but we got something saving everybody from hunger, don't we? With a sponsor of Arby's, a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Visit arbishop.com to grab the latest Arby's gear to show your friends that you got the meats. You got them. I see a Ryu, Zangief, Ken, Dan, all these people got the meats. I seen it in the player lounge.
Taking the biggest bite
I know.
ever.
No?
All right.
Zangief is munching down.
Name yourself, Chris. Are you Dan, are you Zangief, or are you Ryu?
I think I like Ryu because I like the way he's holding that sandwich. It's like defying gravity. He's just holding that. It's not falling somehow. He must have a strong grip on that.
Oh, man. Well, personally, I'm Geef. I like taking big bites out of stuff, and I like taking big bites in video games, too. That's how come I'm here in the FGC, taking games seriously, really digging in, delving in.
Yes, sir.
Another game that you can do that kind of stuff in is Street Fighter Duel. Capcom authorized mobile game is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter in the world. You know, we've looked at a few different regions, not quite the whole world yet. We've got a lot more to go. The next one we have coming up is Asia Southeast. That will have Oswald, and I am Chuan. Stick around for that.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
I guess it's time to start warming up.
Welcome back to the season final. We got a brand new cast of characters out here on the desk, but before we get to them, let's go to F-Word with the regional spotlight.
They say luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. And there's no greater opportunity than when a favorite in your region, an EVO champion, and one of the most celebrated players in the world gets sent home early.
My goodness, what a tech throw. Still respecting the fireballs. Now
Xian's just panicking. He's just running into everything now.
That's exactly what happened in the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 Asia Southeast event, opening the door for the new challengers and the up-and-comers in this exciting region.
Now, I Am Chuan winning 5 rounds in a row. The easy hit confirmed for Oswald.
Oswald and I Am Chuan would meet in the winners final.
Oh, and he just tagged him low and he timed it perfectly so he could combo fully off the boom. Are you kidding me?
With Oswald winning by a narrow margin, 3-2.
To the super! And is that going to do it? That's going to take Oswald into grand finals.
With his eyes set on the ultimate prize, I Am Chuan defeated Brandon in the losers final 3-1 to make it to grand finals and get the run back, the much desired run back against Oswald.
He's just dancing. He's just dancing.
And then one of the closest, one of the most intense grand final sets of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 would ensue.
Oh, and a tech activation. Oswald is still going to live.
Chuan fought back to win the first bracket of the grand final set 3-2 in an absolute nail-biter.
Too far away. And then the throw, is that enough to kill? No? Oh, God.
And it looked like it could go his way after this impressive reset. But Oswald dug deep and made the right adjustments and came out victorious, claiming his rightful place as the CPT 2021 Asia Southeast champion.
He got the jump in. Oswald is going to take it over I Am Chuan.
Now, after 15 incredibly close games, 3 back and forth sets, I Am Chuan gets his opportunity at a run back. Who prepared best for the final matchup this season? Who deserves the title of Capcom Cup champion? Who will go home victorious? And whose luck has finally ran out? It's time to find out.
All right, coming back here with, as you can see, Punk. We got Brian F. back with us as well, St. Cola, and Vicious. I think it was really good of F-Word to, you know, bring up how close that match was in that grand finals. And in fact, if you look back at their match results even more than that, 67% to 33% in favor of Oswald. But almost all of those are 3-2, 3-1, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2 in that CPT top 8. Of course, it was 3-2 in semis. It was 3-2, as F-Word was saying, in both of the grand final sets. So super, super close. Punk, tell me what you're expecting out of this.
Honestly, I think that this is a very weird matchup. It really depends on how the Gao player is going to play it. I think Daigo laid down a very good blueprint on how the matchup should be played, which is less booms and more of the buttons. So you want to use a lot of upside down kicks, a lot of back fierces, you know, low forwards. Just all your buttons is honestly your main goal, I think, as a Gao player. And if you're playing Balrog, of course, you can kind of stay patient and you kind of can control a neutral and make it go towards your favor because you have the V skill 1. So you take Gao's biggest strength away from him, which is the sonic booms, right? So he can't use that anymore. And then he has to play neutral with you and you have dash punch. So dash punch is going to be your biggest strength if you're the Balrog player, I think, in this matchup. And I mean, we have our man Brian F right here, the Balrog expert. So
I'm starting to notice a pattern here of what matches I'm being brought on for. So we'll see if this continues. But yeah, I like that you brought up a good point that it's all about Guile's buttons in the matchup because we've seen the V skill 2 meta for Balrog for most of season 5. This is the one matchup where you just pick V skill 1, don't think about it. It nullifies the boom game. Mostly nullifies the boom game from Guile. It's a very easy on reaction tool to stop him from using that part of his toolkit. But yeah, like Punk mentioned, the buttons are good in the matchup, but the fact that Guile loses his main utility, his main space control option, I mean, you have ways to approach with the V skill, doing dash punch cancels at a distance. There's so many ways to play around it that it's definitely Balrog favored, but don't get too excited. We saw that it can be close. Guile can win. You just got to play a definitely unorthodox style, not what you're used to seeing a Guile main do. But a true Guile expert will know how to approach this matchup. You need to at this point, and I'm expecting big things from Chuan in the set.
I actually like the strategic pick from Oswald. He used to be a Laura player, was fantastic with that pick, but saw the difficulty of running against Guile. Guile has a great time against Laura, can check a lot of the boom pressure, sweep off the feet with the 7-frame with the quickness. So moving to Balrog was a fantastic choice against someone who has been strong in that region. I saw that they were very prepared in that match. Now we got to see Chuan come back like that, have a different strategy, and be really prepared for it to fight Oswald this time.
And I kind of want to know what that strategy is going to be like, considering how much time has passed since their competition over in the CPT, right? We always talked about men on a mission when it comes to focusing on just one opponent, exactly what this exhibition is going to be like. I'm really curious to see if any of the strategies that both Brian has talked about and Punk are going to come to fruition this match, because again, it's not going to be luck that's going to save them. It's going to be pure skill and pure matchup knowledge. We'll see how that plays out between the two.
It's interesting that this is, of course, the first to 5, and if you look at that grand finals, it was actually 5-5. Right? Because 3-2, reset, 3-2, then the other way. So they've already explored in some sense, and of course they're two people who play against each other all the time anyway. Punk, when you're approaching that kind of a situation, you've played each other a lot, right? There's not a lot of mystery there. How do you then go about finding the way to get the W?
When I have matches against players that are very even, what I like to do is I try to take as least risks as possible, and I always like to wait to see how my opponent is going to approach the matchup. So I like to start off by looking for dashes a lot to see if they want to be aggressive or if they're just going to stay back a lot of the time, because, if you're having even matches most of the time, there's something that you can do to change that around into your favor, but you just kind of have to figure out what it exactly is. And I think just assessing how your opponent is going to play the matchup at the start is the best way you can go about it.
Yeah, definitely. And, these two players, they've actually had amazing years. I just want to point that out. Oswald, he was kind of a little bit unknown, maybe to the greater general audience of the Street Fighter community, but he was a Warlord-ranked Laura player doing great in the tournaments in the region. He also won a first 10 exhibition on sets for over Cien, who many people counted as the favorite to qualify out of that region. So that both these players are super high level. They're going to be prepared with multiple strategies. So we got to see what they come prepared with today.
Okay, and to call the action for that, we have a couple of folks who were just seated to my left a little bit ago. Now they're on the other side of things. We got James Chen and we have Ringe.
That's right. We were there commentating the grand finals last time, and it was probably one of the best grand finals we had of all the CPT qualifiers.
Easily.
I'm James, and of course,
I'm Ranj, and it's going to be a hell of a set, James. As you heard the analyst that say, every single set these two have played against each other in the CPT has gone to 3-2. That winner's finals was 3-2. The grand finals was 3-2. The reset was 3-2. So I'm expecting the closest set we've seen so far today for sure.
Yeah, and the most impressive thing about those grand finals was seriously the fluctuation, because every single time, Chuan would go up with a 2-0 lead, and then Oswald brought it to the last game, and then Chuan looked like, okay, I got everything under control. And I remember when we were commenting that in the reset set, I was like, okay, I think Chuan's got it this time. And then Oswald just coming right back and taking it and basically stealing it from Chuan. So again, this kind of back and forth, and that's kind of what I expect to see here again. So I'm excited for this again, first to 5.
And having reviewed their sets recently, I love the Sobot kick early. You heard Punk mention that Daigo laid out a good blueprint on how to play this matchup as Guile. More buttons, less sonic booms. However, Chuan really favors that stand heavy kick in their previous sets like that. And it gets whip punished by Oswald consistently, just as you saw. So he's got to be real careful about that button.
Yeah, and also, one of the key things that happened in the last matchup was that Oswald could not jump in on Chuan, and then towards the end, he was landing lots of jump-ins. So I'm curious to see how that's going to play out, but it might not even come to pass if Oswald could just take this with a throw.
And yeah, honestly, when you look at their previous sets, it's really about Oswald getting in. Once he does have that close range, he just has Chuan's number. He has not been able to block it out, tech the throws, nothing.
Yeah, and also one thing that Chuan was doing was the V skill, the Sonic Blade, was causing Oswald problems, and then he started sweeping it, causing Chuan to kind of be a little more tentative with it. So we'll see if that continues here as well.
And most definitely, and really I want Chuan to also think about his V-meter a lot. Hold on to that V-meter, but instead he just gets overheaded. How are you going to knock down? It's very close to guess for game territory. Now it is guess for game. Just walks back, tries to get him with a low.
Yep, Chip gets him down to literally 0 health. Yep, I got multiple sonic booms. Can't be KKBing through that. Oh, you can do it through that one, though.
Whoops. You know? Yeah, and that's what I think Chuan was on the similar line of thinking as you, James, right? I'm going to try to discourage him a little bit. He just used the V skill and ran into one of the baby booms. Surely he wouldn't do it again. But no, Oswald knows. You can't deter him that easily.
Yeah, Oswald is, I mean, from what we had seen previously, he's a hard-to-train guy.
Very much so, very much so. He's all about getting in, and he really makes the most of it once he gets there. That's why I do want to see Chuan primarily hold on to that V-meter for these V-reversals.
Yeah.
He got opened up, as you saw the reset overhead there. He gets opened up pretty heavily when that V-trigger one is active. So if he has that V-reversal available to kind of nullify that, go back to the neutral, it'll definitely work out well for him.
Yeah, but again, I had mentioned a lot of the times it was Oswald that was going down to the deficit first. To start off this one right here with the win right away, to put himself in the lead, definitely got to feel good for Oswald.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And that's where you want to be as a Balrog player in this matchup. You're the aggressor. You want to be aggressive early, get that lead, force Guile into an uncomfortable position. Of course, every game is its own life bars and everything, but the set starts to weigh on you, right? The count starts to kind of wear down on your mental game. So I think we're going to see more and more of that if Oswald manages to get that lead, which has not been the tale between these two before.
Exactly. So curious right now. So like I said before, I Am Tron was doing such a good job keeping Oswald out. Oswald couldn't get in. So in the matches that he was winning in the qualifiers, Oswald could not get in. Like the KKB wasn't working, the jumps weren't working, etc., etc. And it looks like I Am Tron. Was this a different background now? Did he want to go to a sunnier Thailand over here?
No, bring the sun out. That's what I'm talking about. Get those glasses going. Protect your eyes.
But again, Oswald making such good use out of that crouching medium punch into the dash punch.
Yeah, very consistent with that. Likes to hover around that range as well as crouch medium kick range. And then one thing I did pick up from the previous sets as well is that Chuan rarely tries to challenge after EX dash punch. So we'll see how greedy Oswald gets with those.
Yeah. It's interesting because Guile, even though people know him as kind of a zoner, annoying kind of character with the sonic boost, he can play a little bit of an offensive game, and I'm wondering if that might be what Chuan needs to do right now, because he is not keeping Oswald out like he has before.
Oh man, and just the overwhelming offense of Oswald again, committing to one more upper than Chuan was expecting. He ended up clipping him, and then of course the shimmy all day, every day.
Yeah, this is not looking as I would have anticipated coming in here. I was expecting Chuan to start off strong outside the gate. That was another thing Oswald did, a lot of crouching medium kick target combos back to back.
You're starting to see the upside down kick. He's chosen some good instances to do it, but the sonic booms have cost him quite a bit so far.
Okay, throwing that EX, trying to keep Oswald away. Okay, see, this is what I mean, a little bit of the offense here. Maybe trying to give a different look to Oswald.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, give me more soulbots, give me more upside down kicks. Shy away from that stand heavy kick. You see, even harassing with a crouch medium kick, not letting Oswald get some space.
Yeah.
Ooh, and then catching a reach, and let's teach him a lesson.
Not quite up, but the shimmy's gonna do it right there. And there you go. See, that's a good round. That's kind of what I would like to see from I Am Chuan. Do something different. Oswald studied the tape. I'm sure he watched that qualifier grand finals a bunch.
Yeah, look, he really only whiffed stand heavy kick that one time where it was whiff punish. After that, been super clean on the ground. Oh, and I love that challenge there after the on-hit target combo.
Oh, jeez, good reaction with the KKB. Gets the counter hit combo and keeps the pressure going, and he's still going right now.
Knockdown. Oh, and the overhead. Once Oswald is in, he just has Chuan's number. Man cannot weather the storm.
See, the first set that they played in winners finals, Chuan landed like 7 bazillion of those KKB overheads.
All day.
And then Chuan started blocking them and punishing him, and then that kind of took that option away from Oswald. But it looks like we might have, Chuan might have forgotten or just doesn't have the muscle memory to react to the motion right now.
Yeah, luckily for Chuan, this is a first to 5, right? So we got a little bit of a longer set. He's not on the verge of defeat like he would be in a regular CPT set here with 2-0 to Oswald. But yeah, I think Chuan, he is a little bit too Sonic Boom happy right now. From what I could tell, the V skills are getting through it consistently. It has been plaguing him. So I want to see maybe more forward Sobots, honestly. The only thing bad about the forward Sobot is that it kind of like loses the charge a little bit.
Right.
So, and I think Oswald is very good at taking advantage of that. He'll dash forward. He'll really get greedy once he sees that guy loses his charge.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing because when you the more you fight charge characters, the more you can actually see their charge time as a resource. You know, we always talk about the landscape, where you are on the stage. Charge time is a different kind of resource that you have to pay attention to as well.
Precisely. Ooh. And yeah, Oswald loves pressing that crouch medium kick. So I really want to see Chuan kind of manipulate that range, perhaps. You can see it there again. Oh, yeah, so good.
All right. And I do like seeing that I am trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Ooh, but a good tech from Oswald.
Looking very strong. Ooh, all the way through, yeah. Tried the low, right, because he had hit him a couple of times with the overhead. Good block from Chuan.
Yeah, but that corner carry that Balrog has. Oh, yeah, he's still in the block set. And there you go, the mini boom to prevent the KKB from getting through there for free.
Well done from Chuan, looking a little bit more settled down. And yeah, I love that crouch light kick as well. It's one of those moves that he just throws out there to stuff a preemptive rush punch.
Yeah, he saw that last time. He would always whiff a button and then immediately crouch light kick just in case he dash punched.
You see, starting to play with that tool a little bit more. Still not scared to Sonic Boom, though, at this range.
All right, there we go. And really fighting for this neutral. Got the counter hit on the Sobot. And see, that's one of the nice benefits of that. If you do get that counter hit, you get the flash kick combo and the pushback.
And he's trying for that max range upside down kick again. It's been working out pretty decently. Nice anti-air as well. Caught him on the walk back.
And yeah, even though he loses charge, that's the thing. As a charge character, you can't get addicted to charging. And so I like that Chuan has been using a lot of forward movement this game.
And you see, yeah, Oswald looking for the big hit right there. Tried to read the boom. Didn't happen.
But see, right before that step kick was even just a little micro walk forward. Again, Chuan is really trying to be a little bit more aggressive, pushing forward a little bit more, and I think that is actually catching Oswald a little off guard.
And I love that you highlighted that micro walk right before the stand heavy kick, because that's the button I highlighted at the beginning, right? You can't whiff that button. Oswald is 100% on whiff punishing it.
Right.
So I love him making sure that he gets into that range. And unfortunately for Oswald, just walked forward into it. So good stuff right here from Chuan, bouncing back a little bit, not letting the set get too out of control in terms of a lead.
Right. And Oswald last time was the one that had to make the adjustments. He went down, I think, in almost all 3 sets. I think he went down early, and then Chuan was the one that was ahead, but now Chuan is the one that has to make the adjustments. So let's see if he can do this.
Yeah, so I want to see now, what does Oswald do offensively here? Does he keep risking the KKBs, the V skills, to go through these Sonic booms? Because you see Chuan is still using it very frequently.
Yeah, walked himself into the corner a little bit, but that's why I like that forward dash. But here we go, Oswald now focusing on the defensive crouching medium punch. Oh, yep, okay, combo, and here we go, the counter hit combo takes the round.
You saw the slight hezzy right there, the hesitation on the wake up to make sure he got caught flinching. Beautiful stuff from Oswald. But yeah, we're seeing a lot more activity from Chuan in the neutral again, trying these crouch light kicks here and there to stuff this pressure preemptively.
Oh, there we go, another counter hit combo, but goes for the EX Sonic Boom instead of the flash kick so he can get a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, interesting. Really wanting to keep that offensive scenario. And we saw the cross leg kick challenge after the stand heavy kick from Balrog last round. I like him switching it up a little bit. It is +3 for Balrog after all.
All right, backing off a little bit here. Oh, good whip punish from Oswald.
Oh. Again, ready though, even on hit.
Yeah, a little bit of a check there. Oh, he's through there. So this is going to be good damage and corner carry. Oh. Yep. You are cornered. Here we go. We're caught up in life. All of a sudden.
Ooh, what an EX flash kick. Lets that stun bar start depleting. Beautiful defense, but wait. Still gets clipped by the Sonic Boom, but he'll eat that damage. He's still got a life lead. The trades are going in his favor. Very dangerous to get into the slobber knocker with Balrog. You don't want to get too antsy. And he gets caught reaching. That is foul trouble, young man.
Wait. Why do they get RB? Wait a second. We're doing.
Oh, the RB got here now?
Second.
Oh, so
Wait
when we were in the
second.
gamer lounge. Okay, I see what you're trying to say, Capcom.
Wait a second. I'm not commentating anymore, Ringe.
Oh, you out?
I'm gonna get myself a beef and cheddar right now.
Yo, Marine really got to get close and give us the details. Okay, well, somebody go check on Marine real quick.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I feel right now. I feel betrayed by these guys in the lounge right now.
Stabbed in the back?
Dude, stabbed in the back by a mozzarella stick right now, dude. Like that.
Why you have to bring up mozzarella sticks, bro? That's my weakness, son. Come on,
dude.
huh?
It's mozzarella sticks, the sliders, dude.
Roast beef.
Don't discount their chicken sandwiches, man.
The bacon chicken Swiss is legit.
Dude,
100%.
I'm all about the chicken cordon bleu, dude.
Oh, you fancy though.
Yeah,
I see, my
exactly.
bad.
There you
You
go.
know, James
so.
Chen status like that. You know what I'm saying? Keep a Jesus piece around here. But, of course, that was a good bounce back from Chuan. Once again, Ryan looking pretty good up against Oswald. Not going to let him bully too much, too heavily.
I'm still upset about this.
I could tell. I was like, so is James going to talk about the match, or is he still just like picturesque roast beef sandwiches, just like a land of them?
I'm thinking Arby's right now. Here we go. Oswald up 3-1 against I Am Chuan.
Yeah, so despite Chuan putting a W on the board, right, Oswald still seems very much in control. And yeah, staying in that sweep range to punish the V skill is a key component to the matchup.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That was one of the biggest adjustments he made in the second set to give him the comeback. But right now, Oswald is all offense right now. So I Am Chuan got to fight his way out of this corner right now.
Yeah, right now he's been able to fight for a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room, not back to the corner, but you can see those dash punches immediately pushing him towards, but great usage of these sonic booms with punishing. Can't make anything happen off of it.
Okay, just gonna throw him all out. Interesting, okay. Goes for the knockdown for the pressure. Here we go, goes to throw.
The baby boom into the throw once again. Oswald staying very disciplined, but he can't eat too many throws here. Oh, that should be it.
Yeah, you're done right there.
That's
And
what. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying this is good for Oswald here, making this comeback now.
Yeah, that's one of those security blankets for Balrog, right? If he's got the V trigger active, you got to watch out for that target combo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously on block it's negative. That's the downside of it. But if it connects, yeah, you saw exactly what happened. And interesting standing medium kick right there from Ion Chuan, neutral standing medium kick. That was new. We haven't seen him use that a lot. Of course, again, loses the charge on that.
True, yeah, that's a good point right there. I like the crouch medium kicks. Really, he needs to find answers in that range right there. That crouch medium kick, and afterwards, getting him with the crouch strong.
And now fighting from the corner once again. Nice jump back. Gets the jump combo. And a jump back from Oswald.
Yeah. Got some space back. We're fighting into the neutral once again. V-trigger active. Gets the dragon suplex.
Oh, the jumping! Is that dead? That's
Oh, and Chuan was in such control of the round, but one boom too many. Oh.
Dude, I'm just gonna say he gave him the big Montana, man. Like, I don't know if you guys know, that was an old Arby's. This doesn't exist anymore. The big Montana, dude. He gave him the big Montana with that jump in.
Oh man, and that's really, I think, the tail of the tape when it comes to these two is I think Chuan does such a good job kind of containing Oswald for so long, but one mistake and Balrog gets rewarded so heavily. And I mean, not just a mistake right there. That was a great read from Oswald.
Right,
Don't let me take anything away from him, right? But in those situations, you don't actually have to risk the fireball, right? If you're in the lead, of course, that is Gao's game. That's what you're gonna do. So I don't blame him for doing so, but it crumbles like that sometimes.
Right, exactly. It's risk and reward kind of situation. Early in a round when the opponent doesn't have resources, doesn't have a V-trigger active or ready to go, you can kind of go for those risks a little bit more. At the end of rounds, that's when everything gets into super danger mode, red alert mode.
Here we go, Oswald again. Spending that life as a resource, right? That's what happens when you play a matchup like this up against Gao when you got to make your way in. Yeah, but I love that. Willing to challenge on those stand heavy kicks again, you got to be willing to do that up against Balrog, especially from long distance. Beautiful whip punish.
Yeah, I had mentioned in the last match with Travis Styles, that's kind of one of the strategies against Balrog. You want to either be close enough to punish the light dash punch or far away enough to whip punish. We've seen Chuan do both here.
And then gets the reset. Ooh, tried for the meaty dash punch there, but oh no, not what he wanted either way. Chuan fighting for some space back, but the stand brainless. We got the anti-airs on deck.
Yeah, still had time to anti-air even after that whiff. Oh, I like that V-reversal. Get him down. Don't give him any opportunity for any pressure.
Right, that's what we said at the very beginning. He needs to keep those V-meters on deck so Oswald can't just bully him with that V-trigger active. I love that because Chuan is more favored in the neutral.
Yeah, and again, Guile, obviously his V-trigger can be very, very good and stuff, but it's not like one of those crazy like Balrog comeback V-triggers. Yeah. So if he uses it more from a defensive or even the offensive V-reversals to keep the corner position.
Yeah, and Oswald with a big move here. I can't believe he got the dash and back throw, keeping him locked down in the corner with that anti-air as well. Oh no. Keep that sonic boom in your pocket, fam. EX working out into the Dragon Suplex. We're back to the mid-screen. This is a good look. We activate on block.
Yeah, take your turn. Make sure you light punch afterwards. Don't let Balrog get away with that activation for free. There it is again. That offensive V reversal.
Yeah, stop giving him these opportunities again. Taking the throw on the stand reset.
One
Not
hit.
pressing the button, but still
One
you
hit
can't take
the
too many
super.
throws.
Oh,
What a
he
bam
blocked
on the
it.
overhead. Ooh, I am Chuan clutching it out right there.
Oh boy, because yeah, I mean honestly, that would have been it. He had one combo into super, you're done at that point in time. So I am, and you know, shout outs to Tron. Oswald hasn't gone for that overhead in a long time, but he kept it in mind and was ready.
And right before that overhead, he had thrown him 2 times, right? So it's definitely one of those situations where you're trying to condition your opponent to flinch, to get that throw tech going. But nope, stayed disciplined, knew that he could survive 1 or 2 more throws rather than an overhead full combo, and that is great risk-reward management and great composure from Chuan.
Yeah, at one point in time while we were watching one of the previous matches, David was saying it's very rare to see a full, you know, reverse 5-0 comeback if you go down 4. But the way that this match went in all the qualifiers, like this would be the one that happened. So we can't count Chuan out yet. Obviously, he doesn't need to do the 5-0, but he can win 3 in a row. I can see it happening. For sure.
Yeah, most definitely. In my opinion, this is favored in Oswald, obviously, but more than winnable for Chuan. Yeah, stand heavy kick, been very smart about the range. Even there, utilizing the Sonic Boom outside that distance where V-Skill 1 can punish.
Yeah, and again, you know, if you're playing it this way too, the Sonic Booms are also harder to read. Trying to walk out of the throw range. Oh, he didn't go for the whip punish. He wanted the back throw to get all of that real estate.
Exactly, could have put Oswald in the corner, but he'll take what he's got for now. The bazooka's afterwards as well, but oh no, bullied right into the corner once again. Tries for that hesitation, not gonna happen.
All right, so there's the throw from Oswald, showing I am Chuan the throw. He's got the anti-air. Busts out with the EX flash kick.
I love that, right? Balrogs almost 100% of the time continue their turn after getting that anti-air.
No!
Again, though, Oswald just sniffing out that rhythm of Chuan, knows when he wants to throw them Sonic Booms, and now he's on set point.
Here we go. Is this just going to be a... You're just going to do it, huh?
Ow.
Oswald trying to put the nail right now, put a hammer in that final nail.
Yeah, this man's 6 feet under. Take that 5-2 victory. He's looking good. Oh, the crush counter as well. Caught him in the air, though.
Try to go for the shimmy this time. I am Chuan not biting. Maybe telling Oswald to go for a few more throws, and then he could finish it out with the shimmy.
And Chuan, you know that pressure's on at this point. Cannot afford to lose another round this game. All right, a life deficit, slowly dwindling that down with the soul bots. That time it got counter hit.
But it's so scary. Oswald has so much meter right now. One single hit into the super. Wow, he just went for it. That definitely would have been game if it was blocked.
Chuan's challenges have been so good here. He doesn't use them very frequently, so he's been successful when he has busted them out.
They're both sitting on V trigger. Got him with the upside down kick. Chuan is still alive.
The composure on this man. He is a top level player indeed, proving it with that round. Beautiful patience. Not panicking, not cracking.
Counter hit, but too far away to confirm. Plus frames and stealing turns, dashing forward after those plus frames.
Oh, look at that, another successful EX flash kick challenge. Chuan been so on point with that, but wait, the crush counter?
Out of there, nope. Okay, actually did make it out of the corner. You saw Oswald try to dash under, but here we go. Good knockdown.
Oh, and the stun is there, my man seeing stars while James was looking at the Arby's off to the side. Don't worry, I know that's why you stopped. We're gonna get our Arby's soon. But Oswald, the one taking home that 5K. Good stuff to the man right there. 5-2 over Chuan. He was just running roughshod with that Balrog.
Dude, he was hitting him with some beefy moves, and he was cheesing him out with the beef and cheddar than that fight over there.
Do you have summoning powers? I see the Arby's over there. Where did you get that?
I just saw a door open up, and on all of a sudden, someone ran in and just dropped this on the table for me.
All right, well, there you go.
There you go. And Oswald doing the job over there as well and taking the match.
I didn't know you had these powers, James. Like, I guess I gotta put more years in the commentaries for like an Arby's summoning.
Now I just they need to tie it to the string and just like lower the Arby's from the sky and be like,
oh man.
Oh man, but great job again to Oswald. And you know, for me, actually a little bit surprising in the pace of that. I thought it was gonna be a little closer, and I thought that I Am Chuan was gonna come out, you know, strong out of the gate, like, you know, following a lot of the patterns that we had seen before. But Oswald looked really prepared this time.
So good, absolutely. Great stuff to Oswald, 100%. Good stuff to Chuan as well. Beautiful finals from our region. Great stuff. Showing off that region's capabilities. Now let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Anything else that you could send out here to poor old Ultra David stuck on the desk all day as there's Arby's over in the lounge? You guys are about to go back there to get yours. James has his. You're going to get some.
I'm not. I'm stuck on the commentary section for the rest of the day.
Good work. Good work. All right. Let's have somebody to partner with doesn't get Arby's today. Look, that was, I think I agree with what the guys were saying just there. Talking about how close their sets were when they've played in the past. 3-2, 3-2, 3-2 almost every single time. This time 5-2. A lot more strength on Oswald's side. Punk, what'd you think about the matchup?
I think that Oswald came out really strong, really aggressive, and I feel like Chuan wasn't really prepared for that, honestly. He didn't really use his buttons. He kind of just sat back on the sonic booms, and I feel like he thought that was the strategy, but it's Balrog. You cannot do that. V-skill. And also, I noticed that Chuan did not check a lot of the dashes. So, of course, it's Oswald. You don't see anyone check your dashes. There's no point to really stop. And those dash frame traps got him a lot when I guess he was probably trying to tech the grab late and dash up the late button, core him a lot. I think that Chuan just probably needs more confidence in pressing the buttons. And as a Gao player, you know, Sonic Boom is always your biggest thing. So, of course, that's what you love the most. But some characters you just can't do that on in this game.
Not in that matchup, but it does my old Balrog heart good to see V-Skill 1 Balrog doing work. So, you know, V-Skill 2, that's been the meta for ROG this season, but it's that matchup in particular where it's just V-Skill 1 all the way, takes the booms off the table. So I really connected with Oswald in that set. You know what I'm saying? I saw the things he was doing, and it was beautiful to see. Punk talked about the dashing. The way Oswald masked his approach with the dashes was actually very, very, very smart, using the heavy kick to get the +3 situation. He's at a space where he can do crouching medium kick to catch you, trying to clip him if he goes for the dash, or he sneaks in the dash behind it, using the EX dash punch to get the +1. Same idea, there's going to be a button or a dash coming up behind it. So he masked his movement really well on top of shutting down the boom game and just overwhelmed Chuan with the offense.
I know you could talk about this all day. I hate to interrupt you here, but do you smell that? Oh, it's like this delicious, beefy potpourri running through the air. It is, in fact, the Arby's meaty moment. Let's take a look.
Arby's, we have the meat.
And we definitely have a fantastic match right here from Oswald, displaying the knowledge of how to beat Guile. And there were elements that could have even been increased. There were V-skills that were left unpunished. There were moments we feel like there could have been a lot more in store for Oswald, but he didn't even go to that. We saw Chuan actually hang himself in some sequences, running out the V-trigger, close range, so many sequences getting jumped in on, and that's how I feel like Oswald found his win.
No, without a doubt. I think there's been so many moments where Oswald has actually suppressed the strategies against I Am Chuan. I know that Punk had talked about, you know, Sonic Boom's not being the name of the game, but I will say Oswald, he knew about that too. He's like, you know what? I know Chuan's going to rely on these normals, and I'm going to be in the perfect space to get some of my meaties going with some of the normals in this range. He's done it so well.
Fantastic job. We're going to be seeing more action today, but you know, I got to say right now, I didn't get any of this meat right here. We're talking about all this meat and all this stuff like that. I'm sitting here wearing the clothes. I ain't get any. You see Marine right here going down. But again, got to give big props to Oswald for sealing the win once again. You know, it's one thing to beat somebody in a match like that, right? And then they get the rematch, and they get all this time to get all this data and things like that. And to seal the deal twice takes a lot of work. So you got to say that Oswald's nice.
Brian, I thought it was really interesting that you on multiple occasions talked about how there's a specific point that Guile players get jumped in on.
Oh,
Can you
yes,
talk about
sir. It's almost sad to see, but the moment a Guile player pops his V-Trigger 1, there's a 95% chance he's about to eat a jump in. In that moment, they're very tunnel vision into throwing the booms out and ensuring they can control space, and that sets up the next throw mix-up. And almost every single time we saw Chuan try to control the space and set up that mix-up, he ate a jump every time, and if that keeps happening, that's just lights out for Guile.
Well, yeah, again, congratulations. Excellently played. Obviously, a lot of strength in that performance right there. Let's talk about Magic the Gathering. Again, something that is near and dear to my heart. Your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards at secretlair.wizards.com. For the first time, Chun-Li, Ryu, Ken, etc. are transformed into powerful cards perfect for your collection. Check out the Saturday broadcast for the reveal of Secret Lair X Street Fighter's exciting secret card.
And we've seen a lot of these folks kind of play at the comfort of their own home, but we know that Game Gooder knows that gamers go outside too. Channel your inner Chun-Li and kick some style butt outside while enjoying fun, fashionable, and affordable Gooder Sunnies that offer 100% UV protection and polarized lenses in a lightweight frame that won't slip or bounce. I've been rocking these bad boys since day one, actually, from our entire weekend, and they've been mad comfortable and have been alleviating some of the eye stress I endure from looking at these screens for 6 hours a day.
I really like those on you, by the way.
They feel
Just to point out, I think you look very nice in there.
I appreciate that.
You know what? Street Fighter V is not the only game. We got other news about a dream collaboration between Street Fighter V and the mobile game, King of Fighters All-Star. The collaboration will go live around the end of March. Ryu, Chun, and other popular characters from Street Fighter V will be joining the King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Once again, tons of characters, including Ryu and Chun, are being prepared for the collab content. Additional info will be revealed through the official KOF social media, so look forward to that. We just saw Asia Southeast. We are going to head, after this break, over to Eastern Europe, where we will have Papoy versus Jamie.
All right.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
All right, everybody, and welcome back to the CPT 2021 finals here with myself, Jammers, and Logan Summer, walking you through some of these lovely exhibitions that will be happening. And up next, we're going to be moving over to CPT East and Russia. This is going to be another fantastic exhibition, which will be Papoy going up against Jamie. Now, for me, Logan, this is probably the title as who's the best Russian player. Now, obviously, Jamie had a fantastic time at the Intel World Open. Papoy, he won the CPT after resetting the bracket against Jamie, which me and Ovar commented. That was brilliant. But I remember Papoy said to me he didn't want to fight anybody at the CPT finals when it was going to happen. But I was like, well, now you got to fight your brethren. You got to fight your compadre at the exhibition here. So, I mean, do you think he stands a chance against a formidable opponent in Jamie?
So the very interesting thing about Jamie is she has become so well known for that. Honda was in winner's side on grand final, but Papoy was managed to snatch that victory away and get the qualification spot. But over the last couple of months, Jamie's been really focusing on Luke, entering a lot of the tournaments online as Luke. And that's a very interesting matchup because it really changes the dynamic. Luke is very difficult for Laura to deal with at the longer range because of that sandblast of the projectile. But when Laura gets in, that's when the fun and games start and she can really just play her normal game. So I'm really interested to see how Jamie does because she hasn't had a huge amount of success in the online events as well. Top 16s, top 32s, and these are regional kind of community events as well, not big events. So she's definitely going to want to prove something here. So it's going to be a tough one for Jamie to pull out a win in the first of 5 against Papoy, who has really been just cruising with Laura for the last, several seasons. There's a real difference in experience there. I'm really looking forward to this one. And hopefully the guys on the desk in the studio are as well. Let's get over to them. It's first of 5 Papoy versus Jamie for Eastern Europe, Russia. Let's go.
Thank you again to Logan and to Jammers there for bringing it in for us. And now we got a couple more folks up on the desk.
Is that the champ over there?
The
champ. Are you still considered the reigning champ? Like,
Good
it's
guy.
been so long.
I mean, they haven't taken it away from me yet, so yeah, I guess I am.
I think he still is. And then we got Rob TV back here, of course. We got James Chen, as you can see, and Rinj is back here too. Just eating up here like that.
I'm making a mess here. I'm making a mess here.
Jeez.
We didn't have that long of a break.
I haven't had that long of a break either.
Bro, for this actual, well, actually, I guess before, because I'm so excited about this match, but I don't want to skip ahead of the actual champ. Your opinion might actually be the most important. Adam, what are you thinking about this match?
So Papoy is actually a frequent learner in the Laura Discord, and I'm usually in the Laura Discord, so I actually know a lot about Papoy. Very aggressive style. This is probably
aggressive, huh?
Aggressive style. Laura's I try to watch like all the Laura mains, so to try to get like a general idea how like other people play Laura and how people go about their styles of playing Laura. So I'm very interested to see. And I also think Laura does fare pretty well versus Honda, but I heard Jamie does have a Luke. And Luke is the character that I think is a very problematic. So if we see the Luke, I think it could be rough.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I feel like assuming that we see the classic matchup, the Honda versus the Laura, first and foremost, I got to say, Jamie Intel World Open, man, over there in Poland, everything, watching that. One of the most entertaining players from the entire Intel World Open, specifically someone whose down button gets stuck here and there, likes to put on the show. She's definitely a ridiculously strong E-Honda. And actually going into that event, going into the CPT event, a lot of us, because of Intel, we specifically were thinking that she was going to win the tournament. But Papoy, what was so interesting with him was actually the comment that he put as far as his pre-match in top 8. My man says, "I am just here to have fun." Yo, if a Laura player, Geef player, Mika player is just trying to have fun, it's not going to be good for anyone else. And, of course, Papoy goes ahead and wins it all. Now with the 5K, actually, there was already money on it before. So if Papoy has the same mindset, it might be rough for Jamie.
Honda can have a good time out there, too.
You're not lying.
Honda can party. It's interesting that you bring up Papoy being in the lower Discord because so is Jamie. Jamie's actually a mod in the Honda Discord. Has been in there for a long time. I want her to play whichever character I that she thinks
Why
is
do
best,
characters
right?
that
Luke or Honda,
Oh.
either way that she thinks is better, I think is the better way to go. But I do want to also say, you guys are talking about Intel and the fact that Papoy won in the CPT Grand Finals. But if you look at how that went down, it was actually Jamie going up 2-0 and being at tournament point.
You're right,
And then
you're
Papoy
right.
making the complete comeback, and then Papoy making the 3-0 in the second set. So Jamie almost had CPT as well.
Right, and that was kind of one of the things that I was going to bring up here because I thought that was really important. A lot of the CPT Grand Finals, we've seen the upsets, and I don't feel like that one was as much of an upset. There was one particular round where Jamie was full bar and Papoy tiny little bar, and then just made the most ridiculous comeback, including Jamie like walking into a neutral jump at the very end to die. And I felt like that round was the round that almost kind of broke Jamie mentally a little bit, because from there you just saw a lot more mistakes, and you saw that every time Papoy started the comeback, Jamie probably was getting flashbacks of that particular round. And so right now, for me, the key to this matchup here is going to be that mental fortitude on Jamie's side. How if she can actually, not fall into that trap again.
Absolutely, and as David said, right, it was a complete comeback, and I want to give some context to that situation. Jamie was on the game-winning combo, right? It was going to be 3-0 grand final. She was going to take it, no problem. Drops the combo. Papoy runs the set back 3-2, and then 3-0s her in grand finals. Ridiculous, and it really was the mental fortitude crumbling at the end. So hopefully Jamie, with more experience under her belt, can really show the strength and the mental growth that she's shown. But of course, I want to throw it to you, David, before we get out of here.
Yeah, look, I think that there's a lot of strength in both of these players. I expect it to be a close set, a good set. It has been in the past. Let's go to the commentators for the match.
For certain, they're going to be fighting it out for Mother Russia. That is absolutely true. And one thing is for certain, for sure, from this side, is that I will not ever be able to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius in my life as an immigrant American. My name is Vicious, here with St. Cola to bring down the matchup before us. It's going to be Jamie going up against, you already know who the Laura player we got.
Papoy, my
sir.
boy. Definitely been doing a lot of work out here. But, again, Papoy didn't really get that attention until recently, I feel like the last year. Jamie, however, has had a lot of attention. If you watch Salt Mine League, which y'all should be, she's done a lot of work out there with the Honda.
True.
And, her loss was unfortunate, but that was in October. What happened a month later was the drop of a new character named Luke.
True.
And, man, that character's super strong. And we're talking about Discords, she's also up in the Luke Discord. So
true.
I think that might be the pick today.
And it's kind of funny, too. I feel like the way that Jamie has dissected some of these characters, like she also had a jury that we've seen in the Intel World Open, immediately switched up into Honda. There's a lot that's said about the way she plays the game and how much she understands it. And look, right here, we do have the Luke in full effect, and I'm glad she picked the USA jersey.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I see you, Jamie. You do this one for me. I see you. All right. Jamie coming through again with the Luke. And this is a fantastic choice. We watched this one in the 5v5. We got a little bit sample with Chrissy CH.
Yes.
And we saw IDOM, of course. But you see the DP right through the fireball. Has many tools to deal with what she wants to do.
Oh, no, without a doubt. And if she wanted to, she could keep Laura away as much as possible. And I like the idea of using the forward fierce to cover the ground after the throw. Very, very smart to keep the pressure on. But here we go. But boy, getting the opening off the forward fierce herself. Covering the V-shift. No, held onto the thunderclap instead. Jamie trying to get a view reversal. Does get a jump out instead. Clears it. And the momentum now all in Jamie's favor.
The throw. One more touch, though. Jamie gets hit with the EX. Oh, no. Careful. V reversal. This is all your win right here, Jamie, in the end. All you need is one touch to seal it. All you need is one touch tap to do it like that. Just play perfect. Nice and easy, because it could be robbery.
It's going to be a little difficult for Papoy to get this robbery going, but it's going to be the side switch, dashing up and stealing a turn. The V-shift. She did not succumb to the mix.
She's staying sober. That's a bartender right there, but we staying sober out here. Jamie, maybe have flashbacks of what happened previously. Said, not for me, not today. But the sunset we don't play might be the last sunset you let happen to you, sir. I'm going to tell you right now.
She got a cranberry vodka, hold the vodka.
Oh, a little bit too much.
She got the juice.
She got the juice. Well, I'll tell you, my man, Papoy is definitely loose. If he gets going with V-Trigger, it might be a problematic thing to get going. That's the second part that you have to worry about of these matches, is when V-Trigger gets going, this character gets flowing. That's the danger. Yeah. The neutral for Laura, it's okay, despite what IDOM may say.
Oh,
but
my
I'll tell
God.
You, she gets going too hard.
Again, the invincible frames past the fireball. Jamie 2 times over thus far, contesting that thunderclap, which is a huge deal for Laura to get started in the neutral. There's a big crush counter. Roundhouse, the reset on the same side. Right into the meaties. Oh, my God, the stun is there.
Oh, we got the meaties. Yeah, build that ball, build the bear, and finds the finish. Papoy, my boy, sealing it and putting it round around.
Nothing that puts a smile on my face than seeing the optimized meter building strategy afterwards. The triple elbow to get the side switch and the command grab. I love seeing that.
Get that going. You want to have some bar flowing for the next match like that, you know? And Laura definitely lives with that bar. She gets that EX, especially in that post-stun fun kind of situation. It's like 70% and falls to fireball so many different times, so it'd be hard to DP through.
I love that, still being able to punish Papoy, just a little bit overzealous on that forward fierce. But Jamie now, okay, this is going to be a sizable punish. Does get the target combo, but what's more important, does get the Oki situation into the back throw. The roundhouse could be as meaty as ever. That could have led her into a plus position, but mistimed it slightly.
Does get the knockdown, trying to find an opening. Here's the activation from Papoy. What we got in store? The fireball, the B skill coming through. Corner pressure. You gotta play this real well if you're Jamie.
The defense from Jamie has been superb. Did you see her walking out of the corner off of that crouching jab interruption? Although it wasn't a hit, it was enough for her to get Laura off. And I'm telling you right now, Jamie is looking real slick with Luke.
And it's the difficulty when this character has all this room, can play lane. So many ways. He's got the toolkit for everything.
Yeah, the Sandblaster being at 3 different strengths. Oh, I like that. The Avenger going through, but the overhead connect. Papoy getting the party started now. The interruption
challenge.
off of the Jep. It is so far reaching, too. What a great move to interrupt. Jamie has done that 2 times over thus far. There was a lot of target combos to be had from the punishes that Jamie decided to go on. And I will say there are opportunities for Luke to nail really big damage with or without the V-skill charged up. But I will say the option to go for the target combo is like, you know, I might not have the full-on punish here. I'm going to go for something safe. I want to get an Oki situation off of this. And it's been very dominant throughout that set, or at least that game from the set.
And I like the fact that Jamie does back off in some of these situations too, knowing that she's up and, you know, in a lead in health like that, backs away, and Luke can play that way. We see those long-range Sandblasters. He's got fantastic normals to keep him at distance. And even though that jab is -4, what are you going to do about it? The pushback makes it hard to punish like that. Now we're getting back in the match. Jamie up 1.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many instances where Jamie's let any of these normals kind of just rock by itself and get punished, right? I mean, even the jab that she threw out there, that was mad far.
Meaty punch starting to come through too as well, but just command grab. Ready for the Oki.
Oh, mistimed the elbow, the meaty elbow from Papoy. No anti-air there from Jamie.
Some reversal on him. Target combo. And again, the Oki while you're pressing buttons.
Oh. And I like this is the big opportunity now for Papoy. Look at the amount of gray life that Jamie has. No, not today. Guess the V-skill charged up afterwards. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I like the armor usage right there. Gets the side switch too as well. The throw. Off in the corner. I'll call the corner in a second.
Oh,
the
no.
overhead. Oh,
the jump out and the cross up. There's going to be more than enough damage.
The DP to do it.
Had the enhanced flash knuckle to continue the damage as well. Just that jump out was so brave from Jamie, but wasn't enough deterrence from Papoy to keep Jamie scared in that corner.
I bet she was Papoy was looking for the medium punch, the kind of anti-air right there, but it just wasn't there.
Oh my God, this is so sick to see.
Oh,
no!
This is for free. You're doing it like that, Jamie.
Jump back jab just in case. I love
Put him
that.
in place. Stocked up with the Popeye arms.
Oh. This is so intense when Papoy actually gets into close combat because, okay, maybe not as much. Jamie again finding the interruption off of the crouch jab, so slick, finding these interruptions over and over again. Papoy, you thought you could move forward. Luke just occupies that space so well with some of those special normals too. Even if she wasn't using a special normal, that medium punch is so obnoxious. If you get that confirmed, you get into the full target combo. Even with the jab that moves him forward, you get the rest of it on the knockdown. It's just so difficult to try to steal turns against someone like Luke.
I think Laura already deals difficult, has a difficult time against very neutral-based characters. Karen, right? Guile, things like that really take her down, and Luke is one of those characters too as well. The fireballs keeping them at bay, eating all this damage, and then you're halfway in health. We haven't even seen any V-trigger robbery really come from Papoy. So if you're Papoy, you really got to think about how you're making your ways in, maybe betting some of these situations. We saw yesterday with Idom, trying to bet with some of the EX, but then again, Idom did switch, try to find his win against Chris CCH. So if Papoy has another character, it might be time to flip it, I don't know, man. This is looking a little dire.
It's kind of wild, too, because just in case the moment happens where Papoy happens to find the counter against Luke, Jamie still has Honda.
That's true.
Right? But that's the craziest thing,
Suit up
right?
the brain if you need to.
Yeah, Jamie's already up, 2 whole games in a very convincing fashion so far. If she had to, she could be like, all right, well, I've had my test run with Luke. I'm going to go back to the hands.
Yeah.
Why not?
It could happen. But for right now, she's staying solid, you know, doing the fantastic normals of that character. Setting up shot with a medium punch also, we see that too as well. You know, even though it's -2, you stick that sucker out, and then you have crouch if you kick behind it, things like that. And the Sandblaster to end some of these combos. The conversions didn't get the hit, but still, even if you're not finding the charge up, you're still finding a lot of damage.
Yeah. I did love the whiff punish earlier, but Papoy bringing it right back. You cannot thunderclap in front of Jamie like that. It's been so consistent. No anti-airs though. It's so wild to see. We don't even see the uppercut as the anti-air, but past the thunderclap, consistent.
Consistent. Every single time it comes out in the right sort of range, the dang straight, I'm gonna hit you. Ooh, gets into you with the throw. Oh, you trying to get
He walked 3 steps.
He was all up on that.
She was traveling.
Coast to coast. Okay, V reversal. That's fine. Get some distance. Challenges.
Oh,
with
too
the
far.
command grab. Unfortunate. And again, going for the Oki situation. That's the great thing about the character. Looping the Oki over and over again to get that win. It's so hard to challenge so many situations in Wake Up.
It wasn't too bad though. Papoy didn't suffer too much damage on the punish. That is an excellent V-shift past the thermobaric barrage, or at least the sandblaster. Oh boy. So this is going to be great. Papoy now on the board. Jamie had a couple of moments where she left damage on the table.
Yeah, and that could sway this. You know, I feel like Papoy, if they get that momentum, looks like I got a round. Get more. Get a game. So we get going. Command grab in.
How many of these jump-ins have just flown in against Jamie?
She's got the anti-air situation going, you know? Got crouch fierce, got DP. Won't they go for free?
Even so, even if you're further out, if you're moving backwards, you could even do back roundhouse. I've seen that sucker hit so many times.
Oh, with the crush? Oh.
It could happen. Oh, low forward confirm into the uppercut from Jamie. Oh, no uppercut
DP.
this time. Nothing. He tried. Oh, Luke tried to jump back. It wasn't enough. Jamie now in dire straits in this corner. Oh, I take it all back.
But no back throw, though. Just find the activation off the sweep. No conversion off the jab.
Oh, this is going to be huge.
Stock up with a V skill.
The back roundhouse!
She heard us! She heard us!
I almost pushed Sakola off this chair. I'm so sorry. Oh my God!
We're trying not to flinch on the table.
I was waiting for the anti-air. We talked about it, right? Back roundhouse
yeah.
covering out so much of that space. So well done from Jamie.
When you have all these tools, it's hard. You gotta cycle through them sometimes. You're like, oh wait, this is the right one. The screwdriver works. Gets the knockdown.
I almost killed Sakola. I'm so sorry.
This would have been my last commentary job this week. Would have been worth it. Nice.
We got 2 more days. Important tech there from Papoy. Man, chased her down. Jamie actually backed down with a back dash, and Papoy actually read it. Back throw now. There's a lot of side switching going on. This is going to be huge for Papoy. Can he make the most of it? Another throw against the V reversal. Overhead does get blocked, but the thunderclap is still there.
Done? Get it to him. Ooh. The stun and done. Make him see stars like Hollywood Boulevard. Papoy still in it to try to win it. And I like the fact that we are seeing some matches. No clean sweeps, no janitors out here. Just dirt.
And I like the options too, going with the sunset wheel. I will say, or at least not sunset wheel, I was gonna say driving it down from Hollywood via the route of Sunset Boulevard is what I was gonna do. But either way, I do like the change up here from Papoy. As soon as he gets that transition in the corner, make sure to not let it go and do all the grimy stuff, right?
Yes.
That's when you actually get to do the thunderclap pressure. Jamie wasn't even expecting it as much. You could see how much of a deterrence it was to see that thunderclap. She wasn't even ready to throw out some of these uppercuts in the corner. Only in instances where it's mid-screen, you would really see those uppercuts fly. Not in the corner though, so that's gotta be a significant signal for Papoy to take advantage of.
Notes, you know, and put that down. So I take some more rounds. I would also like to see Papoy, even though you just won that one, use some of the V-shifts against these heavy knuckles right here that are going for free. You can get a free punish like that if you got that V-shift in play. So if you're trying to stay in, Papoy, get that win. I'm going to see that V-shift. Plus you get the bar back as a return halfway at least.
Oh my God!
Don't let that
Don't
fly
do
for free.
that!
Like
oh, there we go!
We anti-airing.
It's a whole different ball game once Jamie starts anti-airing. Do it again! We'll take that. We'll take it. We'll take it. That's
good. That's good.
That's not bad.
Jesus!
Jesus! We're gonna need a new stool because I'm about to push things off of this stage. I'm telling you.
Please. Jumping spawn for free. The fireball trying to come through. V-trigger activated. There's a lot of bar already been spent on the V-trigger side. So all Jamie has to do is survive. Objective survive.
It's so interesting. There's gonna be a punish. No, not quite. Either way, she's plus.
Activation. Stuff like that. Saved by the fireball.
Oh, what a time to use that V-trigger. Papoy goes for the knockdown off the elbow.
Oh,
EX uppercut. How often have we seen that though?
Not too many times.
Oh! I think that would have worked if she uppercut. Oh, either way, just a nice subtle crouch jab against Papoy on the way down. Taking the first round of game number 4. Looking so consistent. Ooh.
Careful with innings with
Oh
bumping
my
again.
God!
You
I
cannot-
love seeing that.
You're not
It's
throwing
so
these fireballs
good.
for free. You're just giving damage to Jamie. Now,
Damn.
these first parts of these rounds are literally going down from the DP.
She's so good at that. How
so
many
amazing.
times did she hit that mid-screen? Oh boy. That could have gone into a target combo.
Right? That could have been Oki's situation into routing it back like that, but getting closer and closer to the corner.
Pumping up the arms. Bicep day.
There we go. That's what. Are they listening to
Beautiful.
us? Are they listening to us?
I love that. I love the choice to use the V-shift past the enhanced flash knuckle. Back throw now is going to be a roundhouse. No, it's going to be the fierce.
The XP reversal right back at him. Jamie's backing off. I like that. The outside the corner. You can play this lane game even more because of the V-trigger in store. A lot of shots that come through and the damage too. Watch out the Mimi kicks.
Yeah, you know what she's looking for, right? Getting a good firm. That's a big cross-up. Oh, you could have spent the bar early, but dang, okay. I do like that reset opportunity. Did get the crush. Only had to spend one EX bar to tie it up in this game.
Screen kick into the EX. Conversion, the knuckle. So I get the overhead. And listen, a little bit of a reset right there. We take those all.
100%. Backing off, playing the Sandblaster game. Papoy trying to look for it and maybe react back. Roundhouse does get blocked. And here comes the thunderclap. Does not get contested with an uppercut, but a crouching jab to stop the forward advancement. Now it's going to be Papoy with the onslaught. Another interruption from Jamie. Very important.
Just hitting every so often, just putting that crouching light punch. Even though it's not leaning to all that, I like that it's there.
That
The
was
V-shift
sick.
aware to get the break. So I'm going to be putting over the corner. And the challenge again gets the Oki situation in the throw. Piece him up.
Jump back jab again.
The layup. The Classico.
Low forward, confirm EX flash knuckle. Does not get the Oki she was looking for. No meats there.
All vegan this season, but the fireball coming through. Jamie, I see you with the mink, 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 mink.
It was just one of those, I feel like.
Okay, yeah.
That's all she needed. It was just,
Yeah.
it was like a nice little, what was that? The flicker, right? That's what it was? Yeah. I wish Luke did that. Yeah.
The arm like that. Bow.
I love that. It was so sick.
that.
I gotta rewatch that.
I love Jamie's play right now, though. I'll tell you
It's
that.
looking so clean. There's so many impactful interruptions against Papoy that it's really deterred any sort of offensive strategy. And I will say the only questionable thing on Jamie's side is just the anti-air option. Going air to air or even trying to like walk back and just block. There were certain instances where she's shown the options, the proper options to anti-air, but most of the time it's just like, nah, I'm okay. I'll just
I like
wait.
this jump back jab a little bit, you
Yeah.
know, or just block it out. But you don't want to let this character get in. But I like the preventative help that Jamie has shown. You say, and Apple Day keeps Allura away. You just keep her out. That's what it's about. Don't let her mix you. Don't let her rob you. You know.
I just hope some of these options to not anti-air doesn't bite her in the end. I don't want her to hit the confession booth and be like, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been 3 matches since I anti-aired. These are my sins.
I can't help you, son. Oh, see, I can't help you. It's a command grab. The challenge, though, the target combo, not completing the combo.
My
Get
God!
the counter hit, though. Started stepping with it.
EX Sandblaster pumping up the iron. No, not the option. You want to go for the flash knuckle. That light one is punishable.
Get the challenge. Forcing the back roll. And the boy trying to press in.
Ooh,
Get
yes.
that win. And that V-bar is built up at the bottom. The EX again. Sunset wheel.
Very nice looking. Oh boy, the mediums, and we get out the third hit. Wait for the reset back throw. Watch out for the roundhouse.
No!
What?
Not to confirm that you wanted, and this would be a confirmed kill from a point with the activation to seal it.
That was pretty wild. Jamie with her hands to her head, like what in the world did I just do?
Dang.
Both hands off the stick and set straight to the cranium. Trying to contemplate life.
Why did I do this? I like Pooh Boy swing out that standing heavy kick every so often to try to maybe get a crush before the fireball comes out.
Oh.
But now Jamie's running the normals.
There it is, the roundhouse I was looking for. And it was a counter hit. You get a full conversion off of that.
And the
that
DP?
is perfect. You're actually dead.
Oh, yeah. Smoked. Like a barbecue.
My God, the damage. And I do like the back roundhouse route. It was so clean, so beautifully done. It even has the camera ops guy shook. He saw that. It was like, damn, I'm glad I wasn't on the receiving end of that.
I don't know my man play Street Fighter, but he gonna learn today what's cheap. Papoy, though.
Oh, that was really awkward, actually. Papoy in the right space to get away from the uppercut, but also the thunderclap being active enough to stop Jamie from uppercutting through, or at least the invulnerability frames coming through. Oh, boy. There's the anti-air.
We don't thought fireballs do something different with it, but the punish on the EX, unfortunate. Not getting the elbow. EX for the plus frames. Way backing off, but I feel like he's trying to get in and never mind. Commentator's curse.
Ah, man, no reset. Not close enough. Sunset wheel. That's another one. Oh, the crush. But it's fine. Jamie was actually midair again, but still puts herself into the mix. A lot of fans for Papoy, huh?
Yeah.
Steve's the only one snapping his fingers. He knows the vibes.
Yeah.
He definitely
nice
knows
and
the
chill,
vibes.
nice and chill. But I'll tell you who's not probably chill right now. I don't think Jamie's in a chill position right here. This could be the turnaround. That similar to what we saw in the CPT, where they had the momentum, they had everything, and she just let it kind of go for free. And you don't want this to happen again. And I feel like there's a lot of stress in this situation, in this match like that. Like, you don't want that to happen to you again. How bad would it be for them to route it back, even though it's not as drastic, right? You don't want them to route it back from the brink and then win once again. Jamie got to redeem herself here.
That's the thing, though. I feel like no matter the situation currently, whatever Jamie is thinking about, she still has Honda. I'm going to say that again. Like, I think that's one of the key components here. I think there's going to be a situation where if it comes to like a tie game or even at like 4-4, there's going to be a situation where the Hondas come out to play and be like, okay, well, now the party's over. It's time for me to crash some health with my hands. But as it stands right now, we're starting to see the adaptation coming in from Papoy.
Yeah. I think after this game, if it does go the wrong sort of way, the DP, though, tell me different. But if it does go the wrong way, the Honda should come into play. Right now, Jamie going for these anti-airs a lot more.
That was just like a raw medium punch. I felt like the rest of it would have connected to low medium kick. No confirm from Jamie that time. Does get the back throw. Will it be a roundhouse again to apply immediate? No, it was a fierce this time, followed by a sand blaster.
Fireball's up for the face. The challenge, though, for Jamie. I got to do that. The backup DP. There we go. Do it again. Give me another one.
DX Sand Blaster get those plus frames afterwards, but still chasing down with the forward fierce. Papoy now chasing down another big interruption from Jamie. How many times has this happened so far in the set?
Chase with the overhead. Now the activation, EX. Here, Russell, you still caught. In the EX, unfortunate. You shifted to the break, so you better wait.
Oh. There's a sunset wheel past the thunderclap. Very great job for Papoy. Offensively, that was a counter hit. That could have been a command grab, but backs off instead. Jamie now in dire straits, changing it up.
In the corner, the challenge.
Oh, punish!
Papoy. A lot of scramble. But Papoy says, I'll take mine on read.
I wonder what that option was from Jamie. She committed to the target combo in its entirety. Did get fully punished, but I just want to know, was there a crouching jab that actually hit? I might have missed it.
Maybe. But don't fully block either way. Papoy with the punishment could give us a 3-3. Maybe the closest match we're going to see.
Oh, no! Hey, not too great from both ends. A little bit of a wonky situation for it. So now, what happens? Fierce? No, that was forward fierce, excuse me.
Trying to find that crush. Gets to the plus frame, stash up, throw. You'll take those, though. Oh, but this might be bad with the Oki situation.
Oh, no uppercut. Goes for the jump back jab. There it is, the target combo. Into the trigger, off the wall. Gets the no chaser, plus frames down.
The X2 as well. Kind of like that neutral jump, because we've seen Jamie go for the forward fierce many times. Trying to catch that.
Jamie
backing
could have
off like that.
uppercut that, though.
Where are those uppercuts? Oh, she got a different way to anti-air play. Mink.
There it is. Let me hear it one more time. What does that sound like?
Mink.
That's what I'm talking
Shout out
about.
to Punk, actually, my man. When he's playing this character. But you see Papoy making the adjustments. And some of this might be because they play the character a lot more, but here's the EX sword for the knockdown.
Man, back medium punches. Trying to get that frame trap going, but still, Papoy now gets the knockdown instead. Thunderclap, so active still. That's another command grab setup. Papoy getting the roundhouse this time. Jamie close to stun. It's her turn now. Off of the target combo activation. Flash knuckle light does get the Oki, but still the V-shift coming in from Papoy, resetting the situation.
Papoy getting DP'd outside that city. Anti-air once again. The Mink again.
That was so
that corner
sick.
carry. Yo, that is, the fact you get that link, that is tight. Papoy still staying all right until the conversion hit again. The feature situation. Oh, and the fist to face to put him in his plate. Jeez.
She was still at V-trigger regardless, right? She was going to try to chip away that damage. That fierce was to ensure the meaty, get himself a sandblaster for Luke, and then Jamie was going to finish it off with some more of that V-trigger to just wind down some of that damage if need be. So smart. Papoy should have seen that coming, though, because there's been so many instances where Jamie's been on point with some of these meaties that it's just like, okay, well, I can't afford to take some of that damage from Luke. Even if Papoy had extra life left, that single hit would have led to, what, like 20%, 25%?
Way too much sometimes.
Way
but
too much.
Luke fans are saying it's fine, and Jamie is on game point against Papoy. And you know, we were sitting here talking about what the adjustments need to be. A lot more anti-airs that we're seeing right here. The jump back, and now the DP. There we go. Keep him locked down, make him look like a clown.
She's changing it up so much. No, the V-skill in front. Why?
Whip punch on the heavy kick, though.
Oh, boy. The V-shift, no, didn't get caught. Very lucky for Jamie, but boy, still trying to suppress. I like that. Holding on to the shift. That's a throw bait. Sunset wheel. What's the option now? Meaty elbow, counter hit. Gets to extend the combo. Dial it in. Papoy trying to get back to life. Honestly, it's going to be really, really tough. Jamie has been in this situation before as well, where she has the tournament in sight. But can Papoy make a comeback like he did in the CPT?
She needs to get that revenge. This is the time right now. And she can. She's got all the tools. DP comes out for free. No bar spit. That was DP Tartar. Ain't no EX on it.
Dang, and to confirm off the low forward afterwards, Jamie looking real clean. Back roundhouse just under a crouching Laura. That's a big punish for Papoy. Another interruption from Jamie. What in the world is going on?
The reversal. I like Papoy spinning that bar differently to try to keep him caught up in the corner. EX for the plus frames, no lane. The throw. In there, though.
Anti-air elbow.
One more hit to do it.
Tough. Tried to interrupt. Jamie not able to cut it. I don't know what button it was, but it wasn't the right one. Papoy getting that third game on the board, climbing up the ladder to catch up.
Jamie is in a fine position, in my opinion. She has all the tools, has to put them together. The Honda pick might not be it, but then again, there is an element of you feeling comfortable with the character that you've been playing for, years upon years, that you've been doing, winning tournaments with, been soaking people up in top 8s and things like that. Top players like Problem X and all the other UK, top level players. So if you switch now, in my opinion, it won't be the worst thing, but I still think the Luke is still the play.
I wouldn't be surprised either way. I think at 4-3 now is the time, because you're not going to get another switch. Right? So I think now is the time to get that switch going. David kind of mentioned it earlier. Honda has a lot of opportunities to party just as much as Laura does, I feel like. So that's going to be really interesting to see if she does it. But it's not going to be the case. It's going to be Luke all the way through still, or at least for one more game, right?
That's true. Could switch later on, but, we'll see what happens.
Would you switch at a 4-4?
Bro,
I don't know. That's
I
tough,
don't know.
right?
Yeah, because then you have to get acclimated. It might be too late.
Yeah.
My boy said, I ain't going to wait. I'm going to get into you.
Yeah.
Check that red. Jamie almost there. Here's the activation to stave it off for a bit.
Oh, no normal to back it up first. Kind of awkward. Oh. A lot of these jump-ins, even the neutral jumps in front of Jamie, haven't gone punished. Oh, boy. Crush counter. Oh!
Reset?
You went for the reset? It didn't matter. That's fine. Papoy actually pulled himself a little bit of extra meter off that throw as well. Jamie on the ropes now. Huge change in momentum.
Very confident play by Papoy in the neutral, too, that we're seeing. It's also a mix of all these V-shifts, V-reversals, things like that have definitely caught Jamie off guard. Yeah, no DP right there. Oh, and no confirm. Unfortunate. Papoy getting in.
What is happening?
Oh, my God.
Oh. Papoy knew it, too.
Yeah.
He was sat there.
He backed away. So the jump in and play right here. Jamie gets the knockdown and the throw.
Oh, how many of these instances have there been jump back jab?
Gotta get those DPs, though. I want to see more damage on the deck.
Damage and just reset the situation. Another jump in coming in. Papoy, we gotta be feeling really good about these jump ins overall. Nice block on the V skill. No big punish. Okay, that's gonna be just fine.
The chaser. It's a follow-up. Jamie now on set point. This is critical. You have to seal it here. Don't let the curse contain you. Break the curse, Jamie.
See if it happens. Looking at match point, tournament point actually, for her exhibition against Papoy. Look at this. Checking with the low forwards, a lot more active in neutral. Jump in, jab again! How many times have Papoy not been punished for these jump ins? This is going to be a great opener, a great start for Laura players all over the world. Oh,
should have
boy.
committed. So Knuckles on him. Gets the meaty with it. No vegan, the dash in. EX situation.
Oh my God,
Get that wrong.
forever.
Oh, she gaming. Oh, she need to get one more hit for the stun.
Will do it. Looking for a bunch of frame traps. Excellent time for the V reversal, but still Jamie going for something else other than an anti-air. She's going to regret it in the morning. Take two of these. The overhead, take two of these instead. Call me in the morning. Jamie gets the run back against Papoy successfully, securing the bag and getting that extra 5K.
Breaking the curse. Congratulations to Jamie coming back from the brink. And that's got to be a really good win for her in the end. Yo, shout out to Jamie. And using a new character too, like Luke, fantastically. Had all the tools and finally put them together to not let things run away from her.
Pretty good character. I must say, pretty good character.
Pretty good.
Fun to play. We'll throw it back to David and the analyst to give us a full rundown of what we just experienced between these two titans of Mother Russia.
Congratulations to Jamie for taking it there over Papoy. It seemed at times that it was maybe a little bit, it could have gone one way or the other, right? We were a little worried for her at some times. Papoy obviously did a lot of great work as well in keeping it close, had some great options. But, you know, we have a Laura player here who's pretty good, has done all right in the CPT in the past. Idom, how do you think about that set?
That matchup for Luke, if you control the space where she wants to be, it is rough for Laura to get in. It can start looking ugly. But Papoy was doing a good job, you know, mixing up his options, trying to like bum rush in. But at the end, Jamie played great, took the set.
Man, I feel like I'm glad that you just brought up, you know, the character matchup. In general, we have seen a lot throughout this entire CPT up to this point, this entire season final. Chun-Li, very good matchup against Nikali. We saw the Chun-Li win. Balrog, very good matchup against Guile. It doesn't come down just to that, but obviously if you're on this stage, there's a pretty good chance that you and your opponent are probably somewhat similar in skill. So when you're that similar in skill, man, the character matchup can, you know, be the deciding factor. I feel like right there, Jamie played phenomenal. I like the anti-air DPs, even the classicals, the jump back jabs. But in general, I would say that Papoy, as well as he played, have another character on deck.
I love that point. I think that's a great point. The only way that I love it more is if it was slathered in some Arby's sauce.
Ooh, yeah. Some cheddar cheese.
Some horsey sauce.
Oh,
yeah. That's right. Maybe a side of fries, side of
Yes.
curly fry. Anyway, what was I talking about? Right. It's the Arby's meaty moment. Let's go do it.
Arby's, we have the meat.
I mean, honestly, one of the most important things I felt like about this match, we started seeing it. I mentioned in the grand finals, there was that one round where it felt like it broke Jamie's, confidence, and she kind of cracked at that point in time. It was happening in this one as well.
Forgot, yeah.
I almost felt like that was happening here. You see right here, Jamie going up 2-0, 3-0. It looked like it was going to be pure domination, but then all of a sudden, Papoy started making this comeback, and I was worried for a second.
Yeah, it was definitely a little scary, right? And I think to go back to what Idom was saying about this character matchup, and like the space that you want to occupy, right? Laura obviously good with the stand medium kick, the thunderclap range, and Luke has, I think, better options to close that gap than someone like Honda, right? Honda slow walk speed, he has the hands, but it's a bigger commitment than the stand medium punch, than the stand jab from Luke, right? Those things just really occupy that space that Laura wants to excel at great, and you can see why Jamie really rode that to victory, smart blocks, and like you said, James, did not crumble when the chips were down.
Yo, we were actually on this desk sweating during that set. Not because we were biased and wanted Jamie to win over Papoy, but more so just the fact that you don't want to see anyone lose the same way after being so close to winning. So honestly, I think that a big reason that she actually was able to close it out is because of the fact that she's already been in that situation before now. A lot of these underrepresented regions, one of the issues is the fact that because they're underrepresented, that means that they don't get to experience these high pressure situations as much as you like to. So now we see the benefits of having more of these CPT regions.
And to build on your point real quick, just about Jamie's growth and how she handled the situation, right? Idom was talking about the jump back jabs that we saw. Rob, you mentioned it as well, right? Where you are giving up some space, but it was a thing that answered her opponent's pressure in a safe way, right? She didn't crumble and try to go for something like super optimal to get the big hit afterwards. She went with something that was quick, that knew it was going to work, and that is a very tournament-ready answer. It was good to see.
Yeah, champions don't always just automatically win the cleanest. They win. You know what I mean?
And honestly, one of the things that I think is really important about this is that this is the kind of win that's going to fuel Jamie from this point forward.
I agree.
You see it so often when a player is just like, gatekeeper, just there, top 8, top 4, top 4. They win their first game, their tournament, and then all of a sudden,
the breakthrough.
They're just threat every single time. And I feel like this win right here for Jamie, this might be that victory for her.
Congrats again to Jamie taking it over Papoy. I said earlier that I'm really just an indoors person. I do go outside. I do go out every now and then, once or twice a week.
I've seen you.
Yeah, I mean, every now and then I make it out there. And whenever I do, I remember that there's this huge nuclear ball in the sky trying to put my eyes out. Game Gooder knows that gamers go outside too. And it's for people like me. Channel your inner Chun-Li and kick some style butt outside while enjoying fun, functional, fashionable, and affordable Goodr Sunnies that offer 100% UV protection and polarized lenses in a lightweight frame that won't slip or bounce.
Beautiful shouts to Goodr. And of course, shout outs to Arby's, been holding us down throughout the CPT season finals. Arby's is a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Connect with Arby's on social and follow them across your favorite social media platforms. It's at Arby's everywhere, baby. You don't got to get it twisted. Nothing to be confused about.
Oh man, I wish I could de-stress from these matches. The stress of it. Nothing else like being able to just curl up, maybe an Arby's on my side, maybe in one hand, and the other hand, of course, as I'm hanging out on the couch, all splayed out. Of course, I'm gonna have my mobile phone there with Street Fighter Duel on. Capcom authorized mobile game is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter in the world. Again, we got a lot more of the world to watch, but today we only have one more spot to watch.
Man.
And that is going to be as we head down to South America West, where we will have Nero the Boxer versus Frozen. Stick around for that.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
So then, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine. All clear! Easy mode too much? Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
Hey, welcome back. It's time to get into our next region, and we're going to be looking at South America West. And we've got two very, very accomplished players representing. We've got Nero the Boxer, and we have got Frozen. Now, for me, one of the most exciting players that I've had the privilege of watching in this online ecosystem over the last 12 months has been Frozen, utilizing that new buffed Nash.
Oh, man.
But I've got a very strong feeling we're not going to see that Nash today, because if we look back at the records, one of the only matchups that we saw Frozen pull out that Kage was this match against Nero the Boxer, and it didn't work that time round. And I've been checking the CFN records.
I mean...
And that Kage's still coming out. Is he going to be able to turn it round? Because 3-1-3 run does not really bode well.
I don't know. If he feels confident, he's the man at the wheel. We're backseat gamers. So if he feels comfortable again, attempting that Kage over the Nash, I mean, do so. But remember, these guys have been slugging it out. It's been fantastic. You remember Frozen won the Intel World Open. Nero the Boxer, I'm a huge fan of his boxer play. He did win the CPT online. So it's hard to say who would actually come out and say, you know what, I want to cement my title today as the best player in this region from this exhibition.
Now, if I'm Nero the Boxer as well, I'm going to be sitting feeling very confident, because firstly, I've beaten this guy twice in CPT at the highest level of competitive pressure. But also, my character, Balrog, beats both of these characters as well. So I feel like fundamentally, Nero the Boxer has a huge advantage in the character matchup and in the head-to-head. Is there any way that Frozen can pull this back?
Dude, it's looking bleak. It's looking dire. So, I mean, I'm going to give you my commentary praises, and hopefully you come out of this one unscathed and win this one. But you know what? Enough from us. We got to hand it over to the guys on the desk to find out which character Frozen is actually going to pick in this exhibition. Take it away, gents.
Again, thank you very much to the UK guys for providing insight like that as we're back. We got a whole bunch of new folks up here on stage. We got Smug, we got Brian back in, we have Shine, Sankola returns as well. Let's begin talking about this match. We happen to have a couple of boxer players out here.
Too many.
Oh, I love the hat. Let's go to the man with the hat.
You know, wait, say that again? See, shout outs to Arby's. You know, I just had one of their delicious sandwiches with the greatest of ease. So I decided, you know, like the hat, you gotta wear it on stream, you know? So now what we're going to go up against is Nero the Boxer versus Frozen. So now for this matchup, so you have Balrog versus either Nash he's gonna play or Kage. So I think Balrog does a lot better against Nash. And so because of that, I feel like Frozen might go with the Kage pick, maybe for like the better matchup or something, maybe.
I'm glad you're here to say that, because everyone acts like Kage is even a worse pick than Nash against Balrog, but you and I know, you know, Balrog is heavily favored. That's a fact, but you know, Kage just has that extra, that tilt factor. I don't know. He preys on human error. If you don't want to mess up against Kage. There's the low tier OS. We all know it. It's the unspoken air in the room where you do not want to lose against the person who's playing the unfavorable matchup, the low tier character. Nash has that pressure, but Kage has that plus the random factor, the X factor. He is explosive. So if something goes wrong, if you don't V shift the stomps, or you don't check the pressure correctly, you can just randomly find yourself being exploding in the corner to a ton of damage. So I expect the Kage pick. I would hope for it. If I was in Nero the Boxer's position, I would prefer to fight Nash for sure. But honestly, it's a toss-up between the two. We just know that Frozen has had to come strong and come with something new, because the record has not been great so far.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the Nash personally. I want to see the V-Trigger 2 Nash. I feel like everybody wants to see V-Trigger 2 Nash.
It's saucy.
It's stylish. And I feel like, you know, it's a really bad matchup, don't get me wrong, but I feel like we've seen it in the past. Like, Bonchan has played this matchup to like a T, you know, like, and even though like it's really bad, I feel like you can still control space with like normals, and if you get him to the corner, you can actually kind of run the plus frames game with Nash, with EX Sonic Boom and everything. But Kage is the better pick. On paper, Kage still is the better pick.
And even
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just saying, there's a little bit of slander, with this Kage stuff, because I do agree with you. I think the Nash should be the better pick because if we saw what happened with the Kage, if we talk about sauces, that one did not look like it had any sauce at all, no flavor, no Lawry's. The Nash is the one that he had been running with the longest. That one is the one he felt the most comfortable. And even if on paper things are different, what you are most comfortable might be more important, especially in a match where you're running it back like that. And Nash, even though he's got to work the 9 to 5 plus overtime to really get that damage going, I really feel like he's got some really dirty things that not everybody knows about. And I don't know if Nero knows all the cute little tricks that Nash players got.
So the last couple times that they've played, of course, the most recent time, CPT, South America West, that was 3-1 and 3-1 for Nero. He beat Frozen twice. However, the previous time that they played in Dream X Right Wanted League, that was in 2021, Frozen took 2 Ws over Nero. So there is precedence there.
Okay. That's good to hear because going into that with at least that little bit of a confidence boost, knowing that you can do it in the face of the matchups is definitely important to have. But what I really want to give a shout out to is Nero. He's actually one of the boxer players I feel like that pushed the meta a little bit forward. He's always tagging me in tech on Twitter, so he's taught me a lot. Look out for the neutral jump fierce punch from him. If you see him clip Kage or Nash from like a half screen away into a full combo, that's the Nero tech, so I want to give shout outs to him for developing that. So I'm definitely excited to see what he brings to the table because he's always exploring this character. And Balrog's a little dry sometimes, but he manages to find new ways to play the character, so I really respect that about Nero the Boxer.
Smug, do you agree that Balrog is a little dry sometimes?
I can happily agree with that because, we went through so many struggles with our characters being nerfed all the time.
Oh my God, get him out of here.
All right.
Why would you put Balrog players on this set? Get him out.
All right.
I agree with you and your hat.
All right. By the way, that hat is actually not empty. There's no empty space in that hat. It's entirely full of hair. All right, we're going to go over to the commentators. It will be Vicious and Tasty Steve, who opened the day, closing the day. What's going on, guys?
So I've just listened to you guys talking about this Nash matchup, and it really hurt my heart. Okay, I want y'all to know, it stinks. Look, I want to see Nash. I want to see. I'm with Sean. I want to see the V trigger 2 Nash. But why would you put yourself in this situation versus a character like Balrog when you know it's not? That's not a good look at all.
Yeah, and Shine had that little extra statement saying, Kage is favorable instead of Nash in this particular matchup, but I still think both of them suffer all the same, to be quite honest with you. But either way, I'm ready to see a slugfest between the two. We have, again, Nero the Boxer versus Frozen. We're going to get that run back. Has Frozen taken enough time in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber and freeze up, or not freeze up, against someone like Nero the Boxer? I'm excited to see it. One thing I do want to know is why they took away Balrog's neutral jump fierce. You know how we used to have the stop sign? They used to move him forward or move him backwards?
Yes,
I love that.
You would love that, but go on.
Oh, yeah. I do love that, Steve. As a matter of fact, I hope we get to see it. Either way, I'm ready for the Nero tech. I'm ready for what Frozen has in store, and I'm ready to get these games going.
Well, here we go. Going into it. And the Kage, just to smooth out the matchup just a little bit. Nero the Boxer. We heard Brian F. talking about how my man innovates a lot of the Balrog tech. So the going for the Kage from Frozen really does make sense.
Oh, my God. At the blink of an eye. Did you see that KKB just flashing him?
Okay, jump medium. I like how the music kicks up when you pick Kage because you got to go wild just to get through with the V skill. Wait a minute, EX Tatsu. Man, this music just kicks it into high gear.
It's really good. Back throw stun here.
Oh,
my
stun!
God! And so was that. Dang, he came in with a Superman punch?
Like a comet from space.
Like a comet from
Like
space.
a comet from space. You got to hold that.
I like that.
See that bad boy entering the atmosphere.
I like this already. Off to a great start. Nero the Boxer. Arity and dire straits. There is the crush counter in to the V skill 2 afterwards. Look at all the plus frames afterwards. This is a huge opening for Nero the Boxer now.
Whoa, Frozen going with the momentum in this matchup, and that was super meaty. Give me an RB sandwich now. That's how good. That's how meaty that bad boy was.
This is going to be tough now. Frozen, just within the range of that standing fierce to connect. Nero, he was already waiting for the jump out opportunity. What an anti-air.
We've been seeing a lot of Balrog today. We've seen a lot of varieties too with the V skill and the V trigger switch ups. Speaking of trigger, activate off of the dash punch right there. Spinning it all. And this is giving him position on the screen. So Nero the Boxer, not a bad choice at all. Tries to bait something big. Nice check with the crouch.
That was unfortunate. You see Frozen already trying to commit to another normal. After the whiff crouching strong, Nero the Boxer actually got pretty lucky there and threw the normal on startup.
Saw a cross jab there just to, reset things. 1 round apiece in his first game.
Too high.
Oh, wow. Gets the counter hit on top of it. V-Skill to get in there and just punching them all in the mouth. Get out of the corner. Oh, okay.
That was so deep.
Speaking of taking my advice, just jump out. Big damage on the board here.
I like that little buffer of the stand short and a target combo again, ending it with a V-Skill 2, but nothing on Wake Up actually. Didn't even apply a meaty. Nero getting lucky out of the corner for free, at least in that instance. Now it's going to be a big problem. You better stop this trigger. There's an opening off the throw.
And you saw Frozen like back up after that Wake Up. Nice placement on the dive kick.
I was so scared.
Whoa! Yo,
man.
B-shift just to back up just a little bit, just in case a dash punch came out, would have been at that perfect range to punish. Both of these guys, CA. A CA from either will kill. A CA confirmed will kill both of these guys.
I think Frozen's going to get one off of a dash punch whip. Oh, boy.
Oh, that was it! Speaking of that being it, oh my gosh. That was actually, it had the hit, could have canceled it in CA, but was not paying attention. That's what I call falling asleep at the wheel. Things get tense, right? Things get tense, you drop a pencil, you try to grab your phone, which you're not supposed to be doing while you're driving, you get exposed that way.
I honestly thought there was going to be a sequence where we might have seen maybe chip damage come through, but at the same time, Frozen coming in the clutch, getting the max damage he could possibly get by utilizing that meter. It may not have been a critical art finish, but I'll tell you what, he expended that EX bar really well, getting that clutch scenario. But for the most part, let's talk about some of the instances here where Nero the Boxer got caught off guard.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of these fierces and the target combos coming through. He's been getting a lot of mileage off of this V-Skill too, and Frozen hoping to do so again, but not like that. Not with a fireball like that. Nero the Boxer already off to a fantastic start. Are we at 50% with
look,
92 seconds on the clock?
These rounds go fast. Raw activation off the V-Skill too.
I want to go fast.
You want to go fast?
I want to go fast.
Oh, your word? The whip punish, full corner conversion. Look at the damage on the bar over there. Nero the Boxer. Oh, another. I bet you want to do it again.
Oh, boy.
That was so good. Delayed Tatsu. Small cross-up opportunity there. I like Nero the Boxer holding his ground. Trigger activation on the anti-air. A little too high. Wake Up EX. Oh, my God. Things are getting crazy.
This is too intense. Nero the Boxer still has a little bit of trigger left. Oh, what the?
Caught the V-Skill. Caught the V-Skill, got the counter hit and the confirm. Another round on the board in his second game for Frozen.
I was so nervous because Nero was just about to build critical art. I was wondering when there was going to be some sort of EX dash punch. Oh boy, that is huge now. Nero does get the punish off of the Tatsu being too close. A little bit of a block there, but now, yeah, I love that reversal 3-framer. Oh my God, the roundhouse.
The glass.
That was sick. Okay, we'll take that.
I thought I was going to see the EX. That way you can get a little more off of it, but actually takes an opportunity to reset, maybe push to the corner a little bit. Okay, big damage on the table here. Trigger. Oh my
Jeez,
God.
that was wrong.
Oh my God. Get off of me. Trigger on the table though. A good activation here will definitely put Frozen in a good situation.
I was going to say, knock the evil out of him. Oh boy, what a whiff punish. EX dash punch, Nero the Boxer tying it up, at least in rounds for game number 2. That's a great use of meter. Either way, if he just threw it out there, I gotta say, if it was a whip punish or not, it would have been in a plus scenario. Look at the damage incoming. More so the carry. Look at this. Already near the corner. Forward throw, you know it. No interruption. That was a heavy axe kick. It leaves him plus, but there is a considerable gap. What a whiff punish, and what a better jump out.
And look at the damage that comes from this. Look at the damage. Spins one bar. Nero the Boxer still in control and working on a stun. The overhead has been successful. 3 for 3. And this is going to be a lot of damage on the table for Balrog. Goes for a small reset. Takes the space to back up a little bit.
Off the V-Skill 2 enhanced by trigger 1. Man, he still actually pressed the button through that. Nero the Boxer gets the counter hit off with a frame trap while in trigger 1. Even Idom can't believe it. He put his hands up. It's like, why would you press the button?
Look, you get afraid sometimes, man. If I was, the coach coaching from the corner as to another boxer, I'd be like, yo, get out of there. Do not
Get out of there.
Get out of there. I would have had the towel on standby.
Throw the damn towel.
Throw the damn towel. I would have been waiting. But that's what happens in this matchup.
There's no easy way
There's no
out.
easy way out.
There's no shortcut home.
But that's what happens in this matchup, right? You get to the corner, and Kage can output the damage, but you got to be able to take that damage, and Kage cannot. If he gets hit, he is very much a glass cannon in these situations. And that's what kind of Brian F. was talking about. It's a very explosive match because Kage really does have to take advantage, because if Balrog gets meter, he gets these big hits, he has V-Skill 2, or 1 for that matter. You see see the damage payout. Everything counts.
Yeah. You know, the same can be said with Kage, right? You're seeing the amount of damage output being matched pound for pound, especially someone like Balrog who has a considerable amount of health, right? Kage is definitely one of those cats, again, being a glass cannon that he is, he can get these openings, but more importantly, not only the damage, but I think the corner carry is just as potent.
It is.
But with Balrog, I feel like that KKB just pushes it to the limit a little bit more than Kage does.
Well, you saw what was happening, right? He was trying to fish early with Kage to get these confirms and push to the corner. That way, you can see that's where Kage excels a little bit. Even the raw call out on V-Skill a couple of times has really been finding his mark, and that's because Nero the Boxer kind of has a feel for what Frozen wants to do, even in the Kage matchup.
Right.
Fishing with these big roundhouses, and actually found his mark a couple times. Big damage on the table, and that range that they're playing at, you're going to see a lot of glass. You're going to see a lot of glass getting cracked.
That could have been an uppercut opportunity, but still, Nero does get the juggle EX uppercut. This was supposed to be an exhibition.
That was an exhibition.
These guys are just slugging it out. These guys are out for blood. No anti-air. That was so deep.
Yeah, I like the changing up of the trajectory, but Nero the Boxer not taking a bait, not even like swinging, not even attempting to anti-air at this point.
Oh.
Reset. Yeah, he says
no. I love it. That was going to be just fine because he had trigger to teleport out no matter what.
Oh, wow. Doesn't take the bait on the shimmy. V-Skill 2. Oh, that's done. Oh, no.
No, not quite. Hanging on by a pixel. No, he thought he was within range to get. Maybe that had to be a buffer. That 100% had to be a buffer. Either that or Frozen really thought he had to confirm against Nero the Boxer.
And you know what would have happened, right? Would have got the Tatsu and would have instantly spent the EX, would have pushed to the corner. Would have been a good spot.
I agree. Getting that Oki situation, probably like a one-touch for or one guess for game situation.
And you see what Frozen is doing. He's changed up his jump-ins multiple times, going from the dive kick now to the medium kick, sometimes for the cross-up and even the heavy kick.
Yeah. Really sharp angles that he's really taken to, right? Nero the Boxer hasn't been able to count all of the anti-airs correctly.
Okay. Sweep completely misses. But you can see Nero making these adjustments. Tied up in one game apiece, big cross-up. And that's what I was talking about with the jump medium kick. Finds a cross-up, and now he's at advantage. Frozen.
No interruption on the axe kick. Does get an activation now. This is going to be huge for Frozen. If you can keep Nero locked down, wait for this trigger activation. This is going to be so tough now.
Yo, Frozen just down backing in this situation.
Oh, what? What's happening? Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
Okay.
That was so scary, right? Nero the Boxer had so many instances to kind of break up some of the momentum against Frozen, but he was just chilling there. As soon as the pop of the V-trigger happened from Balrog, he had no chance of like pressing any sort of buttons because there was going to be so many frame traps incoming.
Well, we saw what happened last time. We saw the V-skill overhit work out literally 3 for 3 right now. 3 for 3 right now so far. So now just waiting and still down back, and you know it's going to go. You feel like you know the other person is going to go for it. Yeah. So you down back so you can react to it right now. If there's no switch up, then you win, right? They go for the overhead, you get the punish. But what happens? You do the V-skill and then you go low. That's a Balrog trick. They like to do that a little bit. True. What if you go V-skill and just, you know what, I'm going to get close enough? Roundhouse. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's the worst. I've seen Nero actually hit that before. He was the KKD and there's all the change.
Glass everywhere. And that's the kind of vital game you play right now. That's what really hurts Kage in this matchup. The fact that if a boxer does get this big hit, does get that knockdown, and you do get afraid, it's going to be really hard to make that comeback.
But I will say, not for nothing, you know, Frozen has done a great job of trying to get these jump-ins, and as soon as I say that, Nero actually anti-airs with one of the hardest things you can do with Balrog, and that is the screw-upper.
And, you know, one of the people speak, I'm glad we have Smug here. We see the screw-upper very rarely, but the armored screw-upper definitely helps out in a lot of situations, too. So even the normal one is good. Ooh, cross-cut, GP.
Trying to get these Chris caught instead. Oh, boy.
Dead.
That's not a scaling involved. He doesn't have any meter. He needs one more hit, actually.
Yeah, one more hit.
Yeah. That was it, actually. That was a really, really solid guess for game scenario brought by Frozen. Nero the Boxer had no choice but to tech.
Backing up a little bit. I love that Frozen's aware of that dash punch range and instantly likes to play there. And now Nero the Boxer just inching in piece by piece now to try to call out some of these options.
Uh-oh. Now there's going to be a tough situation. Does get the throw bait.
Beat the damage, though. Oh, my God.
He opts to save the meter for the rest of it. He knows the stun is coming. Instead, wants to get it off of a clean hit. The jump in. The neutral jump. I almost pushed Steve off his chair, too. I can't believe it. Great anticipation from Nero the Boxer. Did not want to deal with the anti-air. Yeah. Instead, went air-to-air. So smart of an adjustment.
And Frozen has been going for that dive kick quite a few times, and we were talking about the switch-up options. Now Nero the Boxer making his own adjustments got the second round, and now it's not looking good. Stun on the table, not going to be dead, but there's going to be so many resources for Nero the Boxer. I would be afraid for Frozen. No big anti-air, crouching heavy punch instead, keeping plus frames with the corner, and activation now.
Oh no, the back throw. This is gonna be
no.
Forward throw, he's going to do it again.
No.
Oh, that would have been a frame trap. He still gets the throw. It's going to be so tough. The KKB just to kind of flash it a little bit. What a time of V reversal.
What a V reversal. So smart. Gets the momentum back and a little bit of that V shift for the in and the raw overhead. I love that right there. Frozen says, I know you're going to take your time. I'm going to make sure you mean it. Goes for the raw EX overhead stomp. I got to fix my chair.
Sorry, Steve. I'm so sorry. I pushed him off.
Bro, you definitely almost killed me. This whole table almost got taken out. But man,
what a change-up. Not only just in that matchup, but you not grabbing my arm. I'm the one hurting you. But
there's very little balance here, okay? I almost fell off here. But look, it was very well justified just because of how that match played out. It's like it keeps building up to where we see these small instances, especially for Balrog, make a comeback. Kage has a huge life lead in some instances, and it's all about Nero the Boxer kind of picking his way through to try to make it back. But it's not going to be easy, especially with Frozen making these small adjustments through and through.
Yeah, there's just a ton of damage coming through, and I like the opportunities that Frozen has been giving himself off of these knockdowns and stun scenarios. He went for the axe kick to finish off his combo post-stun to put himself in a plus scenario, and you know what Nero did? He jumped back because of the fear of the throw. There's been so many instances where Frozen had trained him on the ground to prep for this throw, and still, once the jump back happened, Frozen was 100% ready for it. It may not have been the best choice of crouching fears. There was a trade-off. Maybe he could have gotten an uppercut to get a clean hit, but at the same time, you still stopped the momentum from being taken away.
Wow, the dash punch completely dissipated right before the fist reached him. Oof. These crushers starting to add up. The big jump out of the corner cross-up has been so successful for Frozen. Oh, the V-skill bait into trigger. Big damage once again. Stun is right there. Stun is right there.
Try to do it again. Back throw instead. Nero to Boxer. Another forward throw. Gets all the momentum. Tries to get a crush counter, possibly anti-air. No, sir. The dive kick actually saves Frozen.
And Nero the Boxer actually waited to see what that air option was going to be. The V-trigger activation was spot on. Goes for the cross-up again. Not going to work. Low forward in the fireball.
And that was so slick.
Why? My man is just holding up forward right now. Up forward has been the go-to direction for Frozen, and it's definitely working out.
Nero actually threw out a low medium kick, like a crouching medium kick to try to check whatever Frozen had in mind. But Frozen is just making all the right decisions to get these jump-ins. But here comes Nero. One touch from the glove. Now already into the corner. Backs off.
Oh my God. Oh, man.
Shift the screen a little bit. Do it again.
Yo, my man is trying to feed you a glove. He is trying to feed you a glove right now.
Look at the amount of meter he gets from that. Just the damage alone is scary, but man, he gets to bring that all with him to the next round. All tied up here down to the rounds. Maybe not the resource. Oh boy, that's a great way to spend that resource early.
V-shift break, not gonna work out. And just harassing in the corner already. Stun is right there.
Oh, he dropped it! Or was it a crafty reset?
No anti-air either. There's the throw. Stun is still there. Another
you
successful
talked about
hit. What did I say?
You literally talked about that moment.
I said what ends up happening is you start looking for that V-skill, right, into the overhead. But what happens if he changes it up? What happens if he goes V-skill, empty low? What happens if you go V-skill, roundhouse? And that's exactly how you saw that situation play out. Saw that Kage was getting used to that situation and decided to go for a different route.
Damn, Carl just took off for flight. I didn't know flamingos could fly that fast.
Look, flamingos can fly. These are some special glasses they giving us here. We can see the flamingos flying, just like we saw my man Kage flying through the air after he got this giant anti-airs in some of these situations. But Kage holding it down. I love the fact that we're seeing Kage slowly evolve and learn a little more in these matchups. But also Nero the Boxer getting a lot cleaner with finding some of these bigger hits. The damage payout is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah. You know, I love seeing the kind of adaptations being made. I love seeing Nero the Boxer finally letting his offense shine a little bit earlier in this matchup. I think that's the aggression he was looking for more. But right now, it's still really close. It's, 2-3 now in favor of Nero the Boxer. We're going to see how it plays out. Now, that mix-up from the KKB is so dangerous, right? Just having that mix-up opportunity to either go for the crush counter off the reset into a possible low even a throw. It's just a lot to really consider. And I'm sure the Boxer players are like, well, you could probably interrupt that.
I mean, look, it's
There's a lot of fear, though.
It's definitely a lot of fear because the range that Kage likes to play at, that low forward, that fireball, and just searching for that Tatsu to get that big pop-up is exactly where dash punch is. So you see a lot of meta being switched up between playing these big buttons, which we see from Balrog. That's why you see the fierce buttons right there, because we know and they know that Kage needs to have buttons out, maybe a fireball, and we saw a perfect whiff punish from that range with a standing fierce punch. But here we go, 3-2 in favor of Nero the Boxer right now.
Man, he's about to give him the shallow and pedantic statement, man. He got the monocle and everything. He's like, I can see right past your tactics there, Balrog.
I hope so, because it is not working out. Speaking of seeing somebody's tactics, Nero the Boxer, seeing that Tatsu coming.
Oh, boy.
Oh my gosh, big damage. And the stun's almost there. The dive kick not going to be a saving grace. Give me some meter. Give me some damage. Give me the round. It is not looking good.
That's the one time you don't want to say, I'm about to dive in. That's the wrong time.
That's the wrong time. You don't die. No, Kage, no.
Not like this.
No, Kage, no.
Man had a full suit on.
Right? My man's got the penguin jacket on, bro. Like he's about to play piano. But anyway, a violent piano. A violent piano. And he's walking him down. And now you see Nero the Boxer getting a lot more confident walking up into this range.
And I think that was the first tap we've seen all day from Nero the Boxer.
Tries to jump out, eats the crouching medium punch, and there it is again. Look, and you can see Nero the Boxer just waiting for.
Oh, you're dead.
Oh, big jump.
That was a really, really quick turnaround. That's just one mistake that you cannot afford.
Glass cannon, baby.
You can't even put that on layaway. You have to pay now or nothing. Like
movie glass, bro. That's movie glass. You ever wonder how it's made out of sugar, bro? And I'm telling you right now, just because it's sweet and that's Kage damage, don't mean it don't hurt when you get hit back. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna hurt if you get hit back. Kage does a lot of damage, but he can't take it.
No matter which way you bite the sugar, eventually you're gonna get those cavities.
Hey man, and diabetes too. It's a few things you can get from all those things. You gotta be careful.
That's why I go for the sugar-free, baby. That's why I go for the sugar-free.
But yeah, Nero the Boxer taking that game very, very convincingly.
Oh yeah.
And one single jump in we saw in I believe that first round got such a damage payout for Boxer that would put anybody on tilt. That would put anybody on tilt.
That's true. You know, we talked about this at the top of the show. What is the ideal set length? Well, you kind of see some of these set lengths really break down the mental of a person and really show who's the better player. Nero the Boxer actually starting to see the cracks of Frozen, actually trying to break the ice against the man. And we see it right there in that instance, that EX uppercut. We haven't seen that thus far up until this very moment. But man, that was the one that really shouldn't have happened for Frozen. It was just that one bet. He's like, you know, I've held on to this thing for six games.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Maybe I can throw it out now, but that's not the case.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
B skill 1, B trigger 2, Nash, and my man has already lost 55% of his life. Oh my gosh.
And that was just barely under 90 seconds as that happened. Oh, that is a huge punish, or a decent punish at that. Not the biggest.
That's the thing about this matchup. You're not going to get much if you're not ready, and you got to be aware of the range in this situation. And Frozen, feeling like his back is up against the ropes, is now going to the Nash for this final game.
That was a light punish into the light Sonic Scythe, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I was going to say, even off of a -4 situation, if he spent the meter, maybe he could have done maybe like EX Sonic Scythe.
So you can do EX Sonic Scythe if you're close enough. You can do jab into medium and get like a target, but that's the spacing thing. If he does dash punch at a certain range, you're not going to get that. And if you commit to anything bigger, you're losing a knockdown.
That's fair. I was thinking maybe like a light into EX Tragedy Assault, possibly.
That's what you could, and that's something that you could do.
Oh,
you can definitely do that.
Those are two jump-ins that have been completely stuffed off of the crouching medium punch from Frozen, but we do have trigger 2 and the dash up. Immediately after, trying to dash in, but he doesn't get Oki off of that back though, so it's a really tough scenario for Frozen to come back now. Nero the Boxer.
And everybody, oh wait a minute, he's got an option right here, and he can actually go for a mix-up kill. Oh, he's dead.
The last hit too. That's a Nash player if I ever seen one. Tasty Steve called it. But still, is it going to be enough to hang for one more game?
The thing about this is that Balrog can like kind of disrupt the speed of this game just by doing a dash punch. A dash punch literally is like, okay, now I got to wait again. See right here, right at the tail end range of that dash punch and standing heavy punch.
Oh, you saw that, right? The neutral jump fierce. Brian F. hinted at that earlier. That's something Nero has been anticipating against Frozen for all this forward momentum movements.
Counter hit
Exactly like that.
confirmed.
That's big.
Ooh, spins
Critical
it all.
art.
Big damage here. Now, the thing about it is you just spent all your resources to get this, and now the resources is on the side of Nero the Boxer.
but will it be too little too late? Frozen already off to a great start from that scenario of the critical art.
That was godlike. The
An
slow
interruption!
action. Yo, you could have. No,
Did
actually,
he?
that was it. That was it. That was actually all you could have done. He did get 2 jabs, but Sobot trying to close it out.
Oh no, he was looking for that. That was a big whiff punish near the boxer. Oh, that could have been so scary. The Universal's out, playing it safe, using that meter. Frozen now just sitting and blocking. He's chilling right now. 40 seconds on the clock. He has so much to work with.
You see him using that Sobot to try to go
What
for
was
the
that?
ult, and you might be dead. Oh no, he's still alive. He's still alive.
But he's in a throw range. He used EX Sonic Scythe on Wake Up. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it.
Why would you do that? What? I actually can't believe he did that. But you know what's crazy though? They did buff the invisibility on the EX. On the EX, he does have a little more upper body invulnerability. So I'm not too surprised. But that was still Frozen. I know you know that was crazy. There's no way you did not know that was actually crazy. That was legit crazy. Wake Up EX saw us like
That
what?
was quite evil, actually. I approve. I approve 1000%. That was brilliant.
Did he? I can't remember. If he had trigger, that's one thing, right? If he had trigger, that's one thing.
He did not.
See, that was, once again, we're back to crazy. We're instantly back to
I
crazy.
approve. That was great. That was fantastic.
Well,
That was amazing. Let's get ourselves another set with Nash.
now that's definitely true. I'm trying to see more Nash. I'm not mad at it, but
Yeah, you are.
let's see. I'm not. Look,
low key, you are. You're
not-
thinking to yourself as the Nash player, like, damn, who would have thought to use EX Sonic Scythe like that?
not me. I wouldn't have.
That's why he's there and you're here.
That's absolutely true. Frozen still alive in the set against Nero the Boxer. And I want to see what the adjustments are now.
I'm going to be honest, man. Even as a commentator, I'm still with your sweatshirt, man. I am completely lost on that decision making. That was sick. Super sick, actually. And here we go again. Nero the Boxer trying to get these neutral jumps going. Frozen might have taken a hint at that. The knee bullet actually stopped Nero. I don't know what it was, but it was a counter hit afterwards, just not really being able to follow up because of how deep that knee bullet was.
Ooh.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Anti-airs the moonsault, gets the crush, and now Nash is in the corner.
Sora.
Ooh, that
Sobot.
Sobot adding up so much damage.
Such a good button. Man, he's giving them the disrespect to get off me. That was obvious. Oh, big counter hit. That's actually
Oh,
huge.
he's dead if he wants it.
Yeah. If he wants to, without a doubt. That was only 1 bar being spent as well. I love that. The V-Set 1 really putting the work for Nero the Boxer at exhibition point now.
Oh.
Get off me!
Nah,
I
you
love
can't-
that.
You cannot do that. And that's how you know a Nash player is getting to like the end of the wits, right? When you see just a random EX moonsault, gets out, back
Done.
throw, not dead, but oh boy, is this
Reset.
gonna hurt.
Oh no, he's going for the damage. That's fine. Pokey situation, meaty, and that's gonna be more than enough. Nero the Boxer forces Frozen into a TKO after that one exchange. All in the corner. It's like real boxing, as you say, right? You don't want to be stuck in the corner because you'll get completely lost.
That's a complete loss right there, bro. I'm
Complete
gonna
package,
tell
really.
it's really hard in that matchup because, like you said, man, that range control dash punch, we saw how good standing heavy punch from Balrog is, and just really having to deal with that from Nash is not something that you go through easy. Takes away the fireball game. You really got to be on your toes. And Nero the Boxer going to be the victor here in this exhibition, in this first to 5. The character switch is not going to be enough. And with that being said, we're going to see what the analyst has to say out there, especially with some boxer professionals out there. But I guess we're
Yeah,
still
congratulations to Nero the Boxer for ending up with a W there. Of course, over Frozen, who tried the Kage, didn't quite work out. Tried the Nash, it didn't quite work out either. Let's start by talking with these boxer players over here. Smug, how do you feel about how that went?
All right, he took it home for the team, so shout outs to him. I feel like the match, it was actually really close in the beginning when he played Kage versus Balrog. They were like filling each other out as the opponents, and you could clearly tell they were like really nervous and trying to figure out each other. And I was noticing like in the neutral, they were dropping a lot of stuff, and some things were getting like they were whiffing a lot of their special moves. But as the longer the set, they started picking up and they started playing more solid. And I feel like when Frozen picked Nash, I felt like it was a little too late. I felt like he should have switched to Nash maybe at like he lost the second game and then try out Nash. But I felt like the adaptation was starting to pick up, but I felt like it was just too late.
Yeah, it's really hard to come back 4-2 with the character
yeah.
switch to not even a favorable matchup, just your longtime main trying
Yo,
to make
but
that
my favorite
adaptation.
My favorite part was the wake up EX. What was the
EX type?
Waking up.
Got to clarify, that is
was
throw invincible. I think that was a new buff to Season 5. Maybe it'll
That was
before that. So
ridiculous.
it's a hard read. He called it. He survived that one game, but it did not last for too much longer. But yeah, I mean, Frozen, he showed off a lot of the Kage stuff. He was jumping in the air, using a lot of the mobility, and having everything go really well. But it's just too little too late with Kage. The pressure, if you just take the throw, which Nero was doing great on defense, just holding down back and not being baited by any of the V-Skill 2 traps, it's really hard for Kage to get the momentum going.
Let's take a look back at that match with the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Shine, what do you think about how things went?
I think at first I like that when he used Kage, as opposed to Nash, he has like more defensive options. Like he has 3-frame jab, he has EXDP, and I think defensively, I think that when Nero the Boxer started to like overextend when he was in the corner, he like did jump medium kick as he was walking forward, like right there. He caught like the little blind spot where like Balrog actually can't anti-air you, and he would start his offense off of that. But I think that later on in the set, like he caught on to his defensive habits. Button started getting crush countered and EXDP started getting baited. So I think that at that moment when defensively things weren't working out, that's when he decided, all right, I got to switch to Nash.
And I got to give some credit to Frozen. You know, I guess that Nash, I guess the Kage got a little sauce to it, but not enough. If we're going to go again for the switch, it should have been a little bit earlier. There were some sick moments with the Nash, but if you're going to come back with a character that already takes a lot of work, it's gonna have to come earlier in these sort of sets and things like this. And I feel like Nero just had a fantastic job of just shutting down all the options, whether it be Nash or whether it be Kage. He was coming through to play, and that's another win on Nero's side.
And look, I gotta say, when you switch to a character and at 99 seconds you eat a jump roundhouse and you go straight over your anti-air, it's not a great look. But shout-outs to Frozen for actually winning that game and holding on for longer. But
yeah,
I think that's the tale of the story, is that just too little too late.
I think the tale of the story is that Balrog's a pretty good character.
Yes,
yes.
yes.
It's been a good day for Balrog, man. Let's go, man.
What?
Let's
Do you
go.
mean, is it a good day for Balrog, or is it
It's
a
been
good
a good
year?
year.
It's been a year.
We've been eating out here.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Capcom, help us, please. Please.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah, we need some help out here.
Doing all right.
Assistance.
You know, when he made that switch over to Nash, you guys were worried, right? And I'm curious, Smug, like, what about that matchup in particular makes it more worrying for a Nash than for a Kage?
Well, I feel like, with Nash versus Balrog, their main thing to do in a matchup is zoning. So they have projectiles, but Balrog's V-Skill 1, the KKB, it takes care of that pretty well. And I was surprised when he was trying with Kage. I'm surprised he didn't go V-Skill 2.
Right.
You know, because I feel like Tap, it gets the job done throwing out projectiles that go straight through it, you know?
Right.
And you get the damage. So, Brian, what do you think about the Kage versus Balrog match? What do you think about
Yeah,
it?
I mean, I agree. I think V-Skill 2 is actually the superior V-Skill because Kage's red fireballs are like the slow startup, slow recovery kind. And with those fireballs, you can actually more easily tap from a distance. So you don't need the V-Skill 1 like you would for, say, Guile. You can't really tap Guile fireballs. So if you have the anti-fireball tool, you have V-Skill 2, which means you have a charge-less dash punch. You dominate on every single front. So if you can get that set up, I feel like it's actually unwinnable for Kage. But that said, I do think the human element is there. Kage kind of preys on your lack of reactions. Like, are you going to check every stomp? Are you going to be baited by my jump dive kick? Because dive kick is actually really good with Kage. He's a jumping character. You can mix him up in the air. So I felt like the Kage was still the right pick, but too much damage, too much anti-fireball tools. Balrog got the job done.
Thanks, man. I assume those are good points, but I was only looking at Smug and his hat the entire time. It's such a jaunty angle. Look at the angle you got.
I mean, I try to get it together. You know, I try to
You're
flat
looking
top in there,
good.
but it worked out for the better.
I love it.
It's a
I
good
think
look.
you made just the right choice. Thanks,
You ironed
man.
that hat, Smug?
Creaseless.
I just woke up like this, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, you had it on when you woke up this morning.
Exactly.
Nice work, nice work. Look, I mentioned this earlier that Magic the Gathering is a game that I was playing back in the 90s. 1996, there I was in Ventura County playing at the locals. Game that is close to my heart. Your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards at secretlair.wizards.com. For the first time, Chun, Ryu, Ken, and more are transformed into powerful cards perfect for your collection. Check out the Saturday broadcast for the reveal of Secret Lair X Street Fighter's exciting secret card.
And while you're eating, be careful not to get anything on those beautiful cards because, Arby's got the sauce and they got the meat. So don't sleep on these meats. Make sure y'all head on over to their website and give them a little bit of love. Also, let's give them a little bit of love in general for giving us some beautiful amounts of stacked food. There's like a ton of food outside right now. As you've seen, all the commentators have been eating quite a bit. So shout out to Arby's for feeding us and feeding y'all.
Are you a Dan? Are you a Zangief? Or are you a Ryu?
Bro, I'm definitely not a Zangief. That's definitely true to life for grappler players. Y'all just be eating the wrong. Y'all just be no hands at all.
Get in there.
You just get in
top
there.
down.
You just top down. Like I think I'm a Dan right there. You see how you holding it perfectly? Ryu just got his thumb all in there. That's probably gonna be super gross. Don't give me a bite of that, bro. You can hold that.
What do you got, Shine?
I think I'm a Ryu because there's cheese on it, but remove the cheese, I'm definitely a Dan.
Okay, very good, very good. Look, we have some other news about a dream collab between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. The collaboration will go live around the end of March with Ryu, Chun-Li, and other popular characters from SF5 joining King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and much, much more. Again, Ryu, Chun, and others are being prepared for the collab content. Additional info will be revealed through the official King of Fighters social media, so look forward to that. All right, well, we have seen all the matches that we're going to see today, but we still have a lot more talking to do. We're going to take a short break, and we will recap things after this.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. Alright, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
All right, that is day number 1 of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final already in the books. Joining me now, we have, as you can see, Rob TV, Brian F. On the other side here, we have Tasty Steve and Vicious. Let's talk about the matches that we saw. The first one that was up this morning was from South Africa, Billy Date versus Jobby M. Rob TV, talk to me about that match.
Man, this was actually one of the matches that I was looking forward to the most. Me and Brian, I feel like this is easily one of our favorite regions alongside the Eastern Europe with Jamie. But, of course, unfortunately, it ended up being a... do I say it? It is what it is. It was a wash, man.
It's kind of a wash.
It was a wash.
Don't be shy. That was definitely a wash.
It was, man. And, you know, Billy, I feel like you should be extremely proud of yourself for just the performance that you've put on with the CPT to even make it up to this point. And, of course, since Billy is a champion, he did guarantee himself 5K already, which is very nice.
Of course.
But in the end of the day, when a champion loses like Jobby M, the favorite, they are coming back with a vengeance. And you know he was in that lab something serious. That show was nice.
Oh, yeah, the fact that he switched to an entirely new character, because we expected the switches from Billy Date. Billy's strategy leading up to this was every single time I lose, I immediately switch until I start winning, and it wasn't until he was down 4-0 when he actually switched to the Ed, which is the character that he sealed the deal with in the CPT event. So that was pretty confusing, and it looked clearly better. I mean, in the room there, we were joking like he's making it harder for himself as he switches his V skills away from V skill 1.
That was so bad.
Yes,
Right.
I don't know what the idea behind that was to switch like that, especially in the instance where you're already doing so. I said this while on commentary because me and Jeremy did. I was like, why would you wait to the final game to switch to your biz? And we've already seen these guys play in CPT format before, so you know they have experience versus each other. So going to the Chun-Li 1 for the complete switch and knowing that they want to control the normal, I love the fact that we saw Chun. We know she has great buttons. Just play it out.
Yeah, so there was a lot of surprises in that instance, right? We even talked about it post-match. We're like, you know, that a couple of things, right? The V-skill didn't work out. The character switch at the very end didn't work out. I would have loved to see that earlier, even a Zeku play too, because at the same time, you've had so much experience against Jobby M's Karen, right? I wouldn't think the Chun-Li would have gotten him that far, or as far as it did, off of like
with other
4 games straight, right? Yeah.
Yes, I
agree. It could have been a very
way.
different story had, you know, Billy been able to pull out a different character earlier.
I do not think it's the case that in terms of skill, that this is like a 5-0.
That's the thing.
Player
That's
skill
the
is
thing.
not
Yes.
5-0.
No,
definitely not.
I think Jobby is the better player, but it's not 5-0. Like it could.
Billy
could
had the
go
wrong
either
game
way.
plan today. That's what it's.
That's what it
That's
was.
the thing. Does that
The
really
wrong
determine
game.
who actually is the
It's just
better
a bad
player today?
strategy.
It
We'll
was
find
just-
out on the next episode of.
Yeah, maybe the next time. All right, let's talk about the next match that we had, which was from Australia. We had Travis Styles versus Ponda, and that match ended up being a 5-1.
We had a lot to say about that in the Players Lounge, that's for sure. I know Rob actually had a lot of investment in there emotionally.
Yes, I do think there may have been a couple of Bison bucks on the line for Big Hollywood, and I was not pleased with the result. Ponda, I feel like the way that he decided. Look at my salty. I did not understand why he felt the need to even pop V-trigger so much. When Balrog pops V-skill 2 and he has that plus dash punch with no charge, V-reversal him.
Yeah,
Go
definitely.
back to neutral.
Reset that,
That's
bro.
literally what you were
reset
screaming
that,
at Rich.
bro.
It's like, why isn't he
Why isn't he?
him?
And then he kept, when he did pop V-trigger, he never got anything from it. Change your strategy. You remember what we kept doing? Button into demon flip.
Yeah.
Which got interrupted about 9
Every
out of 10
time.
times.
He
The
was
one
ready.
game he did win, it was because he popped and he kept the momentum and he
In
got
the corner,
throws.
yeah.
He popped in the corner, he kept the pressure going, and he had to win right then and there. The moment it returns to neutral, it was over.
Over
I mean,
with.
And I'm glad we got to see this because, you know, it was a good day, a good year maybe for Balrog, but to me, this match represented the 2021 Balrog meta. The other matches, it was all like the V-Skill 1, kind of 2019 style, if I gotta say.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
this was 2021, what you expect to see. The V-Skill 2, controlling the neutral, back and forth, building the space, get the V-Skill 2 store, perfect execution of the uppers every single time. All the approaches were shut down, and Travis was just dominant the entire time.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen Panda maybe incorporate like some parry on the V reversals.
Yep.
There's a few moments where he could have potentially stopped Travis from V reversing, parried it, got the momentum, and he needed to get that momentum and win right then and there, but he just did not get enough of those opportunities.
Yeah, it's really scary, especially in that matchup, considering because even though Akuma does have the tools to kind of like stop it, get it back in control, and has the damage output to do so, if you're playing a character against a character like Balrog, that momentum is so important.
Yep.
Because dash punch is going to slow you down, and if your only entrance is Demon Flip and you're getting anti-air to
Every
keep
time.
going back to it, why would you consist on doing it? You should immediately avert your choices and then try a new idea, because it's not working out.
Can we also talk about the meter management here in that situation?
Oh,
I don't think
man.
Panda was able to really maximize the damage output coming in from V-Trigger, and when he did, it was just an instance where, okay, now you no longer have this meter. You can't make that
There
comeback
was
happen.
never a threat of Raging Demon. Think
Not
about
even
that.
Not even that, but even in the
Not
corner,
once.
there's been a sequence where he didn't opt to go for a roundhouse Tatsu once in the corner and opted to go for an uppercut ender for his combos, resulting in a situation where the knockdown wouldn't be as scary in plus frame situations with something like a fireball to apply even more chip damage and guessing scenarios. That just didn't happen at all while in V-Trigger, and I think that's one of the biggest things that Akuma has while being able to manipulate the opponent's decisions while having this threat of V-Trigger.
So the next match after that was in China, where we had Ding Chengchu versus Zhou Yongho, and that was a 5-3 in favor of DCQ.
Best match
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the day.
Yeah.
That was the highest skill, I would say, and that's no disrespect to any other players because everyone did their thing, but that could have easily gone either way as far as the actual skill level. It just came down again to strategy. Like, if you're going to use Chun in that matchup, you need that meter. As you see right there, going for that EX legs. You get Oki into what? It doesn't matter. You're using Chun-Li, so you're winning the neutral. In the end of the day, at the end, Urien is going to have V-Trigger as a great round closer, so you need to have CA as a round closer there. But I don't want to just harp on that. I want to make sure I bring up the adaptation from Zhou Young-Ho's side was phenomenal.
Brought it back, bro.
Started
Brought
throwing
it
wave.
back.
You know how there's some sets, even on commentary and stuff, where it's like, it gets the momentum shifts, but it's hard to pinpoint what. That one was a clear change, like what happened strategically, but the better player did win there.
I'm glad you brought up the usage of the meter, because there's also situations where Zhou Young-Ho would go for the crouching medium kick confirmed to EX, and it just doesn't even connect at that range, whereas heavy kick legs actually has more range to connect to, so it did feel like he wasn't just saving the bar to do fierce punch into super. I don't know. I feel like he overcomplicated with the neutral in some situations, because I just feel like the usage of the fierce punch was just too little. Abuse that button. That is her fireball. It's better than her fireball in most situations, and I feel like he wasn't relying it as much as he could be. There's a few situations also using the light kick. That's like the bad habit. It's a little nerfed. It's a little nerfed. Back heavy kick would have done the job, but he wasn't going to it as fast as he should be.
So it was a couple things that you pointed out that I would like to touch on there. Back heavy kick as an anti-air, 1. 2, what's crazy is if the heavy punch was there instead of the medium punch, which we saw so much of, if we go back and count them, we saw like 15 of those bad boys hits. Just imagine if those were heavy punches.
The damage differential.
Boom.
So much more damage, and then you could have changed up that momentum, walked in a little closer, Chun-Li opens you up, and boom, you get that. So that's kind of how it plays out, but the minute Urien starts to play standing medium punch, crouching medium punch, it's really kind of hard to get that back even if you are Chun-Li.
And I still like to harp on that meter usage, right? When you talk about those fiercest landings, that builds a ton of critical
So much.
Trying to EX so much faster, so you get that win condition a lot earlier. You talk about some of the things that Chun-Li has, which is really, really great normals. They're very fast. They snap you in the face from a very good distance, and being able to get a win condition off of canceling said fierce is a huge deal. But one of the things I wanted to see, I feel like DCQ didn't even get to really show off all of his layers, right? One of the things that stood out to me in that particular matchup was the lack of knowledge against the knee drops. You know how many times
every time he blocked it, brother.
You got it.
Bro,
so tough. Or
bro, I feel like you got so many options, especially
100%.
now in this season of Street Fighter. When I'm looking in high-level Street Fighter, I want to see what happens when you utilize all those options. I'm not saying I'm that guy that's going to show,
but if you're going to do it at this level,
if you're going to do it at this level, you got to go to that level. You know,
that reminds you of the stand light kick thing y'all were talking about. That's a new season thing. You got to update with the meta. V-shift, update with the meta.
There's a slight hesitation there that totally cost him a lot of situations, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
The next one that we had was in Asia Southeast, where it was Oswald versus I Am Chuan, and of course that ended up being a 5-2 for Oswald. That was a match that, when they had played previously, was really close, and this one didn't turn out quite like that.
I mean, I feel like this is a first to 5. You know, when you speak on them playing previously, it's easier to win a bad matchup in a shorter set. We kind of talked about that a bit in the pre-show. So if it's a first to 5 and the matchup is bad, brother, it is over.
It's over. It's over.
It's done.
That's when the numbers really start to make a difference. The people talk about this in tournament matchups 2 out of 3 and how shifty it is, but I'm telling you right now, the minute you get past those 2 games and you're playing any kind of familiar matchup, it turns until you start to see why it's that much harder. You start to see those differences in these matchups start to play out, especially at this level, like you said.
Bad matchups require you to take more risks, and the more risks you take statistically, it's not going to work in your favor in the long run. You can definitely win it in the first to 2, first to 3, but yeah, I think we saw that play out. There was definitely things I would have liked to see Chuan rely a bit more on, like using the upside down kick. I think that's a great poke.
I agree.
More of the back fears, that stiff arm, instead of the towards fears, which he got low profiled into the crushing medium punch over and over. But I gotta say, I'm a big fan of Oswald. That was like 2019 Balrog, the dashes, the EX straights. I love the way he maneuvered around Guile, and we got to see Balrog beat up some Guile, so it was a good time for me at least.
And I love the stat you kind of put out there. As soon as you get an activation from Guile, 95% of the time he's gonna get jumped in on. That was like the biggest
time.
Let's get, oh my God, it's like you do this and you're like, oh
you
no.
You see the 2 booms, it's like, but I'm not done with my second one.
Wait a minute, I'm still posing. Like, it's one of those.
That was rough to see.
Then we went up to Europe East / Russia, where it was Papoy versus Jamie TTM. Again, they had played in CPT not too long ago, and that was taken by Papoy. This one taken by Jamie, it was 5-3.
So this one is the one that outside of Africa, because of course that's the motherland, is the one that I actually had like the most emotional investment in, because I'm actually half Russian. So
oh yeah. Go on. Go on.
Okay, but yeah, you know what I'm saying.
You convinced me, man.
Yeah, so I actually feel like, but the reason I really had emotional investment in it is because of the storyline, man. Jamie was supposed to win that CPT and then dropped the combo, of course, and cracked. And that's honestly just what happened there. And we almost saw the same thing happen here. And I just really think that since Jamie got that experience of going through it before, that's why she was able to get the W. But of course, outside of just that, again, if you want to play this seriously, fighting games in general seriously, you have to think about characters too. And just having the Laura for Papoy and Jamie actually going to the loop, I feel like it's just a rough matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely a better matchup. I mean, let's not pretend that Honda doesn't do okay against Laura. I think Honda.
I was about to ask David, was he not mad that we didn't see the Honda?
Well, maybe difference of opinion there, but I do agree. We can all agree that Luke definitely is very strong against Laura. But I feel like, Papoy is the guy who just wants to have fun, and this set was a lot of fun. He didn't get the W here, but I love how Papoy realized that Jamie is not ready to anti-air Dragon Punch. Not ready. We're saying in the player that all you need to do is jump. And Papoy picked up that habit of using like air to airs, and the heavy kick, the V trigger was like the main anti-air we saw. But every time Papoy was on the ground, we were just saying, please just jump again, because that's how you're getting your momentum in the party starting. But I think the damage differential, because Papoy likes to go for the fun resets to keep you mixed, where Jamie was finishing more combos. I think over time, the zoning and the damage differential, Jamie just closed it out with that.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the switch up for Jamie. I really wanted to see the E Honda, especially after that last set, but I know how it plays out, and especially in this thing where you're getting to play someone that you get to play all the time, it's sometimes better to make that character switch to something that's a little more effective. Might not be the best, matchup-wise, but you might have a better control, might feel like you have better tools to deal with some of these options against the character. Especially Laura, I feel like we still don't see many, even though we got some pretty powerful Lauras out there in the world.
Yeah.
I still feel like it's something you need more experience to.
Yeah, a couple in the studio alone. But no, I think, the talent that Jamie possesses, being able to juggle 3 characters now in such convincing fashion, right? There's no stopping her. I feel like even after that Luke, like if it happened to go down, Honda was up to bat, and even so, if Honda couldn't work out, Jury was going to be next no matter what. I think there was just such a significant difference in skill. I think Jamie did her homework very well this time around, and I think, to the victor goes the spoils. I think Jamie did an excellent job of keeping it all contained, especially out the gate from the neutral. Those uppercuts past the thunderclap, one of the main things that Laura wants to utilize to control the neutral, really, really well done. I was actually flipping out of my seat. I almost knocked Sincola down by accident.
Nice work. Yeah, I think that she played super, super well. intermixed with these moments of, execution error, drops, something like that. Those were still in there. There was still a little bit shakiness here and there. But when she was on her game, I felt like she was, as impressive, maybe the most impressive player that I saw today. And then in the last match that we had of the day, it was Nero the Boxer versus Frozen. That ended up as a 5-3 in favor of Nero the Boxer.
Yes, and shout out to Nero, shout out to Frozen. But most importantly, did a Balrog player lose today? Someone let me know if I'm tripping or if I saw a different event.
Like I said,
did Balrog
it was a good day for the Boxer mains. Can
What do
we
you
have
mean
a day?
It was a year.
Can we have a year?
whole year.
Listen,
300 of them.
how many seasons have you had? Wait a minute. How many Karen seasons have we had?
Bro, Karen just getting
Let's
good.
go, Balrog. Yo,
No.
Nero the Boxer, he played fantastic today. Listen, Frozen came out with that Kage, but I think it's a bad matchup. We talked about it over and over, but there was definitely opportunities for him to win. There was a few whiff dash punch moments where he could have capitalized because I feel like
he wasn't whiff punishing.
the way Kage wins this matchup is he gets that hit and he has to run the offense.
The way Kage wins the matchup, huh, Brian?
He has to, well, because he does not win the matchup, so he better make you guess with the throw pressure, the fake stuff.
Yo, that was a huge part of why Nero won.
He didn't sack
is because, bro, but so many people look at it as just like the always take the throw. Sometimes, like Punk was back there. He's like, oh, well, I don't want to say exactly, but in general, Nero actually would mix it up. Like that's a different
His
theory.
defense was great.
He guessed right like 75% of the time, and in a bad matchup, generally speaking, you win it in those guessing situations. So with Nero Balrog having no wake up DP to guess right in all those situations, I mean, it's probably going to be rough for you, and it was.
Well, I mean, how much damage is on the table in this matchup is what really is important, right? It goes even more so heavy on the side of Balrog once these hits start to add up. And then we saw how the V skill was working out. And instantly, when I talked about this on commentary, I was like, yo, you need to be careful because you're getting smoked by these overheads, one. And you block one, that means you open the floodgates. You actually open the floodgates. Like, now you're blocking?
Yeah.
You're going to block it? Now I'm going to throw you. You're going to break the throw? Now I'm going to go low. And it kind of snowballed from there. And then we saw the Nash switch at the end, which is what a lot of people came to see. I'm a Nash player, don't get me wrong. But that matchup sucks. So we already knew how that was going to go.
I figured that matchup would suck, bro.
He got Sobot. He got Sobot at least.
I was literally telling Steve that, but the fact of the matter is there was just so much that Nero had in store for that. You were talking about that neutral jump tech. That could have played off for any sort of forward advancing normal right there.
Exactly.
Sobot does get covered, the knee bullet as well, even the quarrel kick or the forward roundhouse, or just roundhouse in general. I think those all get covered no matter what. I think the Kage pick wasn't too bad, right? Shine had said it earlier. He's like, I'd much rather see the Nash, but at the same time, Kage would have been just fine. I think there's those moments where he shined with those opportunities to get the axe kick too. We saw those pressures, or at least ending the combo with a plus frame scenario where he would actually get the guess against Nero. We actually seen the forced jump from Nero in the corner in like one of the ending rounds. I just think, Kage being the glass cannon that he is, there's still a shot for him to get his explosive damage out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. His V-trigger. Kage's
Bro,
V-trigger
did you see what he was doing? He
Like,
actually caught him a few times. Like, yo, you going to swing on wake up? V-skill
Even
2
on pro
powered up.
base,
Take
the
this
V-skill
damage.
2, that actually is disgusting. Like, you could just
But
jump
you saw how
across-
many times Nero blocked that, because I just want to point out, if he didn't block those, he was eating about 50%.
Yeah.
So Nero's
Yeah.
defense definitely got him through those tough situations that were presented here and there.
All right, let's talk about tomorrow. What we are going to see tomorrow. Got a lot of great matches left for you. We're going to be going all over the world to do it. Here's a look. We have Takamura versus Momi. That's
wow, that's
West.
a crazy match one, bro. Ooh, that's crazy.
We got from Central America West, Gama and Kusanagi.
Oh my God.
Then Bandits Mena RD versus Tigers, Jimmy DR in Central America East. Brazil is Ronaldinho BR versus Gust. Middle East is Angry Bird versus Big Bird.
Oh no,
bro! Day 2 is what is?
Asia
Day
East,
2 is wild.
We got NL versus Infiltration, and then rounding it out is going to be UK Ireland's the Four Fills.
This could easily be a Day 3 lineup.
What are you most looking forward to, Rob TV?
That's rough. Oh my goodness. Man, I might have to go with Infectious and Four Fields, man. I know it seems like because they're the last, but there's a reason why they're the last match, man. Four Fields, after what he did in that CPT, and we didn't get to see him in the second CPT. We have to remember because he went to playing like the Gamers World Tournament in Sweden or
Singapore.
No, Singapore.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty different countries, I guess. Like, but yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they both start with S though. But yeah,
Okay.
the Falk, I feel like we don't really get to see a lot of high level Falk. And of course, Infectious. I really think that as good as he is, I don't think he gets his flowers enough, bro.
I think it was a year where he got like
A
everybody.
year?
He got
you
a
know
full
what I'm saying?
bouquet. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Didn't he win
don't
Evo
know.
2019? Am I mixing
He
something
definitely
up
won
here?
Evo 2019. You trying to downplay Europe, bro? Is that what you're doing right
like
now?
was that a fever dream?
Get F word on
I
the
think
phone.
he needs more respect than he gets already.
No, that's
I
real.
agree. I
That's
agree.
real. That's real.
For me, I gotta say, Angry Bird and Big Bird. I mean,
Same.
we see the match all the time.
What?
Yes.
We
But
see that all the time.
No, but did you see how
It
it
doesn't
in the
matter.
CBT though?
That was
It
fire.
was so
The
fun.
low
right?
reward
So
drops.
tough.
It was. Yeah.
I don't care how much we see it. It's the highest level of Street Fighter. These are
It
two
is.
clearly,
Yeah.
like, at
Right,
any moment
right.
in the game, top 10 players in the world. And I
Those
think they're
two.
constantly pushing the meta. They're constantly switching to new characters. They have a flair for the cheap stuff, so it's always evolving. So I just love watching those two
Yeah,
play.
you're
I
right.
never get tired of it, so I'm looking forward to that one.
Is that your answer too, Steve?
100% Angry Bird, Big Bird. And y'all know this. Look, I don't have, you know, the CPT experience that you guys have. I do not. I am an SFL guy. And even though we've seen these guys play a lot, I feel like we don't get to see them play enough, especially considering, like you said, that's the highest level of Street Fighter we get to see in a lot of instances. And coming from two of the best players, I love to see how they evolve against each other, not just how they evolve against other people, because they have the most insight versus each other. I love to see those kinds of matches. You guys are getting that as an exhibition. I'm with Brian F. That's the match I can't wait to see.
I would have to agree, but also if I had to change it up, I do really want to see Gama versus Kusanagi. Those two can really
that's
dish it out
wow.
effectively. I want to see what the mix-ups are going to be like, and I want to see the debauchery of both characters. I want to see what his Kami from Gama, how that's piloted. I want to see who Kusanagi is going to bring to the table, because we've seen the Sakura for so long, but it's been Karen for quite some time actually now. So I want to see who's going to get the better of each other on offense, because these guys can swing. These guys can really play.
Well, I personally am looking forward to Ronaldinho versus Gust. I mean, you know, I got to be a homer for my character. That's Honda. We're going to see Gust play almost most likely. And that, for me, is just going to be a blast to be able to watch that character have a party. I hope that he's going to have a party. I think he's going to invite all his friends, have a good time. Party out there.
He's not going to have any friends
slamming.
after this, I feel like.
No, everybody likes to be friends with E Honda. He's a good guy.
He is a good guy.
Come on, come on.
So
Don't
much
shake
fun
your
to play
head.
with. Yeah.
Come on.
He gotta be
Not to play
that has to
against.
be the lowest skill ceiling character in the game.
Unbelievable.
What?
Literally,
goodness.
I really
My
believe
man
that.
Rob
I
be-
really think
my
that
man
in the
Rob
whole
be
game.
swinging
Shots
for
to
no
end the
reason.
show.
For
Unbelievable.
no reason. And he holding it. He ain't even blinking.
I
Look at
can't
me.
believe it.
Kidding. Who is lower skill requirement? than
All
Honda?
right, everybody. Thanks a lot for joining us for the CPT 2021 season final
Yes, sir.
day number
Uno.
1. We have 2 more days to go. Make sure that you join us again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific time. We'll see you then.
Bro, did you see that on the lights, though? Did you see it on the lights?